I'm thrilled to be your host, and I look forward to a remarkable event for all of you. Thank you very much. At this point, I'll invite our CEO, Andrew Lewela. Karibu. Let's welcome with a clap.
Thank you, Gitao. Hamjambo. Bwana asifiwe. Some of you don't sound persuaded. Our chief guest, Secretary to the Cabinet, I would consider Mercy also to be a coach, although I've not informed her. She's my coach and mentor. Chairman of the board, directors present, our ecosystem of partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted this morning to see all of us. I am also more thrilled that we could reconnect with our chief guest, who is a friend to the sector. And I am very grateful that despite the exigencies of government, Secretary, you are able to make it. So we don't take it for granted. I have the simple task of welcoming all of us and kick-starting the next 48 hours of our inaugural Kenya Internet Summit and Awards 2024. Gitao introduced me, but I often like to introduce myself as Chief Evangelist, Cheerleader, .ke, and Coach. It's a passion I have in terms of driving the adoption of .ke as part of the KENIC team. And the next 2 days will bring this together for most of us. It's good to see old faces and, of course, welcome new faces. And we know that the next few hours, the room will really fill up with a lot of people who have committed to join us. Chief guest, we have had a lot of demand for this event, unprecedented, to be honest. At some point, my team yesterday requested we close the registrations for the physical event and only leave the virtual event. So for those joining us virtually, karibuni sana, and stay tuned for the next couple of hours. Now, Gitao touched on the twin theme that is driving the conversations for us this time round: bridging the digital divide and unleashing the power of partnerships. Previous DNS summits, and we've had 3 hosted in Kenya and 2 for the whole of Africa, have been more supply-driven. A lot of us in the room who are in the technical community that support the internet ecosystem, especially around domains, have been our guests in the past. But Chair, you'll agree that we challenged ourselves as KENIC to expand this event so that we also have the demand side. The internet is for all of us. So as a technical community, we have to also allow the entrepreneurs, the content creators, the creatives, who are part of the ecosystem to also be part of the conversation. And that's why we christened this event not only the DNS Forum, but now the newly revamped Kenya Internet Summit. And this is our baby, and we would like to encourage all of you to be part of growing with this baby. How do we make this truly multi-stakeholder? How do we make the adoption of domains for Kenyan businesses and individuals something that accelerates in coming years? Allow me to throw some few statistics before I invite my chair. As of the end of Q2 this year, there are 369.4 million domains globally. both what we call generic top-level domains, .com, .net, and country code top-level domains like .ke. In Africa, we only have 5.7 million domains. A very small fraction of the global play. So ladies and gentlemen, as we enjoy the internet, as we seek to deliver value to the internet, we are not truly embracing our online identity as Africans, as Kenyans. As the chief evangelist, this is my call to action as we start the next few hours of deliberations. Do you want to grow internet penetration and not really extract value from the internet? The answer is no. Do you want to export dollars in terms of hosting, in terms of domains to other countries, or do you want to keep that value here, create jobs here? You don't have to lift your hand, but I know it's a resounding yes. We want to sort of keep the value in country. That requires from all of us, ladies and gentlemen, to become ambassadors of the .ke domain. It requires us to be almost patriotic. The same way we sang the national anthem, the same way we have the national flag, can .ke be one of those assets as Kenyans we truly believe in. I know somebody wants to say, ako tayari kuokoka. I'm not yet calling for the altar, but that is where I think we need to put a lot of our conversations. As we discuss partnerships, it has to be a win-win for the individuals, for the businesses, for their online identity, for .ke, for all of us. So, walk with us on this journey so that we can truly bring the value of the internet to bear for all of us. We have more than 45 speakers who I will consider world-class, who will be joining us and participating. So I encourage you to really immerse yourself in the next conversation. What do you expect? Memorable conversations, fantastic opportunities to also do business with some of our registrars who are in the room. And tomorrow will be a special day for us as we recognize our ecosystem players with the Registrar Awards. Some of them are in the room, some of them you'll meet them in the exhibition space. We are forever in their debt as our sell-through channel for .ke. Finally, it is never too early to say thank you. Thank you to our chief guest. Thank you to our board members. Thank you to all of you for choosing to spend the next couple of hours with us discussing these important themes. But a special mention to our partners and sponsors, because we will never tire to acknowledge the support you have shown .ke. So ICANN, Zoho, eMudra, FMC Advocates, ICA Lion, KenNet, Host Africa, we want to say a big thank you as our sponsors this year. It is now my singular pleasure to give his opening remarks and subsequently invite our chief guest. Put your hands together for our chairman of the board, Mr. Paul Kariuki. Karibu, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Evangelist, as you have told us to defer to you. Good morning. Our chief guest, Secretary to the Cabinet of the Republic of Kenya, Mercy Wanjau, the board of directors here present, our sponsors for this event, the KENIC management, who would ask to wave wherever they are so that we can identify you. Members of KENIC, the KENIC members of staff. Yeah, so those are our hosts, so whenever you see them, whenever you need service, you can get to them. We have our speakers, the 45 that the Chief Evangelist has mentioned about. We have among them the panel chairs and discussants, and we'll have very fruitful deliberations. And of course, our invited guests, our online communities, ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here for a very critical day. We used to call it the DNS Forum. And we realized that many people may not have understood this acronym DNS, and many people understand internet. And therefore, it is befitting that this is the Kenya Internet Forum. And everybody can identify and attest with the power of the internet and the value that it has brought. And for the .ke and KENIC in particular to be identified with the internet as the persons who actually safeguard that space in the Kenyan market. I am therefore thrilled to see a diverse and dynamic group gathered here for the 2024 Internet Summit. As the chair of KENIC Board of Directors, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to what promises to be an exciting and impactful event. Let me start by asking, have we been part of this forum before, when it was called the DNS Forum? Anybody who has been with us for that long? Great. I'm glad to see very many return and very many new ones. We are having a very interesting conversation on bridging the digital divide, and the Chief Evangelist has laid the figures for us that we are really another dog in this area when it comes to the global space. But we are not a pushover, because in Kenya we are identified as the Silicon Savannah. And therefore it's fantastic that we have this theme for this year's summit as bridging the digital divide and releasing the power of the partnership. So together, as we come together, we can do more. It's not just a slogan, it's a call to action that hits home and reminds us that while we have made great strides in digital inclusion, there's still much more to do. And we can't do it alone, and it will take all of us working together. And really, as we listen to the discussant of the week, of the 3 days that will be here, that clarion call for us to partner and to work together will be the rallying call across the conference. KENIC has been in the front line of Kenya digital transformation, and I'm proud of the progress we have made. Last year, we celebrated the registration of the 100 with the 100,000 from that end. But as you know, the digital world moves fast. We need to keep pushing forward, and that's why this summit is so important. It's a chance for us to share our successes, tackle challenges ahead, and set the course for the future. Now, again, I'll pause and ask, how many have considered themselves to have been part of those who are playing a role in bridging the digital divide in Kenya or in your space? You consider yourself as a person who lead, and I'm sure all of us, even those who have not lifted your hand, the reason why you are here is because you identify with the theme for this workshop, and therefore you are actually a champion for ensuring that we scale down this digital divide. So welcome, and for those who are returning, it's great to have you back. Each of you, wherever you are, government, and we have our cabinet secretary here representing government, and there are many others, the tech innovators, the educators like myself who are coming from the educational sector, the students who play a pivotal role in Kenya's digital ecosystem. Your presence here is a testament to the power of collaboration. We are excited about the conversation we shall have over the next 2 days. We have got a credible lineup of sessions planned, like the Chief Evangelist has mentioned to us. So you'll hear from experts on topics like empowering entrepreneurs through domain investment, something close to our heart as KENIC. After all, our strong online presence can be a game changer for small businesses. I'm personally excited about the conversation we have over the next 2 days. Who here works with or support micro and small enterprises? Anybody? Yes, that is the game changer. Those will be the tech industries of the future. And I will challenge all of us who are not working with that sector to consider them as a key component for your growth. We also are diving into innovation, best practices, and the role of data centers in driving our digital economy. And let's not forget the critical discussion around expanding internet connectivity and the impact of the digital divide on the education. These are all vital issues that we must address if we are going to build a genuinely inclusive digital future. I know that one of our directors here is very enthusiastic about the connectivity in the educational space. And we know that educational space, because that's where I come from, control the Gen Z movement. That is where all those young people are. Either they are just living or they are actually in that ecosystem. And we can capture that generation. That is the impact we shall have for the future. So as we go through the summit, I encourage you to engage, ask questions, and share your insight. This is just about listening. It's not just about listening, sorry. It's about participating. Your voice matters. So we'll have those discussion engaging, and you can ask your questions, you can make your comments and your contribution. It will not just be about the panelists that will be in front here, it will be about you. So your idea can shape the future of our digital landscape. I want to take a moment to give a big shout to our sponsors and partners. Your support makes events like this possible, and we are incredibly grateful. We can provide a loud applause for our sponsors. Thank you very much, and with that loud applause, you can take time to visit the booth that have been set out there and see the wonderful product that are exhibited there. And of course, a huge thank for our speakers and panelists. You have all brought your A game, and we learn much from you. I'm particularly excited from the discussion of engaging the Gen Z and the millennials. This generation is not just for the future, they are the now. How many of you are part of that movement? I know, yes. You are saying you're online. I can see, I can see Joel lifting his hand. I can tell you his generation. So actually the energy of that generation, the creativity and the tech savviness are driving force in today's digital world, and we need to tap into that. So as we kick off this summit, let's keep the energy energy high, the conversation lively, and the ideas flowing. Together we are going to make a difference. So thank you all for being here, and let's have an extraordinary summit. So thank you very much, and now it's my singular pleasure to introduce our chief guest for today. And I've just learned a lot from her today, and I'm sure there is a lot that you learned from her today. And you're glad that to know she is tech savvy. She has her own website, so you can visit her at mercywanjau.com. We have agreed that it will be a .ke. And you can learn from her there, but just to give you a glimpse of who she is, she comes from the legal background, so she is a commercial lawyer, and she has this thing for ICT, and that's why she has a website, even though she comes from that legal background. And I'm glad, Mercy, that you are alma mater to the University of Nairobi, and you are also from the Gandu High School. I happen to come from Kagumo High School, so you know that history. And so we are glad that you are here. And we are glad to hear from you, your insightful words and your encouragement, and we are all open for you. So we can analyze now as we acknowledge the presence of Mercy Wanjau, and as I invite her to the podium to open this forum for us. Thank you very much.
The KENIC Chair, the CEO and the board, distinguished guests, both here physically and those in the online community, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very happy to be here because coming in here is actually really coming back home. I spent a significant part of my career in the ICT community, and very, very proudly so. It's my distinct pleasure to join you during the 2024 edition of the Kenya Internet Summit here in Nairobi. Your presence today, distinguished guests and industry leaders, together with dedicated stakeholders, serves as a powerful testament to the far-reaching and transformative impact of the ICT sector across every facet of our society. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Kenya Network Information Center and its partners for putting together this event. Your tireless efforts and collaboration have made this significant gathering possible. Indeed, in many ways more than one, you are making a contribution to shaping the future that we all hope for. This year's theme, Bridging the Digital Divide and Unleashing the Power of Partnerships, is very close to my heart. Reflecting on my own personal journey, much of my career has been deeply intertwined with the ICT sector. This makes technology an integral part of my life. And in my current role as Secretary to the Cabinet, I have witnessed firsthand the transformative power of technology. As I was just making my way here today, I had a reflection, a throwback moment, and I realized that when I joined the ICT sector at the regulator, my first assignment was the structuring of the .ke domain. It was a very new space then, that was year 2001, very new space, not very well understood, and in many ways, it began to shape what it meant to have government and private sector collaborating. And looking at this room and seeing Richard Bell there, I'm sure he recalls clearly the many long hours and heated conversations. Don't you, Richard? Long, heated conversations on how to structure the .ke CCTLD. And I'm very proud because the efforts that came out of that led to a PPP framework which has endured to date. A PPP framework that has been emulated and replicated elsewhere in the world. Let's give a clap to those forebearers. Prior to January 31st, 2023, last year, cabinet meetings were manual. And this entailed dealing with large volumes of paperwork. The implementation of e-cabinet has revolutionized our operations. It has streamlined the management of cabinet business. It has enhanced our efficiency significantly. This experience underscores the critical role that technology plays in driving progress and facilitating effective governance. Maybe let me try and paint the picture for you a little bit. What is cabinet business? Cabinet business is largely constituted of policies and draft legislative proposals. So those are big documents. Now, if you have an agenda of 20 items with documents this size per agenda, it means you're actually dealing with a pile. So this was my first time to see documents being tied up with ribbon and cord work. And for every document that comes, it must be circulated prior. I now understood why government has so many vehicles. You know, it has like so many vehicles. It's because that document must be circulated. 100 copies must be circulated by tomorrow's meeting. And people don't live in one space, they live all over. Hence you need the cars, you need the drivers, getting stuck in traffic, going all manner of places at all manner of hours to distribute. So you can imagine what that has meant today, because when we receive the document, you transmit it with a click of a button. That is the wonder of technology. And I trust that this should generate results even more significant as we move to monitoring and evaluation and measuring of results through the technology platform. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya has made remarkable strides in internet usage. Social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, X are today deeply embedded in our social fabric. TikTok has become a crucial source of news, especially for the younger generation. We have witnessed over 5 million accounts being utilized for trade, underscoring the robust embrace of e-commerce across various sectors. We also saw to what use the social media platform has been made to salimia people, to let them know that you're around. It is just amazing, and I wonder what the future holds. Moreover, post-COVID-19, e-learning has gained substantial traction with schools, mostly private schools, integrating digital tools into their educational frameworks. These advancements highlight our progress and the profound impact of the internet on the multiple facets of our lives. Yet, despite these achievements, we face a significant challenge. I do recall during my service at the Communications Authority of Kenya, amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, many students, particularly those from public schools and marginalized areas, were unable to continue their education due to social distancing requirements. Additionally, their lack of access to digital tools and the internet further exacerbated their inability to engage in remote learning. In response to those constraints, we issued a regulatory directive requiring broadcasters to air educational programs during which these learners participated and were therefore not left behind. This experience underscores the critical need for equitable access to technology. I'm sure you do recall the many times you'd switch on TV, Citizen, KBC, and you find it is standard 3 maths. You remember during COVID, this was the initiative to ensure that nobody was left behind, because science has demonstrated that a young learner disconnected from learning does not stay static, they regress. And it therefore makes it very difficult to ever catch up again. And we just wanted to safeguard the gains that had been made thus far. This digital divide has far-reaching economic and social and political implications. It is imperative that we work towards inclusive digital access, ensuring that every sector and all Kenyans can equally benefit from technological advancements. To address these disparities, we must unite in our efforts. The government's digitalization agenda is central to this mission. The fifth administration acknowledges the transformative potential of ICT and has therefore identified the development of a digital superhighway as one of its 5 priority areas. This vision is being realized through several key initiatives which are at different levels of implementation, and I'll just mention them. The first one, the installation of 100,000 kilometers of national fiber optic cables. I'm sure we are seeing a lot of digging everywhere. Number 2, the creation of 1,450 digital hubs in every ward across the countries, even in the marketplaces. The provision of Wi-Fi is one of the commitments made. And lastly, the local production of smartphones in a bid to address the supply side of the market to make phones more affordable for Mwananchi. These are the 5 commitments that are being tracked for achievement in order to make digital transformation a reality for each and every Kenyan. This weekend, I traversed Kirinyaga County, which is my home county, and we went to one of the rural TVETs. that is currently doing ICT courses, coding and the like. And one of the interviews was with a 25-year-old young lady who said that to date, she has made $3,000 online work. What does that mean for the gig economy? What does that mean for you seated here who are custodians of the domain community? Should this young lady actually not have online presence? She should. Everybody in the gig community should have a very distinctive, identifiable presence online because it's part of building trust and confidence. It's part of building credibility in that online economy, the gig economy. And I dare say that as that movement matures, perhaps my online presence should be part of my credit rating so that when I go to the bank, they are able to recognize and take me seriously as any other business that is in brick and mortar space. So we do have work to do. We are doing well as Kenya, and I'm sure we can do way, way, way more. In delivering these commitments, we're inspired by the saying that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. The government remains steadfast in its commitment to transforming Kenya into a truly middle-class nation in every sense of the word. The past 2 months have been a floodlight moment for this country with the Gen Z movement and the repercussions that followed it. And I ask, what does this then mean for the internet community? All this was fueled by internet. What does it mean going forward? What does it mean for enhanced transparency and efficiency? We will continue to work towards the realization of our vision for an inclusive Kenya. I must emphasize that the private sector is an indispensable partner in achieving our digital transformation goals. Their role is critical, not only in driving innovation and fostering technological advancements, but also in providing the investment and expertise needed to bridge gaps in digital access and infrastructure. By collaborating with industry leaders, technology providers, and entrepreneurs, we can leverage their resources and insights to accelerate progress and ensure the success of our digital agenda. In this context, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to urge institutions and entrepreneurs to strategically invest in domain names. This investment is more than just securing a digital address. It is a crucial step towards enhancing our online visibility, driving digital innovation, and contributing to growth of our broader digital ecosystem. By doing so, you not only position yourselves for advantage in the marketplace, but also support our collective efforts to expand and strengthen Kenya's digital landscape. This morning, Andrew brought it to my attention that I am a .com website holder, and he said he's a chief evangelist, and he evangelized, and I'll be moving to the .ke space, as we all should. Indeed, there is scope for growth for all of us, because where we are at today as Kenya, with the kind of digital transformation already achieved, no physical business should exist without an online presence. I have seen from past experience where a physical brick and mortar business goes online and generates way more business online, because the footfall that would have walked into the physical business can only be within proximity of the business. But when it went online, in the particular case that I witnessed, the customers actually were generated from Texas. So this is the possibility that we want to reach out to. And this is the challenge that I urge KENIC to really set a new standard for our businesses in Kenya, to set a new standard where Kenyan goods and services can be consumed not just by physical footfall that is within proximity, but that we can actually open up and elevate to the international community. Let's move to some quiz time. I know that I talk to experts here, So I would like to hear some feedback on some questions regarding the internet and the domain space. I'd like you to share with me the 3 most expensive domains that have been sold over time. To set up a domain is about $10, $20 to register. But these 3 domains, one was sold for $50 million US, another one for $36 million US, another one for $35 million US. How I wish I owned one of these domains. Who can tell us which domains are these? The 3 most expensive domains to be sold. Hands up, hands up. I have no cane. I think they will Google and find out, and then share that with the KENIC CEO for information. But I think, let me give you a chance. I will not tell you the answers because there are prizes to that. So I'll give you some time. Ladies and gentlemen, partnerships play a crucial role in driving digital transformation. Today, Kenya boasts over 108,000 .ke domains. While this is commendable, we still lag behind countries like China, Germany, the UK in domain registrations. You note I do not refer to African countries because it's time to set a new standard. It's time to aim and benchmark with the best of them because we can. And we have the infrastructure, we have the capabilities, we have the skills within this country. So we have a way to go. And strategic partnerships are the way forward, as demonstrated by KENIC, which has worked with 180 registrars to promote .ke domains. I have been informed that they are also pursuing agreements with global domain resellers, such as GoDaddy, to amplify their reach. Through engaging with regional and global top-level domain registries, they are exchanging knowledge to enhance our digital ecosystem. Looking ahead, Kenya has set an ambitious target to onboard 1 million domains by year 2030, which is just about 6 years to go. Reaching this milestone will demand a concerted effort from both the private and public sectors, supported by forward-thinking policies and robust regulations. By fostering collaboration and ensuring strategic alignment, we can drive this transformative goal and propel Kenya into a leading digital economy. I want to take a moment to acknowledge and commend the dedicated registrars driving the .ke adoption and the commendable efforts of KENIC in supporting ecosystems. Let's put our hands together for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, digital inclusivity and collaboration are vital in impacting every sector of our economy. I have full confidence in Kenya's ability to bridge the digital divide and leverage the power of partnerships, propelling us towards a digitally empowered future. Indeed, we can do it. Let me close on a light note. Why did the computer get cold? No? Why did the computer get cold? Because it left its windows open. Just like we shouldn't leave opportunities for digital growth and partnerships open. Let's seize them. Let's move forward. Let's move forward with great determination and courage. We can do it. Thank you.
Another round of applause. We have a little token of appreciation for you, and I'll ask our chair to just maybe just come up, and he'll hand it over to you. So it's just a small token of appreciation for your support and your presence, which we really do appreciate. So over to you, Chair.
With that kind of an opening remark, I believe the CS deserve a better applause. Applause, sir. So thank you, Madam CS, for gracing this event.
Thank you.
I can tell you for the 3-4 years I've been coming the DNS forum, you're the highest government ranking officer to open our forum. Oh. So we are really grateful.
Thank you.
And to know that you are the pioneer of KENIC, then that really warms our heart. We know we are in good hands. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. And we have another token of appreciation for our chair. I'll ask our CEO to just hand it over to him. Buona CEO.
Do you have to say anything? Leadership is important. I am a very lucky chief evangelist because I have the leadership of my chair and the board to make these things possible. So thank you, Chairman. So who gives the chief evangelist a gift?
So a very quick recap. Thank you to our chief guest. I was very excited to hear this amazing history of where KENIC has come from. For me, listening is actually better than reading. So I was very happy to hear, what was happening 20 years back. Very also happy to hear the positive changes that are happening in government, going paperless. Of course, we all are aware of the impact that it has on our environment. Also, the positive impact that technology is having on our young learners and the education sector cannot be overstated. I know we're all working towards inclusive digital access. And of course, the importance of unity and partnership across the various stakeholders in the ecosystem. So at this point, we're going to have a very fast panel session for the day. And I want to invite our director, James Turuthi, to come up. He's going to be the moderator. There's a panel that's supposed to be moderated by him. So karibu on stage. Plus the team. The panel can join us. Bwana Barak, I know you're part of it. Davis as well. So this panel discussion will be talking about empowering entrepreneurs through domain investment. So let's welcome them with a clap. Are we houseful? There's one more, I think. Yeah, sure. So Davis is there, Fiona is there, Alphonse. Karibu sana. Oh yeah, sure. Karibu sana. So we'll be discussing empowering entrepreneurs through domain investment. Over to you, James.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bwana Gitau, our host. Thank you. My name is James Turuthi. I'm a KENIC board member, and I'm also the Chief Operations Officer for Frontier Optical Networks. Thank you all. I'll invite my panel and give them a chance to each introduce themselves. Alphonse, we'll start with you, and tell us a little bit about yourselves before we go to the panel discussions. Welcome. Is it on, or do you want to take mine?
Hello and good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, so my name is Alphonse Juma. I'm the CEO and the founder of Oracom Group. What we do at Oracom is we run a campaign called Digitally Fit, so where we help companies to go online and become digitally fit. Currently, we are working with KENIC and helping individuals have their own .ke domains and building for them what we call personal profiles. So I know I'll be able to talk about it later. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Trudy. Good morning, everybody. My name is Davis Oidaka. Here at Kenik, I'm a director on the board in charge of marketing, but my 8 to 5 is CEO Elimo Holdings, where we are taking schools online. I know I'll have a chance to talk about it later, but in a nutshell, we have a vision that all our schools should be available as easily as Facebook is. So thank you, and I hope to talk a lot more about this later. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Viona Wairemo. I'm the digital marketer at Host Africa. And basically, Host Africa is a web hosting company and a domain registrar working closely with Kenik to be able to bring up the vision of .ke domains. Yeah, I'm happy to be part of the panel and looking forward to a fruitful conversation.
I'm Jambo. Good morning. My name is Barak Otieno. I'm passionate about the role of internet in social and economic development. I do this by supporting many organizations, so many activities, chief among them Africa Top Level Domains Organization, the Association for Country Code Top Level Domain Registries in Africa. I'll talk about this later. But also locally, I'm active in various communities of practice, including the Internet Society, the Kenya ICT Action Network, and many others. So I know I meet many of you in many spaces. I'm happy to be here, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Barak. I'll go back to what was discussed prior by Getao, the evangelist, and our chairman. So the agenda or the theme is bridging the digital divide and unleashing the power of partnerships. And we will go back to Barak in a moment, but before we do that, Barak, our panel here, the topic is empowering entrepreneurs through domain investment. Very, very rich panel we have here. And Barak will tell us in a moment, but we will be highlighting success stories and joint initiatives that inspire and educate new businesses on leveraging domains as valuable assets in their revenue strategies. Hopefully one of the panel members here will tell us about those domains that Secretary to the Cabinet mentioned so that we can get the prizes. So, Barak, can you please share a specific success story where business successfully boosted its performance through strategic domain investment? And what were the key factors in its success, Mr. Chairman?
Wow, thank you very much. That's a loaded question. First, let me start by saying that despite the numbers that have been presented, I'm proud to be Kenyan. I say this because looking at some of the work that we've been doing at regional level, together with other partners who are represented in the room, we've had the Africa Domain Name System Forum, which ideally, if I may borrow the words that the Cabinet Secretary indicated earlier, we've been on a growth trajectory, trying to build the domain name ecosystem or the domain name environment. I appreciate the comments by the Kenik chair earlier in what informed the change of the name, the Kenya Domain Name System Forum to the Kenya Internet Forum. And if you allow me, Chair, in a minute I'll crack a joke. I am very active in a space known as community networks, and I was talking to a chief in one of the counties for 1 month about internet. And for 4 weeks we couldn't understand each other. So because of the community he comes from, I had to entice him with nyama choma. So after he had swallowed a few pieces, he asked me, Rafiki, hii kitu unasema ni Wi-Fi? I said yes. He said, kama ni hiyo, tuende tuweke saa hii. He couldn't understand internet and all these fancy words that I kept talking about. So I think we are on the right path. Having said that, as we continued our work in the Africa Domain Name System Forum, which was a community of practice created to strengthen the domain name ecosystem in African countries. When I talk about the domain name ecosystem, I'll break it down a bit that, of course, I don't want to go to the definition of the domain name. We have .ke, but within .ke, we have government playing a role. We have private sector. We have the registrars, who are the ones who sell the domains to us. We have registrants. Most of us are registrants or end users. When I came in here, I was asked whether I have given my permission for a photo to be taken. And I said, of course, Kenyans, we love photos. But in other places, people don't love photos. They love their privacy. And then, of course, there's the registry, which is KENIC, which, again, I must admit, is a model registry on the African continent. I think it is us registrants who are pulling the organization back. We need to register more so that on the number side, we are up there. We always turned to Kenyan entrepreneurs for examples. I recall in 2015, I think when we had the Africa Domain Name System Forum in Abuja, Nigeria, we had East African Directory. I saw Wycliffe somewhere here in the room, which has now really grown in leaps and bounds. I think as of this morning, it's known as Host Africa, and with a large number of domain names. And these are some of the organizations that we went out there to showcase to the African community. The other organization, for instance, was Pesapal, a payment integrator. Back then, we were struggling with payment integration issues on the African continent. And right now, I think Pesapal is a PRSP, forgive my acronyms, or something like that. And it has really helped in revolutionizing how we transact online. I think just recently we hosted a training here in Nairobi, and as we moved around town with some of our colleagues from the continent, you know, the things we take for granted. You go into a parking lot and you scan and you pay and you are moving. You know, it looks really good to many people, but it has brought efficiency. So allow me to use those two examples, Mr. Chair, but I must admit that there are many more that are doing very well, but they're just under the table, or they are chini ya maji, which I'll talk about later on as we move along. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Barack. I like that story of the chief. And really, that's real life. Many people, when they talk about internet, ni Wi-Fi. Sindio? They don't understand. Mi nataka Wi-Fi. Una Wi-Fi, nipatia Wi-Fi password. Amaji Alphonse. Would you like to add on to that story in terms of, I know you have a rich history, but you really shortened it. You've been in the game for a while.
Yeah, from 2010 up to now. I think for me, especially on the point you're talking about, in around 2014, we started a search engine. We wanted to build something like Google. It's live, it's keonline.biz. Then we asked people to list businesses or to refer any businesses that they have. And we said we are helping them to go online and become digitally fit. So there was a lot of confusions. When somebody thinks about going online, is about getting the internet. Yeah, so I think it's something that we really need to look into. Currently, what we are doing on that side is looking at every business and starting from the basics. So when you want to go online, what do you need? Apart from having going online, having the internet, what else do you need? And you find that the first thing somebody needs when they want to go online is to have a domain. So the identification of the right domain and making them know that this is the only identifier that really identifies you amongst your competitors while you're on the internet is a very crucial thing. Yeah.
Thank you, Alphonse. Viona, your organization is thriving, and I'm sure you had something to add about key factors in success.
Yeah, sure. When it comes to domains, one of the things that is really critical is imagine your business, or if you're an entrepreneur, for example, imagine you need to have every last person in the world or in your country or in your space know about your business. So I used to imagine it the same way. Traditionally, you'll see people will run to check classifieds to see what business is listed there. And if you look at the times we are in now, it's way easier for you to have your business online without being too stressed about the marketing aspect of it. This is what I mean. If your business has a domain name, for example, it's easier for you to share that link to someone who will share to another person and another person. It makes it easier for your business to go around. But when you restrict yourself to methods that are not going to give you that exposure, it becomes difficult for business. And one of the key things that we are keen on is promoting entrepreneurs to register different domain extensions. For example, if you have a .co.ke, why not register a .ke as well? The reason why it's important is because you're building a domain portfolio, meaning that you're reducing the risks. If your business is a.co.ke and someone else registers the same business name, or rather the same domain name .ke, you see now you'll be struggling to either prove that you deserve the .ke domain, while maybe you did not register it in good time. And also, your audience will be confused. So if you grow your domain portfolio, for example, it will ensure that your business is well secured, you reduce the risks that are there. So it's one of the things that we are very particular about when we are encouraging entrepreneurs to register domains.
A question for you, Fiona.
Yes, please.
I sell clothes out of Turkey. I have a small stall in town, and I sell my stuff on Instagram and Facebook. Why should I deal with Host Africa getting me a domain?
Actually, the reason and the main reason why you should get a domain is because anyone can create an Instagram account. In fact, these days, more than ever, we are seeing accounts reporting, please don't send money or pay to this business. It's a fake business trying to pass off as our business. It's the only way to legitimize your space. Own the name, make sure that everyone knows that you are the one in that space. Because if you don't have a domain name, and if you look at the structure of registering a domain name, for example, you get to put in your personal identifiable information. If you're a business, you put your business name, you put your phone number, your email address during registration, and that is crucial because when someone comes and says, but this business belongs to me, you're able to use the domain as leverage, because even if it goes legal, you have at least something that can back you, as much as you have maybe a business registration certificate or something of the sort. You need a domain name to be able to fight for your space online. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Fiona. I want to move to someone who's really good in the educational space. Right before COVID hit, there were many private schools. It was a thriving business, it still is. And does it make a difference if I'm available online, if I have a nice private institution, Davis?
Yes, Chair, I think you've mentioned something that's very close to not just my heart, because my heart doesn't pay me anything. It's very close to our pocket as a company, which is schools. And there are two ways to see maybe the education sector. And there is the private schools that you've mentioned, but there's a huge number of public schools. And how we approach these two schools, or these two calibers of schools, is very different. For private schools, as has just been mentioned, the conversation about having an personally identifiable or a branded identifiable identity online, that is very clear. From a marketing perspective, I can put an ad in the newspapers about enrollment, and newspaper ads are very expensive, right? Quarter page is a few tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of shillings. But what directors realize is that they can take a smaller advert in the newspaper, which costs less, but put a very broad or a very bold advert about their domain name. So it'd be school.se.ke. And they know this because they can see the enrollments probably pick up as they advertise more and more. And again, there's a whole conversation about how should the website look like, how should it be so that it can attract, but maybe on a billboard. And I don't know whether you've seen any schools with billboards and they've put a good address there. I think that's coming up now. But how many have seen maybe a school bus for a public school that has a domain name on the side? How many have seen a private school with a school bus and the domain is written on the side of the school bus? How many have seen a public school? And that's the challenge. The challenge is that for public schools, the value is not apparent. It's not as direct. For a private school, like I said, this is an industry that is close to my pocket. For private schools, domains are also close to their pocket. Because if they have a good domain, a good website, a good registration form, good marketing graphics on their website, it makes their pocket bigger. But for public schools, that doesn't exist. They don't have a pocket to talk about. Their enrollments come from government. So the challenge we face there is explaining that this website or this domain for your school is an important part of that school community. So how do we explain that this is important for the school community, and we have 40,000 schools, public secondary and public primary schools, against about another 30,000 or so private schools. So the challenge is there, but depending on which side of the education sector you're hitting, all the registrars in this room will tell you, or anybody here who's tried to sell a tech product to a school will tell you that you approach the two very differently.
Thank you, Davis. So, Bara and you two are in touch with successful entrepreneurs who have overcome some of these hurdles in terms of domain investment. Give us some highlights in terms of overcoming these big challenges.
Yeah. So first, I think to overcome this, I think there needs to be education. Because just like you realize the speaker for today, that's the cabinet, the secretary to the cabinet. She went for a .com. Yeah, but you realize that actually, according to what should be happening is that our top leadership, they should be promoting. They should be more patriotic to our own domains. So I should start by going online with the domains for my country. Yeah. So recently, I think the biggest thing that then needs to happen is that we need to start from the top. Every person, from the top management, the president, the deputy president, all the cabinet secretaries, and with the new list as well, they all go .ke. Yeah. So that kind of giving the right knowledge so that people can identify the right domain. But again, the challenge comes in where I decide to go online and I find maybe my domain is already taken or somebody else has reserved it. So you go with your name and you find that your domain name is already taken. Yeah, so if we can have people think about their brands as they go online, pick their domains in time, and then have them reserved across. There are some people who always, when they think about the domain, best practice is I would take, for example, myself, I have alphonsejuma.me.ke, by the way, is the domain, my domain, with my own website. I know also CEO as is, mwanyota.me.ke, which you built. Having such kind of a domain, and then moving on to reserve the rest, and then making it even more beautiful, referring all of them to your .ke, it makes you more patriotic. The other thing is, you realize especially during this time when there were the Gen Z demonstrations, we had so many people asking very hard questions to our leadership. Where can we find your profiles, or where can we find what you do? If you are my MP, for example, what have you been able to do? Or else you're not working to
He's always trying to see where is the industry going. Probably the other person who was mentioned earlier is Richard Bell, who is sitting at the back there, a pioneer in the internet space locally. When we had the 20th anniversary celebration for KENIC, and I had a chance to be close to him when other people were partaking, I was very keen to ensure, of course, I'm a teetotaler like our president, but I was also very careful to make sure that I learn from such great people. I could see he was talking about trends, where the industry is going. And I think as we talk about trends, I submit to us that the future is smart. Most of us, I knew where Hayat is in my head, but somehow, you know, in the typical Kenyan way, I have to stop and ask, kiongozi, hii Hayat iko wapi? And sometimes the people I'm asking, they are never visitors in this place. So the person I was with told me, let's
making sure that they have a variety of domains that lead back to their sites. And that's why in my initial point, I was insisting that if you have a .co.ke, be very quick to buy a .ke, because if you don't, yes, it's a choice, but the thing is, names are, anyone can have a business similar to yours, and the only way you are able to maximize is making sure that your domain portfolio is wide, so that you're able to bring that traffic to yourself. And also now for entrepreneurs, now speaking to them directly, when you need information on domains, you need to ask the right people. I've seen instances where someone has built a very successful business, they had registered their domain, but they let it expire and the domain goes to someone else. It's painful to watch, and sometimes the person may sell the domain back to you, or they may just not. So it's important for you to interact with registrars like Host Africa, be able to get the right information. And one of the things that we have really done to help the entrepreneurs, we've created a system where you can choose to renew your domain automatically through a certain system where you renew your domain automatically when it's due, and then we'll remind you later that, hey, this domain that was due for you has already been renewed, because entrepreneurs get busy, and when you're managing your business, it's easy for you to forget some key systems such as renewing your domain. So when you have the right information, you'll be able to make sure that your business is running smoothly, and also you retain your domain so that you don't lose it to someone else.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Davis, again, many entrepreneurs here, we're empowering them through domain investments, but now let's move to collaboration. Domain registrars, and I think almost all of us here are registrars, how can we collaborate with other stakeholders, such as government bodies, tech companies, and foster a more robust domain investment ecosystem? Barak, our chairman in another space, has given us some hints. When we get a break, we go back in the room, and but give us more.
Thank you. And yes, so first let me say I consider myself, I think, an entrepreneur first, a tech person maybe second, and an enthusiast for Kenya's economy probably third, even though I think, I hope to think that I'm an enthusiast of the Kenya economy first. You must realize, because it's a very interesting question, how do we build these partnerships? How do we collaborate? Why are we collaborating? First, the Kenyan economy is so huge, it's so large, that even if we said just half of Kenyans have a website, that's 20 million Kenya websites. Just that alone, that's 20 million. I think Kenny right now is doing about 100,000 domains. So we are literally a drop, not even a bucket, a drop in a huge sea of opportunities. So why do we partner? We partner because this conversation, especially the conversation you're having in this room, might be strange to 99.99% of the Kenyan economy. If you walk in the street, even here in Nairobi, and ask somebody, what's a domain? How many can sufficiently answer what a domain is? How many can sufficiently answer what hosting is? And that is just this street around Muthithi Road. Now, what happens when you try to open that up to the whole country? So you find that registrars by themselves will not be able to tackle the entirety of the market, because you need to have buy-in. You need to have people who can talk in the market's language. If you go to the health sector, you need somebody who can explain in health terms what this probable digitization that you're trying to push is, maybe for a hospital or for a chemist. If you go to schools like where I am, you need somebody to explain to a chairman of a board of governors who's probably 65 years old on why the school should be embracing digital technologies, including these domains that we are talking about. So the reason for partnerships is because the market is so huge. And in Africa, we say, when the elephant falls, you do not slaughter it alone. You call your neighbors, you call your family, your friends, each person come with a machete and come with a what? A bucket. So that because you cannot eat the elephant by yourself, it will rot. It will be a bad smell for the whole village. So for us, the elephant is the Kenyan economic space and the larger African economic space. We look for what we call win-win-win scenarios. So as people in this internet space or the internet ecosystem, we look for people within our ecosystem and in the other economic sectors, and we ask ourselves, what does a win look for partner one? What does a win look like for partner two? If it's government, what does a win look like for government? If it is KENIC, for instance, you're partnering with KENIC, what does a win for KENIC look like? If you're partnering with a ministry or with an NGO, what does the win for that NGO look like? Is it more fairness? Is it justice for gender equality? What is the win looking like? We then craft, because a lot of people here are entrepreneurs, and although I'm talking about challenges, we cannot have entrepreneurs if there are no challenges. But entrepreneurs succeed when they can see opportunity in converting the challenge into profit. So let's look at what those wins look like. Our work as entrepreneurs is to create the models that are win-win-win. We must be very clear in our heads what those wins look like for each partner, and then we align our efforts towards the wins of each partner, and you're going to succeed. For us, for instance, one of the challenges that I said is if I walk into a public secondary school or a public primary school, the sole decision maker in that school is the head teacher. The head teacher does not understand what .ac.ke means. You're not getting that school online. Can you talk in that head teacher's language? Probably yes, probably no. But can you partner with somebody, maybe an association, maybe I'll talk about a partnership you're doing with Ajira Digital later. Can you talk with somebody who is from that locality, probably, who is able to explain in the simplest terms that I'm here to sell bread, and bread is something that we eat and it helps us. So the same thing for digitization. So I think, to your question, these partnerships are very important and are key to our success. We, the people in this room, might not be able to succeed by our own because the economy is extremely large. I think right now we are a 10 trillion shilling economy. If we digitize this economy, according to the Digital Economy Strategic Blueprint, we should have this economy go to about 50 trillion shillings. That's 5 times what we are. So it is very possible that we can win, but it is good for us to build win-win-win partnerships, and it is the people in this room to create those models, and that's how we're going to succeed.
Panelists, as we get close, I'd like to give Alfonso also a chance in terms of collaboration with the stakeholders and fostering a more robust domain investment ecosystem, but feel free to add to it.
Yeah, thank you. Just to pick from where Mr. Davis has talked about the elephant. The honest thing is that the number of businesses in this day and age are so many. And especially after the COVID-19, there are so many people who saw it as a reality to just take their businesses online. Well, it's true that many businesses also went down and they could not manage, but businesses that embraced the digital space then got it as a very big opportunity. Now, talking about the collaborations and partnerships, I want to start by giving my own story. There was a time when I was just starting the company from campus, and then there was a diaspora conference. I decided to go into that conference. Of course, whenever you are with the diaspora people, They're always so enthusiastic about the country. They always talk about the country. I hope you guys can relate to just the concluded Olympics, you know. I was watching it from just a public place, and then you see how Kenyans celebrate. So there's always that sense of being patriotic. And, you know, when it comes to now the topic for today, then that's a very big partnership, because every diaspora person wants to have something that at least points their route back to home, which is our country. And for this field now is the .ke. Then also, apart from that, just on collaborations, something recently happened when we hosted the CEO for KENIC at our event called Digitally Fit Awards, where we had brought together CEOs of companies. And as he talked about, like he talks about the chief evangelist, you know, that day he like attained that slogan. People were wondering, this chief evangelist, you know, it's more like praise the Lord. Yeah, I'm the chief evangelist. So he really talked about the domain issue. Like he talked about it so passionately, how every person needs to get their own domain. And then on the same floor, one of the speakers was the Engineers Board of Kenya, the CEO, that's Margaret. And then she talked about the number of engineers in the country, and she said there are over 25,000 engineers in the country. And for her, it was about how then can we collaborate? How then can we have every engineer go online, have their own .ke domains? If you look at that sector alone, it's already a very big thing. Now, when you look at other sectors, like the organ that registers companies, that every time, right now, for you to submit your tenders for certain, for government portals, then at least you need to have a domain name. Then you realize even the opportunities are even bigger with that. Now, when in the country, everyone is talking about being digital, and even in summits like this, I think the biggest asset that we need to look at as people in the domain space is to create those collaborations or open up those channels where it's still a win-win, like Davis has said. Because if you look at, for example, like he's in the school space, and then he moves to a school. Definitely there are some schools, it's good you try to separate them. Public schools would not see, especially those ones in my village, they can't see the reason for having a domain. But how about if they go online and they have it, then you see they'll see you as a person who is adding value to their school. Why? Because now they don't need to struggle with people who are signing up who are joining their courses. So at the end of it, you've given them more value. Now, to come to an end, there is something we've done at our website. We call it the Google Though. What we decided to do is to bring Kenyan businesses together, and then we decided to look at what are these 50 things that a company really needs for them to go online, and how would a company self-test? Like, how can I audit myself? Like in your business, if you have a business in, let's say, Kakamega in the town, and you want to say, well, my business is in Kakamega, but how can I just make sure that it's the level, how can I make sure that it's online and it gets the right thing? So we could ask them the 50 questions. The first one was about the domain, having the right logo. And then you realize we did this in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. We realized that it's so big, like even simple things like getting a domain, getting a logo, getting a website. They may be simple to us techies here, but that is a bit of jargon for majority of the people. What we end up finding there every day as we run, as businesses log in, create their accounts on keonline.biz, and then start taking that test, taking 50 questions. And then in between, even we ask them about the call to action, how they would be able to convert their customers. Then you realize that it can be simple to talk about a domain, but for the general user outside, these things are more like technical jargons to them. So I think it's a very big thing that we all have, and this field is also so big. And relying on expertise of like Mr. Barak, I know you've traveled a lot, so you really understand. You know, sometimes in Kenya, it may look, I think as you travel, you realize even it's bigger in other markets, even like they really don't get it much like they would do in Kenya. But even within our Kenya, there is still a very big job to be done.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I know we are pressed for time, but I'll start with a comment that most of us are familiar with by one of the African elders, Chinua Achebe, a man who calls his kinsmen to a feast, does not do so to save them from starving. We are not here because we are starving. They all have food in their homes. When we gather together in the moonlit village ground, it is not because of the moon. Every man can see it in his own compound. It's because it's the right thing to do. When we started, we talked about the process that led to the formation of KENIC. Stakeholders from private sector, academia, civil society came together, had difficult conversations that brought us to where we are today. A few years down the line, the Kenya ICT Action Network again was formed because we had infrastructure and we didn't have a supportive policy framework or environment around. It resulted in the ICT policy that we relied on until in 2006 until its review around 2016 and 2020. And these are the documents that have brought us as a country up to where we are. What am I driving at? As entrepreneurs, and as I assume all of us in the room here are potential domain name entrepreneurs, we need to be aware of the ecosystem that we are in and the role of the different actors or the role of the different stake players. We are here courtesy of KENIC, which is our registry. It has a unique place to play. And most of us have noticed more recently, our good friends from government, sometimes when there are domains that are very uncomfortable, they want to take them down. Should we allow this? Because remember, we all contribute in policy-making processes in the country. We all contribute in constitution-making processes in the country. What does an independent KENIC mean for us as a country? That's not a question for the registry. It's a question for us as citizens. We will only know on the day that KENIC will not be available. Then we have the registrar ecosystem. We have learned from our politicians that numbers don't lie. I don't know whether that is true or false. But according to statistics, it's only about 30% of this country that is making meaningful use of connectivity or information and communications technology. So you may find that all the internet users in the country are in this room. That's always been the practice. Sometimes you just go 50 kilometers out of Nairobi and you realize that our conversation is irrelevant. Can we have this conversation in a chief's baraza somewhere in Kejabe here? Or we'll start biting our tongues. So we also need to come to the realities of what the situation is out there. There are issues of devices. You can't go online without a device. Costs of devices. How do we bring this down? We are happy we saw the Gen Zs ensure that certain things happen. But can we also use the same, because now this is for all generations, to make sure that devices are available and affordable for all people? And lastly, registrants. I'll use a technology like M-Pesa. Most of us now, we are able to send money to our villages. I'm sure many people here are supporting operations in the villages. But we have had to educate our people on how to leverage or to use this technology. But we need to do much more of this for the numbers to be able to grow. I struggle to understand why we have over 30 million phone users and 108,000 domain names. Yet names and numbers is one and the same side of the coin. So what is it that we are not getting right? Is it the conversation? If it's the conversation, then we better start having this conversation in Kiswahili. As I conclude, Mr. Chair, we need to participate in policy processes. I'm glad many in this room were at the Kenya Internet Governance Forum in the recent past, and we are here. The next one that is called, let's all be there. But it's not enough to have them here in Nairobi. Nairobi, see Kenya, na Kenya si Nairobi. So Kenik, we look forward to taking this conversation to Mandera. I don't know how to get there, but I'm sure the bold ones, the entrepreneurs that we are talking about, will find themselves in Mandera. The other thing is, let's support initiatives. I've heard of the KE Awards. Ile tutasikia ikisemwa, tutokeze. Sindio? We just register. We can always eat in the nearby locals. But let's support initiatives by various local players. And lastly, Mr. Chair, let's learn. One of the futurists in this space, Alvin Toffler, said that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn and relearn. I stop at that.
Thank you very much, Barack. Were those your final thoughts and takeaways? Because many of us will be looking for you afterwards, but I want you to close in half a second, half a minute, so that we can move on to Fiona with final thoughts and takeaways so we can wrap up.
I have a lot to say, but I'll say it behind the tent.
Thank you very much. Fiona, final thoughts, takeaways?
My final takeaway is to employ all of you to, in the space that you are in, tell someone about .ke domains. This is a collaborative effort. There is no way one team or one group can be able to move forward without carrying the whole team. So as Kenik push their bit, as registrars push their bit, everyone needs to come together to be able to push that machine forward, where we are able to grow our KE numbers. It's not a big task to talk to someone about domains. And on a light note, we have a lot of conversation with people, and nowadays the first question someone will ask is, what is your Twitter handle, or what is your TikTok handle, or so we will all want to know what's your social handle, so that we can see what numbers that you have and probably connect with you to get more numbers. But can we also pull in the .ke domains into that set? Because the success of .ke domains is the success of our country. So let's continue pulling in together to make that difference.
Director Davis.
Thank you, Barack and Fiona. For me, a few key takeaways. Nobody goes to the supermarket to buy the ingredients inside the bread. They buy the bread. They understand value. Customers understand value. They understand what they can eat. Same thing for technology. It's the same person. Let them understand what they are getting as value. Sometimes don't say the technology. That's the first thing. Number two, this elephant is ready for the eating by the villagers. We are the villagers. Let's all get our axes. Let's all get our buckets. Let's eat. But number three, please don't try to eat it alone. Get people to work with. When we go to these offices, some of us are in various sectors. Some of us can meet the CS for health tomorrow, CS for ICT, CS for agriculture, the PSs, the directors. As you meet these people for whatever role that you're in that meeting for, bring in the digital conversation. If you have chance, bring in the DNS domain conversation. If you have even more chance, bring in that value-based conversation. But do it knowing, even if I'm here and I'm presenting this big thing, if I can only do 20% of what I'm saying, who are the people in my call list that can do the other 80%? I do not need to connect all the farmers in the country alone. Maybe I can give all the farmers in the country an email address. But who's going to give the training? Who's going to give the domain name? Who's going to give the website? Who's going to give the e-commerce solution? If you know at the back of your head who can do the other 80, 90%, you pitch your 10%. When the business comes, when the opportunity comes, go with your village and eat that elephant. Thank you. CEO, Oracom Group.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Alphonse Juma.
Thank you very much. For me, I would like to bring it practical for the sake of KENIC. Yeah. Each one of us here, there's something we did when we were doing the Digital Fit Awards. We decided to give people a domain name, like a free .me.ke name as individuals. And then there's one of the people, very influential, I won't mention the name today. She was like, why would I need my own website online, like my personal website, like a .me.ke, why would I need it? And then we told her that your CV, she had just vied for, I hope you guys won't guess, for Taita Taveta governorship, and then she was like, what else, what should I do? And then we and then we say, like, you need to have your own domain. You don't need to be sending your CVs. You just need to give people your own domain name. And then she was like, okay, how much is it? We said, for the sake of this event, we'll give you a free one. And then she took up a .me.ke. Wasn't very popular, but she then asked, what will I put in that domain name after you've given it for free? Of course, they are paying for the hosting. And then we said, you know, for these big people, what they want is profiling. Like, if I attend this meeting, you know, like today, I know there'll be very good pictures that will be taken here. So I'd like to do a story about it, that I was at Hayat and I met this person. So there are those things you do. And then the next event, again, you go to them. But now the thing is, how about if you turn every event you go to as a story, and then you have a place where you profile it? So what we do at Oracom is we've built what we call a timeline tracker. A timeline tracker is what can help an individual, apart from having your own personal domains. You know, these days having a website may not be with WordPress, you can just even do it by yourself, just drag and drop. So with a timeline tracker, it helps individuals, like you people are seated here, such that you have a place, like I've seen for the speaker today, she has a website, but she doesn't have that timeline tracker. There are these things in your website that makes you want to come back to it daily. So how about if we, the registrars, we can think about things like that, and then we suggest it to this big person. Yesterday, you were in this place, so there is a story about it and pictures and videos, and then you use that now to educate the public. I've seen it work a lot for politicians, especially the MPs right now. They're speaking to us to build it for them, because then if they go open a borehole somewhere, they say, we opened this. I guess it would also, somebody who can help us reach the president also, so that when he launches a project, again, it's documented in the .ke. So I think those practical solutions can really help. And for the guys who are here, maybe I'm talking for KENIC, but I would challenge you people that have your own domain name. If you're stuck, we can give you a free one. Our table is just there. Just have your own domain. Put those personal profiles. Just coming an entire of this team, all of us having our own personal domains, I think KENIC will be very happy and the numbers will be big. Yeah, your personal domain would allow you to speak about your portfolio, like the governor aspirant who didn't make it. Immediately she put this stuff online. So who am I? Nowadays she says that she doesn't need to send her CV anywhere, and she got a very big job because simply people go online. And for the majority, when people search your name, by the way, they find scandals. You know, those ones are the ones that rank high. Your story was done on The Star, on Tuko, and then it's a scandal, so it ranks high. But if you have your own personal domain, you're securing something you may not know. One day they may say you are the next cabinet secretary, so everyone will go online searching, but who are you? If you have your own personal website on a .me.ke, then you're sure. So I think that is something we can practically do if we really want to push these numbers. And I would offer myself to help anyone who wants to have such kind of a technology in a timeline tracker so that we get going. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. You've had it, timeline tracker. You've heard about avoiding technical jargon. Tuongee Kiswahili mahali inawezekana. Chief kama hajui internet, mwambie maneno ya Wi-Fi, atanunua Wi-Fi. So we had a lot, and this team did a really good job. We thank you very much, Barack, Viona, Davis, CEO, and we really appreciate the knowledge you've given us. Search engine optimization, get a .co, but be quick to get a .ke. We wrap up, but before we do that, we would like to thank Wycliffe. Your name came up several times. Thank you very much. Richard Bell, thank you for giving us the knowledge that has enabled many of us to be on this platform. Many like me, former Wananchi employees, we cannot forget that we are here because of you. Thank you very much. Getao, over to you. We will allow Getao to handle that part.
Yes, there are questions. We have one question from one of our online viewers. It says, I have a number of entrepreneurs with businesses. We are funding loans. Digital marketing is our venture to get them exposed. Is .com or .ke a factor when deciding a domain? I don't know which of you wants to take that question. Is it a factor? Barak, thank you.
Yes, I think depending on the target, thank you very much. I don't know who asked the question, but depending on the target environment, of course, many Kenyans would identify with .ke, and more selfishly, if you buy a .ke, you build Kenya, and also you have a lot of control over it, because probably in case of an incident, there's a registrar that is accredited by KENIC whom you can deal with. If not, you walk right to KENIC and you get sorted. So that would be my response to that. But it depends with the environment where the target audience that they are seeking to serve are best.
Thank you, Barak. We'll take two questions.
Good morning. I think those were good presentation. My name is Howie Rapudo, the Secretary General of the Internet Society of Kenya, and I run a community network called Kijiji Yetu. I was just struggling with a lot of things here until when someone, or I think it was Barak or someone who touched on the community. Because you're looking at the shift and even what Starlink is doing. Everybody now is moving into the Kadogo economy. When someone was talking about the cost of domain, how can it be cheap to Mama Mboga? Because the issue is not about owning a domain, the issue is about the cost and the maintenance. Then the last point is that on the issue of localization, how are we dealing with the issue of localization? If we can have radio stations in different languages, can we have domains in different languages? I would want to know in oral something in my own language. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Keith. I wear quite a number of hats, but today I'll speak from a web developer point of view. Being a web developer, you interact a lot with many people who are interested with registering domain. And many times, those who are registering new domains are perpetually new business owner or somebody who's starting a new business. And one of the things that come around in domain registration is sustainability. You find people having their official emails, but they choose to stick to the Gmail because they say my domain could be, something could happen to it and I will therefore lose all my emails. So I'm rather, happy using my Gmail because of the sustainability of it. And that brings me to another aspect. I drive my point from example of Alphabet. Alphabet was the mother company that owns Google. And they went ahead and registered the company without doing the simple check of the alphabet.com, for example, as a domain. And so they ended up paying a lot of money to get the alphabet, .com domain. And so in our context, we see one thing. I think a number of years back, there was the conversation of having to tie domain name registration with business registration. That if I register a business, then at least I get a .ke domain. I wanted to find out what happened to it and how can we perhaps, if not, if it was not activated, then bring that into perspective, because now, initially we would have domain reservation, business reservation and then registration. Now it's been tied into one. It will be happy to see if that is something that could be implemented. And then secondly is something that my colleague here, Lawi, has touched on the issue of cost. right? With the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, people are now looking at how do they broaden their presence beyond geographical presence. So what is the value proposition to getting a .ke, for example, if I can get a .africa? And if you look at the costs, they're almost, back to back or bumper to bumper, as we like to say. So how do we position .ke to be a more advantageous compared to a .africa, which gives me a more geographical scope? Because the nature of businesses, especially for not saying us Gen Zs, but me as a Gen Z identifier, can connect to it. So I think that will be something that I would like to hear. Thank you so much.
I think it's an open question. Maybe we can take a comment or two for 1 or 2 minutes, and then we can wrap up the session. 2 minutes.
Okay, maybe I can answer the one on Gmail. It's true that many customers prefer they're used to that interface, and I think though it's through Mentorship Weekly. There was a day we met him at one of the forums like this, and he told me that if you have your emails, if your clients are running on webmail, there's a lot of problems. They'll always be telling you their domains are blacklisted or things like that. So he told me right now he's suggesting for them to go G Suite or Google Workspace directly. That's something we implemented, by the way, so something. And it's helped us, yeah. And, it comes CBOs and people doing amazing stuff, by the way, at the ground level, but they are not reached. So just like Mr. Davis mentioned, more campaigns going to places like Garissa, yeah, I think it would really help. But if we can have more collaborators coming into space, teaching people, mentoring them, so that they're able to help those people at the ground, then I think it would add a lot of value, yeah.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for this awesome panel. Asante sana, moderator and your team. Thank you very much. At this point, we're supposed to have a tea break. I will very humbly ask that we allow one more session to take place. And for that, I know, Davis, you're very passionate about taking schools online. I will request you to condense it to 20 minutes max. Sawa? Thank you very much. Karibu. Another round of applause for the team, and also as Davies takes the stage. Okay, so you can take a minute to just project it. All right. Yes. I know there was a lot of talk about eating elephants, so I hope there's no KWS here. We are not eating elephants. It was an anecdote. So bear with us, just pardon the lapse so that we are able to accommodate Davis's presentation. We've had to make a slight change on the agenda. Over to you, Davis. Karibu sana.
Morning, everybody. Again, Davis Soidhaka here. I have a very tiny exercise we can start with. I think people who are sitting on, everybody, try open mwikiprimary.sc.ke. Mwiki is a place near Kasarani. mwikiprimary.sc.ke. Then somebody else try and open hospitalhill.sc.ke. I think the first person to get Mwiki should shoot up their hand. The first person to get hospitalhill.sc.ke should shoot up their hand. Sorry? Yes, a prize. Which one have you opened? Hospital Hill or Mwiki Primary? Mwiki Primary. Quickly look and see whether there's anything about Mwiki Primary that you've learned from that website that you didn't know before. Anybody on Hospital Hill? Hospital Hill? Something you've learned, something new that you didn't know about. What is it? By? It's powered by Lukenya University. Good. June, something you've learned? Yeah. Wow. You found homework on the Mwiki Primary website, so you can buy it. Awesome. Has anybody been able to open for Hospital Hill? Irene? Is there anything you've learned from the Hospital Hill website that you didn't already know about Hospital Hill? They have AI learning. Then you can go further to Coast. I think those two are in Nairobi. There is voieducationalcenter.sc.ke, and we'll come to talking about domain naming, how simple they should be. voieducationalcenter.sc.ke. Voi, kule kwa Chief Kivoi. Voi Educational Center. Or Education Center. Educational Center. Can you? Yeah, you Googled it or you've just gone direct? Yes. You've seen it from the website? Good. So we are taking schools online because in this room, if you can lift your hand and say, in my primary school I went to, I can find my school online, the high school I went to, I can find it online, we'll have done our job. If at this point you can't do the same, we are yet to do our work. So about Elimu Holdings. Elimu was started about 16 years ago now, I think 2008, and you had a very simple mission: connect every school to the world. Simple. The same way we've done this conversation about Mwiki Primary, I could right now be in China. I could be looking for grant funding for that school. And I'll tell the Chinese investors or the Chinese grantors, kindly look at Mwiki Primary, go to the page called Strategic Plan, they have a gap of $1 million. Please help them. No Chinese person will have to take a plane to go and see Mwiki Primary. So we started Elimu Holdings for this very simple purpose: connect every school to the world. But why? We believe that education by itself work on that website. But our children could also be students in those schools. Are we able to have one portal, one official place for every school? The Secretary to the Cabinet, Mercy Wanjau, asked during COVID, when schools were closed, the big problem was, where do we go? And we have to now start creating that reality, that every school has an official online presence, that if there is maandamano on Wednesday, parents are not gambling with their children. They can quickly open their website and find, is the school open today or not? And even in my own household, you are getting late night text messages from the school telling us whether the school bus is coming or not. But if you are to confirm, you do not have a place to actually confirm that that text came from the school, because sometimes it has come from a personal number. So the reason that schools need to be online is because we need that one official portal for all those schools. This is, unfortunately, this place is so, I'll be here. So what are the key justice? we talk about education content, about the tools that the students, underlying value that I have to say, that it doesn't matter or should not matter that the school is in a highly developed town or is in the rural village. We must have a people or a group of partners who can be able to take these benefits down to the village school. But we don't do that, again, I say we don't do that alone. We do it with partners across the country. And I know digitization is a big topic, and all of us here are digitizing things from a broad perspective. For the TSO program, the Taking Schools Online program, we are very specific on what the schools get. The first thing is that they get a complete website under this country's CCTLD, or top-level domain name. So in Kenya, for instance, you'll find lamugirls.ac.ke or mwikiprimary.ac.ke that we had. In Rwanda, we'll do .rw. In South Sudan, where we are hoping to quickly move into, we'll be working with .ss. And that should be the same case for all 54 countries in Africa. In Kenya, we work with KENIC. In Rwanda, we work with Richter. In South Sudan, we work with the regulator. And we have to see how to get partnerships that are Africa-wide so that we can eventually do 100,000 schools. Now, picture getting a chemistry or a geography lesson about the Zambezi River by a geography teacher who actually neighbors Zambezi River. I mean, that's a beautiful vision for us, and something that even Europe have not been able to fully capture. We do not have a TSO in Europe yet, but maybe in the future we'll take a TSO to Europe. So the school gets a beautiful website that is under the country's top-level domain name. We also work with more partners in the publishing industry to provide subsidized education content, and we provide a lot of training and capacity building for the teachers and the staff in that school. Now, a lot of this capacity building has to be done, again, through partnerships. Because, like I said, in my company, I do not have enough legs to train all the teachers who need to be trained for this to be a reality. But with specific partnerships like the one we're doing with Ajira Digital, we can have hundreds of legs walking hundreds of kilometers, going into thousands of schools and training thousands of teachers on how to manage these websites. So, a quick look at what that website actually looks like. Like I keep saying that we have partners, and our partners appear on the website as brand sponsors. The website itself is very malleable, it's manageable, it's customizable for each school. But most importantly is that 90% of the information on every school website, so far we've done about 1,200 of them, 90% of that information comes from the school, and it's verified and uploaded by the school, managed by that school. Like I said, with this financial year, 2024-2025, I know the word financial year has become a bit of an anguka nayo term, but this financial year, 2024-2025, we plan to do about 1,000 schools in over 10 counties. That's the project map that we have. And with ICANN and AFTLD and other partners, we will hope to do similar maps for more countries across Africa. Why? The technology gets cheaper as more schools adopt it. The marketing gets cheaper, the training gets cheaper. Everything gets cheaper the bigger you get. So we are constantly in search of partners who would align with getting all schools online. That is the Kenya map for 1 year. In due time, that whole map should be colored. We should not have any white spaces. And this map should be replicated in other countries in Africa with all the partnerships that we go into. For us, I don't want to overemphasize the reach and the impact that we have, but in our 16 years of being around, we've done websites for about 1,200 schools across Kenya. And I have to say that was with limited partnership. With renewed partnerships or with accelerated partnerships, we expect to do at least 1,000 in 1 year. More than 5 million people have used our websites or have visited our websites over the period. This number kind of doubles every few years, so we expect that this is going to grow. And we've had, the number is not there, but more than 100,000 different people have interacted with the items, as June has seen, about homework, assignments, from these websites. And it's verifiable data that we have and that grows every day. I would be remiss if I did not say specifically, when we say that we are looking for partnerships, or we say that this program demands partnerships, I would be remiss not to say what that partnership would look like. One is that for all our partners, we provide specific web pages where they can use it as a communication tool or a PR, public relations tool, or even a marketing tool. On every website, we have dedicated pages for banking, dedicated pages for publishers, school uniform providers, etc., etc. And this is both national, regional, and local. Number two is for any organization that looks at impacting the Gen Z generation, Generation Z, sorry. We are working with young people straight out of college, straight out of campus. Some of them are straight out of high school, but maybe didn't get somewhere to go to. We give them digital tools, digital skills, entrepreneurial skills, and they stay with us for 2 to 6 months, going around the schools. And if an organization is passionate about youth, they can partner on that angle as well, and they can fund or they can provide the tools that these young people need to go to visit the schools and do the maintaining of the websites, update.
Very much, Davis. We have just one question from our online audience. And he asks, this is, does Elimu offer additional, let me just put this. Apart from school websites, what does Elimu offer additional to this? Schools have several issues that need technology, e.g. LMS, attendance systems and all. So maybe you could just outline what else you offer apart from websites.
Beautiful question, comes right into what I was talking about, partnerships. We will not offer, and as long as I'm CEO of this company, we will not try to offer all the solutions ourselves. If there is a solution for LMS that can integrate to the school website, we are happy to partner. We are happy to come up with a model. How does it make sense for the partner? How does it make sense for us? How does it make sense for the school? If there's a partner who's, one of the things that we have always had an issue is these timetabling systems. They're very popular at certain times of the year. We are always happy to partner with that. So apart from the products that we make that go along with the school website, we are very, very open to partnerships, not just across Kenya, continent-wide, so that we don't have to be the know-all and the be-all of this program. A TSO program is a program for all of us, and it's an open door. We are happy to have those partnerships here.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Davis, CEO Elimu. At this point, we're going to get creative with time because I know we are running a bit behind time. So I will allow us 15 minutes to just grab a coffee, and I want to request that we all come and take our coffee inside this room. So grab your coffee and come back so that we can proceed with the next session. It is precisely 11:43, and I want us to kick off with the next session at 12 on the dot. So 12 we are seated, so 17 minutes, go out, bathroom break, coffee, and then we come back. All right? Asanteni sana.
It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year information communication technology digital master plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi, with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement.
ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet has worked. Everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year Information Communication Technology Digital Master Plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognizes digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act number 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement.
ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
The internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and
discussing innovation and entrepreneurship. There's like 3 people who sound exactly like me. There's only one me. So innovation and entrepreneurship, best practices for Kenya and Africa's digital transformation. We have a very able panel that will be discussing this. I want to invite Joel Karubio, our country representative, export advisor at Estonia Business and Innovation Agency. Karibu sana. Let's welcome him with our clap. We have Njehi Mbugwa. Karibu sir. The venture builder and solution architect. Welcome. We have Ken G here. Karibu on stage. Ken is a regional marketing and advertising expert. And then we're looking forward to having Angela Murigi from KCB. I don't know whether she's in the house yet. Okay, we'll proceed as is. So welcome team. Your moderator is Moses Kemibaro. Karibu sana. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Is it morning or afternoon? Afternoon. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this interesting panel. So our topic is going to be focused on innovation and entrepreneurship, best practices for Kenya's and Africa's digital transformation. My name is Moses Kemibaro. I'm the founder and CEO of .Savvy, a digital marketing agency. I'm also a blogger, content creator, podcaster, technology analyst, and all of the above. So in this session, we're going to explore how innovation and entrepreneurship are driving digital transformation across various sectors in Kenya and Africa. We'll discuss how we can leverage these trends to bridge the digital divide and unlock new opportunities. And maybe as to get us started, I'll just have a seat now. We can maybe start off with you, Joel. If you can share with us some examples of successful government process automation initiatives in Kenya and the region that has significantly improved service delivery.
Okay, thank you very much, Moses. Maybe just for introduction purposes, for those of you, my name is Joel Karubio. I work for the government of Estonia as their export advisor and their country representative. My comments today will be Estonian in nature, so please, if anyone asks me after this meeting why I said that, I'm Estonian for this particular panel. So I will be giving case examples from Kenya and Estonia. So I think just to look at what government has done so far. One, we had in the morning about documentation at the cabinet. I think that for me is a great starting point in terms of where we are. From what our CS said around bulk documents and the rest, I was going to ask a question, but we were not given the opportunity. But what it means is there's more efficiency. And maybe what she didn't mention, because I know part of the process that went through, is actually how documents are moving within government today. It's no longer about, as she said, a driver taking a bulk document to whoever. It's about pinging the next person. And that has become something more efficient, because if you all remember the way government works, is a letter is written, then on the side the CS writes delegated to Moses, Moses writes on the corner approved, sent to Bugwa, Joel. By the time that document comes back, the letter is defaced because of the number of comments that are on there. Now what government has done is comments are now uploaded on a continuous thread. So that document is never touched. You give your comments, you sign it, you give your comments, you sign it. What has that done for government? They can actually track who's holding back a process, right? So if it's delegated to him and he's gone, he's left his jacket and gone to town, after 2 days you're asked, why didn't you sign this document? So that for me is already a process that we are seeing happening. It might not be visible, and I'll comment later as to some aspects around how government communicates some things. It may not be visible to us, the citizens, but for those of us who deal with government, we're actually seeing some efficiencies in that aspect. When we look at e-citizen to a certain extent, we fight around e-citizen and saying it may not be effective. Some of us call it a marketplace. Some of us are saying maybe is it efficient or not. Today, I may not really need to go to a government office for some services. Unfortunately, the final step, which is the last mile in terms of government services, we still need to go to an office. And why are we going to that office? Either to sign a document or to collect the document. Now, those are efficiencies that we already have. We are moving forward. We just need to get that last mile done. And that last mile is looking at what more can be done, because one of the things that our government has been talking about for a while, which will be controversial in this conversation, in this panel, is how they identify you, which is your digital ID. In Estonia, the backbone of the country is a digital ID. Everything is anchored on one digital ID. And I know some people in this room are saying, my citizenship is going to expire in 10 years. What I find the government struggling with is communication. It's not about an ID expiring. It's about upgrading a technology. If I'm given an ID in Estonia, 10 years later, I have to go and give a new photo. Because when I gave that ID, I didn't have a beard. Now I have a beard. Maybe I did something and my fingerprint was messed. I need to go and give. That's what I think the government is not talking about. It's not about you as a citizen expiring. It's technology that needs to be upgraded. We all have bank cards. We all pick them. After 3-4 years, we go and renew our bank card. So what is this fight about a digital ID? And maybe this room can tell us why they are so anti this digital ID. But I know the answer, and the answer I'll tell you later. So I'll start with those two for now.
Well, thank you so much. And I think it's very interesting, Joe, what you said, because I see this so often, even in the work where I've been, working with people in government and talking about digital transformation. And it's quite interesting that a lot of the stories and, things that they've accomplished are not in the public domain for whatever reason. But more importantly, it's more advanced than we imagine and more useful or important than we could possibly appreciate. Coming back to you, Njihia, but when I saw that we had both two Njihias on my panel, the next question that came to my mind is, are you guys Relas?
We should explore that.
Hello. Let me tell you a very interesting story. And it goes back to everyone, or the previous panel mentioning that people should get their own websites. My full names are Kenneth Mbogwa Njihia.
No way.
Yeah. The .com belongs to me, mbogwanjihia.com.
So this guy who I've known for, let's call it 12 years on Twitter, always pops up as Mbogwanje here. And we've met unofficially maybe 10 years ago, and then I had an event on Saturday, and somebody asked me, who hadn't seen me for over 10 years, they were like, are you Mbogwanje here, the techie? And I was like, no, but this guy just always pops up in my world. So then I saw the same panelist list that you saw. So I don't know whether we're from the same village, but
we will explore that.
You have my website, which I need to steal from you.
We need to lock it.
Who has the good keys? So I'll just tell guys you're trying to scam and be me.
In fact, it actually begs the question, then the digital identities are so important in the signatures, because as you can see, we have people identical names on this panel, and it's a very risk, especially this personal identifiable information, where somebody could impersonate the other, potentially.
Just check on Google. Are they, maybe it's your wife they were looking for. They say, Mbogwanje here, wife. So maybe that's your call now.
So, Ugo, coming back to the Mbogwanje here, this one here, the brand, the brand. Can you tell us what solution architects are doing in this space? I mean, you're somebody who's doing a lot of cutting edge stuff. You've seen things go ground as they are. What are you seeing and what are you doing around digital transformation in this context as an entrepreneur and a solution architect?
Great. I think a good starting point would be to understand that term, solution architect, has actually evolved and is more cross-functional. So you touch on both the technical and the business elements. So on the technical side, especially looking at enterprise, because you're also talking about lots of digital transformation, the role of a solution architect is to make sure that the interests of the business actually align to some of the technology choices and decisions that are being made, right? And whether those are short-term, middle-term, long-term. Then on the business side is to actually then focus and say, can you also wear the hat of the consumer, the person who's going to be interacting with that solution, and say, I'm gonna look at whatever we're trying to do internally from that lens and make it make sense. You're struggling.
Like the design thinking, really.
The design thinking. So yes. I call it marrying technology to the marketplace. So that's what we kind of like end up doing. And what I've also seen in terms of some of the more interesting sort of applications, it's not applications, more of the risks in terms of enterprise, is that role had been on the back burner for a long time, until when now people start saying, we need to drive digital transformation. I was wishing Angela was on the panel here. She could share some insights about how they've seen it happen in banking and some of the ways, whether it's the CTO, because remember, I've talked about it as a role, whether it now sits with the CTO, whether it sits with the CIO, or whether it's a newly created space with these different organizations. It's becoming a really important one to just help organizations figure their way out. Because one, every day there's new technology. There's the nice, bright, and shiny. And you're also dealing with enterprise legacy systems. Hence my reference to Angela and the banking sector. In the banking sector, legacy systems, you're told you still run on stuff that even like COBOL. How does that interface with all this new stuff when you're talking about M this, M that, AI this, AI that? Solution architecture is literally that, looking at the opportunity, the problem, and also the market in one glance, and figuring out how that all comes together.
You remind me of this phrase that we used to use a lot when I was, I think, running the Pivot competition about a decade ago. And he said, don't create a solution looking for a problem. Always have a problem and then create a solution around it. And that is so fundamentally important to what you're saying with the approach that you use when you work with the market and you're building for them. I'd like to come back to you, Kenneth Njihia. I am very, very obsessed with all things AI. And more importantly, I think even last night we saw Made by Google, the event where they showed their new phones. But more importantly, I don't know if anyone realized this, but they were talking about Gemini essentially being on every Android device. For me, that was profound because it told me that potentially Google could become the #1 generative AI company by virtue of the fact every Android phone will have their AI available to them. But more importantly, let's look at the local story. It's a lot of hype, a lot of conversations. And I think when I talk to my own clients and people in this space, they're always asking me, Moses, how do I use this? How do I move forward? How do we add value to our business processes? How do we incorporate it in marketing or supply chain? And maybe you can give us your perspective around how you see businesses in Kenya and the rest of Africa adopting and utilizing technology like generative AI to really make them more competitive, more productive, and so forth.
So my background is in advertising agency, running an agency. I worked for Dentsu for many years. And this is really a question that we asked ourselves internally to be able to better deliver for our clients. The pressure is always increasing for greater ideas, greater concepts, quicker turnaround times. And I'll give you an example from the advertising at a large scale and then from a personal level. But if you take early in the year, you started seeing billboards with essentially AI-generated images, right? Where a client is saying, why would I want to spend 1 million shillings on a photo shoot for 3 people? Can we generate this to where it looks semi-realistic? And then, all of a sudden there are people who are very keen eye in the advertising space where you see 6 fingers. But a lot of people don't really recognize that. But from an agency standpoint, I don't know how many of you know what Shutterstock is, but it's essentially an image bank for visuals, and you'll find that it's Labor Day. 3 banks have used the same image because it's the only one with an illustration of a Kenyan on a mountain with a Kenyan flag, and they end up in print, right? So you get a call and you say, did you guys copy this idea from this other person, right? And no, you say, sorry, client, you didn't want to do a photo shoot, that's too expensive for you. So we all downloaded the same image. So the current space where AI is from a visual perspective, which is very beneficial to agencies and clients, is you're able to generate unique things. However, they're not, from version 1 to version 5, the improvement is radical. You can almost not identify an AI-generated image right now, and it's much cheaper. So from our standpoint where we were sitting, waiting to get rejected for a photo shoot that needs, let's call it 3 days planning, a PO to come out, then you pre-production, production, we can now pretty much turn it around quite quickly. And that's beneficial to everyone, especially when you're not doing major things like a TV commercial or something of that sort. So AI is going to continue to improve on that front, where it's providing solutions for not just corporates, but individuals to be able to create content quickly, and it's the quality is quite high. From a personal perspective, I did a small project in Watamu. I didn't really know much about the audience. Putting content into a website, I heard somebody talking about 1,200 websites. I was like, my goodness, that would drive me up the wall. But for my own personal website, I went and I said, please give me a write-up on some villas in Watamu that would be attractive to Europeans. 10 seconds later, I had a full write-up. Then I typed in 10 things to do, top things to do in Watamu. 10 seconds later, I had a full write-up on that. Give me my first blog post on the wildlife and things to do in Watamu. I can pretty much do a blog every week that is almost 100% factual. You have to do some fact checking, but for the normal person, you can get away with it. And so I can quickly understand how to churn out a lot of content for a lot of websites. So for people that are small business, even big business, AI is really just phenomenal right now. The innovations are getting better. The competition is heating up, so the solutions have to be more factual. Even if you talk about Twitter right now, it actually fact checks the data that you put out. It's no longer just fake news that flies without community notes. So there's multiple levels of where AI is very beneficial, from a large scale to a small scale. Customer service solutions where somebody asks a question on WhatsApp and an AI bot is in the background giving the answer. Takes away resources. A lot of people, when this AI rush came in, were like, advertising agencies are finished, but there's still very unique and local insights that need to be produced to produce the work that actually catches the eye of Kenyans. So advertising agencies, I believe, still has some time, but the solutions that are coming out are really helpful on many levels. So I think that would be my take.
Great, thanks for sharing that. And maybe just to add, I think, because like yourself, I'm a practitioner in digital marketing, I think one of probably the most underappreciated aspects, of course, of digital marketing is how much data and insight you get out of it. And just for the room, I think, again, looking at small businesses and people who could never afford a business analyst, The other day I took a report generated, I think, out of Google Analytics for a whole year, put it into ChatGPT, told it, tell me what's going on with this data. The insights it was able to explain in a language that is for an executive summary, for a C-level executive to make a business decision was absolutely outstanding. Meaning that, as somebody was saying when I was doing that session, does that mean business analyst jobs are gone? And I said, no. What's going to happen is the business analyst who's using AI is the one who's going to take your job. Yeah, so they say that the AI isn't going to take your job. The person using it is the one who's going to take your job because they're able to amplify the inherent skill sets and capabilities in a way that they could not before. So a person who's maybe a B-level performer becomes an A+ performer because of AI. You know, so that's the kind of opportunities that exist. I want to come back to you, Joel, and let's talk about cybersecurity. All right, that's a huge topic today. I think everyone in the world today is very well aware of the issues of cybersecurity. I think including Donald Trump and Elon Musk, was it last night or the day before, where apparently their conversation was hacked for 45 minutes. But what are we saying? Cybersecurity is very much with us at an individual level. Cyber threats are increasing all over the world. In fact, the big issue is that AI is enabling essentially cybersecurity experts as well as those who are bad actors competing and fighting each other using AIs. But Joel, what can you tell us about the cybersecurity situation and what it means within the Kenyan and African context?
Thank you, Moses. I'll give reference to where cybersecurity has come from an Estonian perspective, and bring it to Kenya. Estonia was the first country that was hacked as a country in 2007 by our neighbors. So for those of you who know where Estonia is, we have a very lovely neighbor. He's currently invading another country as we speak, so we don't speak loudly about what he's doing. But Russia hacked Estonia in 2007. The government services all went down for maximum 10 seconds because Estonia had built resiliences knowing who their neighbor was. Now, what does that mean for cybersecurity? It means first you have to understand the evolving threat landscape that you're always dealing with. As you mentioned, AI also brings new stuff. But what we are saying from a cybersecurity perspective is, do you understand your business enough to know where people would be looking for you? Or do you just go and always just check, okay, there's a cybersecurity threat that happened here or there. Are you bringing it home into your own, even household? Now, a Estonian example of why cybersecurity has not, cyber attacks has not been as significant, or there are attacks all the time, we don't refuse, but why they've not had a successful threat into Estonia is because of one thing. We have what we call a one only principle. That one ID is everything, and the country protects that ID. You cannot get anywhere into Estonia unless you get through that ID.
So the ID is the single source of truth.
That is the single source of truth. And I know we have issues around collection of data. And in countries like Estonia, yes, we also collect data from different signature points. So I can collect your data from the hospital. I can collect your data when you're doing your driving license. But after that data is collected once in that platform, you should never give it out again. Because Estonia now has then put a distributed ledger that if it was collected when you are getting your health, when you are doing your NTSA, whatever it is, if someone else wants your information, they can call from the NTSA database, right? When they call from the NTSA database and saying, okay, let's, for example, I've gone to Aga Khan and I've asked for Joel's data because we are all interlinked by that one ID. If it calls the NTSA database asking for give us Joel's ID and his photo, I will get a message for me to accept for that information to be shared. Okay? So the thing that is critical in terms of data, and that's why cybersecurity is key for us, is because the owner of the data is who? The individual, not the government. And this is something we sort of struggle here. We think the government owns our data, and they've told us they own our data. Yes, they continuously harm it to us. In Estonia, the data subject is the owner. I can refuse for the police to access my data. Because in the system, I will ask, why is the police asking for my data? And the police have to give a reason as to why they need your photo or your health record or whatever it is. So when you look at cybersecurity from that aspect, because for us in Kenya and Africa, the problem is we have so many entry points to finding me, including me coming to this hotel today. Luckily, I was not asked to sign any book.
What happens to those books, those dirty books that they make you sign in all the time?
Wait for 2027. You'll have your answer.
You'll have your answer soon. But the thing is, we have so many collection data points in Kenya, and that is a challenge. That's the entry point. Because if I went and got that book that you're talking about, I have 300 numbers. If I want to hack all of you today, I will do it. Right? How many of you signed into Hyatt Wi-Fi?
Are you sure it's the one?
This table is very quiet. You don't do that. Exactly. Did you ask a question? And I'm not saying Hyatt Wi-Fi has any problem, but that's another entry point. Right? So when we're looking at these things, it's about asking that question. And that's why the cyber threats come from. Because we're very, let me use the word, loose to give our data. Right? Especially when it's free. When there's something free. Right?
The product.
The product is free for sure. Register and you win. First, and we are the quickest to do it. So for me, the way I look at the Kenyan landscape in terms of cyber is we are giving our data too loosely. And that is the problem we are facing. And if we can just query more, just ask harder questions. Why are you taking my data? Where are you taking my data? I was very happy today, and I don't know where Hilda is, when she told me, I have to put this yellow mark on you for you to consent for pictures to be taken. That is a step in the right direction. Right? Because now, I had to consent to that conversation. I had to consent that my picture will be taken. My photos are very expensive, by the way, but I had to consent for this to be done. So I think from a cybersecurity, it is at a personal level that we now need to start taking charge. That would be my comment on cyber.
So it almost feels to me that one of the caveats is just basic digital literacy. People knowing, or rather not knowing what they should know, and as a result of that, they're vulnerable. And that basically is creating the biggest problems. Great. Gia, I'd like to come back to you. And I think I'd like to understand from your perspective, digital transformation trends going forward. What are you seeing? What are the possibilities? What are the opportunities? I know initially I asked the question around health, but are there any specific trends that you're seeing going forward that are relevant for our audience here in Kenya and the African region?
Great question. I think he's touched on some of them, especially in the health sector. And looking at digital, at ledgers, using the blockchain for health information. How many of you remember exactly what the doctor said to you the last time you're in hospital? Probably not. You're feeling bad. They've given you a receipt. You go put it somewhere at home. And if you even look at that receipt, you can't really tell what it was for. Like, that history is kind of like lost on a lot of us. So I think healthcare is one of those places where I'm seeing a lot of these technologies getting manifest in a way that you can appreciate. I know it's great to generate. He says his photos are very expensive, but we could clone him and generate maybe a better looking version of him. And we've got a good friend of ours who's done that on LinkedIn, and he's got his digital clone talking to us now. That's nice, right? It's nice. But what's better is that if we could actually then bring these technologies home and say, could I have access to my medical data portable? I talked about going to Aga Khan, I've gone to NP Sharp, gone to this other place, and have all that in one place. And then you come in and infuse AI in a way that is analyzing that information and says, okay, I decide let's sync our data. And because we come from the same region, maybe it's Moranga, maybe it's Molo, we're predisposed to certain things, but I would not know that. But because you have now this AI in the back constantly looking at this data and says, okay, this guy went for a prostate exam, these were the findings. Connect the dots and really surface that information that if in the next 5 years I was prone to getting something that would be debilitating, I catch it early and I can start that intervention much earlier on. That's talking about blockchain technologies in a way that's relatable. Now, going to AI, again, still very much a buzzword, but one of the things I'm very excited about, and I know some of the universities are doing this quite heavily, is how do we fast track our own research initiatives to develop our own, like medicines that work for us. We're getting to the era of personalized medicine. If I say finish this for me, 4, 2, 2, are we all Gen Zs in the room? Malaria, what was the formula for malaria medicine? 4, 2, 2, 2. Like it's a constant. If you're Lewella, if you're Moses, it is 4, 2, 2, 2. But where we are going, it is based on your maybe BMI, based on your diet, based on this, based on that, based on your health, how healthy you are, how active you are, maybe to deal with a certain predicament for you. Your personalized regimen should be X. So moving to the era of personalized medicine, which is very exciting, because then we say, how can we then make sure that we're not, that if you're at risk of something like cancer that is very broad and general, how do we drive an intervention that works for you? And to top that off is in agriculture, because I also believe food is medicine. And food being medicine, I think, who knows of a local strain of food, a seed, someone throw a name. Local food strain that you could relate to. I'll give you one, maize. We've got katumani. Katumani engineered to grow well in arid areas of former Eastern Kenya, right? Now with AI, you can actually fast track that across a lot more food categories to ensure that we can actually have proper nutrition. So health as a direct function of nutrition is one of the areas I'm also pretty excited about and seeing action towards, but very critically to also avoid us falling into what I call food colonization. Because if you know that the conversation around food security and the reason why we need to continue to using these technologies to actually unearth stuff that will protect us more longer term. So those are the ones that are pretty exciting and a bit more cutting edge apart from generating Christmas cards via AI.
Yeah, great. Kenneth, coming back to you. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something because, as Jaya said, you have to learn also from where our global leaders as well in some of these things. Estonia AI policy was done in 2000. That's when they started talking about AI. And now it's a hot potato for us here. I'll give 2 examples of AI and how it has changed. One is in health. Today, in Estonia, globally, you can detect cancer to about 96.4%. AI has moved it to 99.2%. So, as you're saying, predictive, knowing what's happening, AI is giving you that. Education sector. In AI, Davis talked about, I think someone had picked the aspect of homework. In Estonia, AI is used in the homework field. So the child's homework is determined by how you did in class during the day. So not everyone is told, go and do 4+4. There are some who do 4+5 because they moved from 4+4. So because everything is digital, by the time you get home, what is deployed to you is based on your skill of that time. So you're not dealing with everyone being given the same thing at the same time. And I'll give an example. For those of you who are parents who are dealing with CBC, I know there are some in this room. One of the subjects in CBC is swimming. Do you know that? How many of you? Don't linger me at this point. One of the subjects is swimming. And this is not an AI example. This is a generalistic example. CBC, swimming. At the end of every term, there is an exam on swimming. Mairela, there in Kirinyaga, the only thing they have is a river. My child in Nairobi goes for swimming classes. How are we going to judge the two? But we're deploying a curriculum. Is this curriculum actually speaking to all of us? And that's where the digital divide is coming in. We're talking about digital literacy. We have laptops, we have iPads in Nairobi, but that child that side is not even enabled with electricity. Are we talking the same language? So I think those are some of the conversations I just wanted to bring, because really, that's what partnerships should be talking about, just to add.
Wow. Thanks for that insight. That was amazing. In fact, talking about the cancer detection, I think there's actually here in Nairobi, they're already using AI-enabled medical imaging. And I remember talking to an IT manager at one of these hospitals, and he was telling me there's so many instances where guys are going in with a broken leg, guys are going in with something entirely different. And during their diagnosis or looking at the image, the software is picking up and saying, okay, we can see the break is of this type, blah, 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 but we're seeing some abnormal cells here. And it looks like this person has an early instance or precursors of a cancer here in Nairobi. So this stuff is real. It's actually happening even right here in Nairobi. Coming back to you, Kenneth, I'd like to understand from your point of view, the technology industry in Kenya, in Africa, we see a lot of negative behavior, things like gambling and so forth, which of course are affecting the youth. But we also see a lot of opportunities around areas like financial inclusion and empowerment through even the ability for freelancers to work online. What are some of the opportunities that you see where the technology industry can make a positive impact around how technology and platforms are used to empower our people?
So I think I'll give two examples, and I'll start with a project that I was exposed to about 2 years ago, where M-Pesa is such a big part of our lives. And what ended up happening is parents would send their kids to school. The kids want some money to buy snacks or whatever it might be. And Safaricom ended up with this really big problem where the mother would register 2 SIM cards, right? And the kids would be in school. The mother would essentially be sending money to herself, right? Because she's registered on that SIM card. And then the child would be able to access the money. But what they realized is these kids need data, they need airtime, they really actually need an identity, right? And when I say kids, let's even give them a bit more maturity and call them a 15-year-old. So what they realized over the many years of existence of M-Pesa is that they need a solution to be able to give these kids an identity. And now it currently sits, I don't know if it was launched, I think it was, but the identity now sits under a primary account holder who is the mother. My daughter is called Wangoi, so Ken is the dad. He registers Wangoi under his account. Wangoi has a phone. He's able to give her petty cash, and she's able to pretty much function as herself, but without the risk of my identity being cloned. Yes, it was by me, but the user is somewhere else in another town doing some other activities. And if that phone gets lost or something happens, it's very hard to hold a child liable for such something malicious that might happen. So these kind of innovations that are sometimes brought in from ourselves locally and or borrowed from other countries, I think that's the way to go, where we're just open with understanding the nuances in our market. M-Pesa is everywhere, and we need to be able to innovate to live on that ecosystem. Luckily, I've had a lot of exposure to Scandinavia, and one of the things that they have in relation to gambling, which I think Kenya has to really speed up its security, is one, the unhealthy habits of gambling, where the youth, people with no hope, are really turning to this to make it rich. It's being advertised to them massively. The biggest taxpayers obviously are beneficial to the government, but in relation to the Estonian model, where their one ID is everything, in for example, Sweden, your ID is linked to your gambling patterns, and they can see your salary, so they can actually cap in the system how much you are allowed to gamble per month, right? So it's not salary has entered, yote imeenda, right? And the school fee is not paid. But in Sweden, the system actually says for all the machines, casinos, the mobile gaming, everything is linked to your ID, linked to your bank account, linked to your credit. So you're allowed to gamble, no one is stopping you, but the government is actually able to implement a system where they say you have a cutoff, right? So I think we are behind, but we need to catch up, especially in that sector. I hope somebody somewhere in a company is trying to solve for this, because I don't believe that the gambling companies that are benefiting will be able to be the ones also selling these solutions into the market, into the people. But that's definitely an area of one opportunity and concern that needs to be tackled.
Wow, that's amazing. I think the Swedish and I think people from the Scandinavian region are very socialist in how they look at things. They look at the well-being of the person. In fact, I think that the happiest people are, is it Denmark? In the world, every year they're voted as the happiest people, and the state takes good care of them. So at this point in time, I know we have very few minutes left, but I think if we can take one or two questions from the audience, we'll be more than happy to entertain our panelists with any questions you might have. Is there anybody who would like to ask this panel any questions? I love the way Joel, for instance, is talking as if he's Estonian, but it's wonderful. You are Estonian. You have a villa there somewhere.
I have an ID.
Okay, so unless, sorry? Oh, there is a question.
So this question goes out to our resident Estonian. How do you think GOK needs to do, or what do you think they need to do in order to gain the confidence of Kenyans? Whilst e-citizen has eased a lot of moving around, the costings plus opacity, revolving around the system, creates a clouded feel. So it's a question without a question mark, more of a comment, but maybe just tell us about what do you think the government needs to do to build the confidence of Kenyans?
There are two things that if I was sitting on the house on the hill, I would do. One is create trust. We do not trust our government, unfortunately. That's where we are today. We don't trust what they're doing. They're doing good things, but we don't trust them. And the reason why we don't trust them is my second point. The government is more concerned about talking about features than talking about benefits. I'll give an example of the digital Maisha card. We've all been told about a chip. What are the benefits of having this card? Let us unpack those benefits. Then maybe we'll be willing to adopt. But it's all about, this thing, it has a chip, it's international standard, and I hope the recording will be stopped at this time. It's international standard, and I don't know but what are the benefits of having this card? And there are very many benefits of having that card. And I'm not by any chance promoting our government, but there are benefits to it. We've talked about cybersecurity, we've talked about portability of information, as Jerry has said here, right? So, but we're not giving those pointers out. We are saying, take this card or perish. I think that's the issue. But coming back to the aspect of trust, trust is built over time. And immediately you break trust, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a friendship, building that trust is the biggest thing that we're facing as a country. I don't trust that my money is being used well. I don't trust that my taxes are being used well. I don't trust that the loans we're getting are being used well. If those things actually started happening and we could see them, then we are willing to adopt all these things that they're asking from us. So I think those would be my initial answers to that.
Thank you very much, Joel. Do we have another question? There's two questions.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the insights. My question is towards zero trust and zero knowledge. Means you don't have to expose your information. You can just probably give a card with no information there, scans it, and then you are admitted into let's say this forum without actually giving your information out. You have registered on only one place, right? That's probably the central place where you have your personal information and you don't have to expose it anywhere else, right? Are we going towards that?
Okay, so we'll take the second question and then they can answer both.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the insights. On the topic of entrepreneurship innovation, a big element of that has been in hubs, where you see a lot of young people being housed in an incubator or one thing or the other. The challenge, we have a lot of activity that's followed by a lot of money, but we have very little in terms of M-Pesa. We have very little in terms of actual solutions to market problems. How would you speak into that space to help us? Because one of the challenges is increasingly now investors are very cautious about all these valuations, and it seems like there was something I was reading not too long ago. For every failed enterprise, those founders have started another 3, 4, and it seems it's a loop. So for them, it almost looks like they're doing funding rounds to make money, not necessarily to offer solutions. And then that completely kills the innovation and the entrepreneurship, because you need the balance between the two. How would you speak, based on your experiences, into that space? Moses, maybe I could start with the last question. We often deal with multiple issues. So the first one is one of culture. One, in Africa, or at least in this part of the world, in Nigeria it's different. In Kenya, we don't celebrate failures. Because you came and started something and you failed, you're a failure, I told you so, right? So we don't have that culture, but out there in Silicon Valley and in Europe, you having tried something and you've grown it to a specific point shows that you've got pedigree. I know you failed on that one. It may be a function of market dynamics. Market was not ready. COVID happened, etc. But I've seen that you've got the chops to be able to run a business. I'm willing to bet on the jockey and put him on a different horse. Then, of course, there's the storytelling that we have. One is that I'll assume ulikula pesa. I have no idea about the dynamics you're dealing with, about your team dynamics, about how much technology costs to run certain things. So there's that gap that needs to be covered. Now to the solutions is, speaking, you mentioned M-Pesa. M-Pesa, we all know it got a through pass. We need more through passes, right? Where you're talking about, and here's where I'm passionate about, there being citizen organizations that build out local solutions at work and probably need a partnership with someone in enterprise. You've got someone in the banking sector who can't move as fast, but you've got a fintech that wants to innovate. Can they be under a corporate incubator that has got the governance structure, that has got all the stuff around legal, that has the capital to probably go to the market and say, we're actually funding this from profit. We're not using customer funds, we're not using investor funds that are looking for a 10x return. Instead of investing in CSR, how about you invest in something that has got the possibility of growing into the next big thing and offering employment and probably being exported? The gentleman earlier had also talked about zero trust, and we've had the PKI conversation for many years. And I remember when ICTA was running with the PKI conversation, we were looking at adopting a solution from, I think it was from Korea. I think Samsung was going to run with it. And I asked myself the question, are we not able to do something that is tempered for us, this digital ID? Ni nini nimetushinda? That you have to go and get something international grade, as opposed to bring all the brilliant minds that can sit under any one organization, whether it's ICTA, etc., build out a local solution that we know is addressing a local problem, so that once we scratch our own itch, can we then go to Uganda and say, knock, knock? Because if you go to Uganda straight, they'll ask you, where has this been done before? Bringing that pedigree. So the area of enterprise coming in, and for us to see, my bet is on more corporate accelerators and incubators that allow us to plug into, to essentially cover the gaps that we've seen traditionally, whether factual or by assumption, that have plagued the traditional way of us doing startups, raising funds, and then probably failing to scale those out in one way or another.
I know there's an earlier question. Do you want to take that?
No, I'll add on to his question and then also his. In Estonia, startup is a startup for 10 years. Not our 3-year
2-year turnaround, 10x conversation. Secondly, supported by the government. So the incubators are supported for the long term. Estonia is a startup country. They always call themselves a startup country. And they've embraced a culture of experimenting. So a lot of guys have failed, a lot. But the few that have come out, you have the 10, 11 unicorns, the Bolts of this world. You all know that Bolt is Estonian, despite its other issues. You drivers are now refusing. That is not our issue. As we give the platform, please, musinisalimie baadaye. Platform is Estonian built. Drivers are Kenyan. Now, so when you look at that, incubation is a long-term game. And I'll explain why Estonia has been successful. Because the government refused to be the provider of solutions. Private sector provides the solutions. Government provides the problem. People are struggling to move from Mudidi Road to town. Tell us how they'll get to town. If you give us a solution, we shall buy. So government buys solutions from private sector. Government doesn't build, as opposed to our side this way, right? So creating that enabling environment, private-public partnership is what has driven Estonia for the longest time. Government says we don't have money, but if you have a solution that can serve the citizen, because the citizen is one complaining, we shall be able to buy. So I would want to add to that if we could do more of that and create those more enabling environments, then I think we would be in the right place. When it comes to zero knowledge, which is, if I understand what you're saying, it's just a card that is there with a number, then we have that already. That's our current ID. And it's only used to identify us when we walk into somewhere. If I know all of us in this room have given a wrong number of their ID. True or not true? You either change the first number or the last number, isn't it? Especially when you're told, can you sign in somewhere? If you want us to continue that way, then it's fine. But if we're going to move to what we are saying, which is a digital economy, then we must also advance in terms of the kind of equipment we have, which is a chip-based card. In Estonia, and what you have said about Sweden, we just did not reach the point of gambling. But in Estonia, everything of yours on that one ID, including how you register from school. So you're given that ID on the day of your birth. The number is issued on that day. You know that registration birth certificate, that's the same number. It is used in terms of registering your bank account. It is used in terms of registering your passport. Everything is linked to that one thing. Why is it a benefit? And I talked about features versus benefits. Benefit, if today you lose your job in Estonia, the government knows. Immediately at that end of the month, you're moved into the unemployment fund. And you start getting a stipend until you get another job. Today, if I lost my job, who would know? Except though I have conducted. So how do I even go and register that I'm looking for a job? Right? So I think for me that ID, we need to have a deeper conversation about what that ID can do. AI, when the ID is linked to your bank account, as you've said in Sweden, at the end of, like for example, if I bought tires today, I want to replace those tires in 3 years. On my third year, I'll start seeing promotional conversations from my bank. We know you're about to buy new tires. Kingsway have an offer. X has an offer. What do we do with our banks today? I wish Angela was here, should have told us, right? Me, I get a text from QuickMart every Friday at, I think, midday. And the first thing they tell me, Unga has gone down by 2 bob. There's an offer. What more can we do? AI now helps us do some of those things. So I think for us, when I talk about knowledge, it's all about the data and the data you're giving. But then, as we say, we must trust where the data is first. And then we can use it for whatever else we want to use it for.
Maybe a quick one on the trust issue. We're still dealing with a lot of silos. Insurance guys want to keep their own database. The bankers are doing the same. The supermarkets are doing the same. It's because we don't feel, and we've experienced this, and I've raised it even with the CEO here on various occasions, where you use something that should be considered a national identifier, but then you end up getting mired in a legal issue because that very identifier cannot be trusted. Like, hey, this guy signed on to this service with his national ID. I pinged, say, the National Registry to confirm are these details correct. He comes and does something nefarious on this side, and when I say it is him, and it was data that I received from this channel, as a service provider, you're still crucified. It will mean that I'll then go at extra cost to make sure that I have Moses in front of me, I take a photo of him, and when I scan whatever I'm scanning from him, I want to guard that with my life and say, this is my data. Because I collected it, person present, and therefore I guard it with that's business intelligence for me. So until we get to the point that we can go back to that trust conversation, that, hey, is this guy or is this lady who they say they are? I mean, whether it's blockchain, whether it's whatnot, we still have all our data in silos. And most of us, if you're married, there's probably a database you own somewhere that still says you're single with no children. It's crazy.
In fact, your surname is unchanged.
Yeah, so I mean, it's unchanged, and you're wondering, okay, doesn't the government, someone should know me. You tie the knot, it's in a registry somewhere. If I've not told the bank or the bank hasn't seen me coming for school fees, they'll assume I'm still childless and single. So what are we doing if you're really to add value? We need to address that issue of trust, and it may not be a question that we can answer here today.
Okay, I think Gitao is looking at me badly, but Kenneth, do you have a point of view? Maybe we can use this to wrap up.
I think, to the gentleman at the back, I really respect these people who sell ideas at concept and get funding and get dollars and then sit in incubators, and then the experiment begins. Because in the West it works because they're betting that they'll hit the next M-Pesa. But to convince a Kenyan investor to try their luck is very hard. And at this point in time, I would have hoped that there was several companies that would have made it, which would have given Kenyans or Kenyan businesses or Kenyan wealthy Kenyans the idea that instead of buying a plot, let me finance these ideas, innovations, these young men and women. But unfortunately, the news just constantly shows you the company that started with 5 employees, a year later they were at 80, and 3 years later they've shut down. So it's a very valid concern, and it's something that hopefully a few come out successful in the next few years to give us some more trust. But even my own personal money, there's a reason why all these billboards still sell plots all over the country. So, yeah.
I want to come back to the innovation question, and at a personal level, I've been an entrepreneur now for 22 years. Yeah, that's how old my company is right now. It's not a big one, we have about 10 people, but we've been able to tick along because we always had this principle of keep your costs to minimum, sell at a fairly good premium, and be a bit of a boutique. That's why we're alive till today. If you want to talk about technology startups that succeeded, what I've come to learn in Kenya is that they're very quiet. You don't even know they exist. I'll give you an example. This morning I was at Pesapal, right? There's something I'm going to be doing with them, a webinar next week. When I went to his office, Liko, who's the founder of the company, I went to their office, I think 2-3 years ago during COVID. I think there was one building in the corner. If you saw their office, where they were when they first started, it was a small little room somewhere near Upper Hill, near State House. Today I went there. They now occupy an entire campus of 3 houses. They might even own them. They have about 250 to 300 employees on site. The entire workforce is about 400 people across East Africa. Do you hear them making noise? Do you hear the guy going to conferences and speaking? Have you heard of a company called Turnkey? Turnkey provide insurance solutions across Africa and even, I think, into the Middle East. Do you hear anything about them? They also have AI solutions. Earlier this year, they had a conference and they had an AI chatbot audio that was speaking with a Kikuyu accent and giving you feedback about your policy. Have you heard about them? They're quiet. And the list goes on and on and on. The most successful technology startups in the ecosystem are not hype masters. They're quiet, they're grinding away, and they're closing big deals quietly. Many of them, by the way, you'll find are B2B businesses. They're not so much in the B2C space. But these guys are turning over millions of dollars and you don't know about that. Have you heard of smart applications? They do medical systems and stuff for information. They're all over Africa, I think 20 countries. Have you heard of them? People don't know this, but there are guys who are quietly crushing it in the technology startup ecosystem within Kenya. The thing is, they're very quiet, they're not making noise, they're not attending conferences, they're not sitting in incubators, but they're there doing amazing things. And I think maybe that's a lesson to our young and restless people, that it's not about racing around, buying new MacBooks and iPhones and looking the part. It's about actually building a business that makes a profit by solving a problem. So thank you very much to our panel. I believe Gitao has actually stood up. He's trying to tell me something. Our panelists, thank you so much. Please give them a hand. And yes, very much appreciated. Thank you, Gitao.
Moses, thank you very much. Ken, before you go, I think we wanted to take a group photo. All right. Yeah, sure. Do you? I could jump in on this one as well.
The Estonian should stand at the front. Oh, sorry. Yeah, bring more. Okay.
No balance, eh? It's a phone here. Another round of applause. I could listen to these guys all day. Thank you very much, guys. At this point, I want to promise you that the next panel will be 30 minutes long, and they're standing between us and lunch. So I want to invite FMC advocates. Please come up. Welcome them. That's Fidel Mwaki and Anne. So Karibu, they'll talk to us about IP law and data protection. So over to you guys. Karibu sana.
With some slides? Okay. I don't know how we can top the last panel. I think they did a great job. My name is Fidel Mwaki, as Gitao said, managing partner at FMC Advocates LLP. On my right is Anne Mombi. She's an associate at the firm. FMC Advocates, we are a firm based in Westlands with a Pan-African reach. We do a lot of work advising businesses on setting up, advancing, scaling, and protecting, all the intellectual property, which is essentially one of the things we'll talk about today. Our topic really is going to be focused on intellectual property and data protection. We have a booth just outside. A couple of our team members are there, so intellectual property law and data protection law, but I think it's almost impossible to have those discussions without speaking about data, and I think the last panel really started that discussion. As businesses, when we set up, data is, and it's a cliche, it's gold. When we start our businesses, we form our companies, we actually provide a lot of data to the government. Somebody here said they didn't trust the government, which is interesting, but we actually provide a lot of information to the government to enable us to set up companies. We do this online, so the digital platform is there on eCitizen. It's a very easy system to use. In exchange for all this information, including where you live, your ID, your PIN, all that information that you give the government. In exchange, what they do, they give you an entity, say a company. So assuming you're in the real estate business, you have a company formed, and what do you do after that? As lawyers, we are kind of disengaged from that process. Once you've set up the company, you ideally go and get a domain, yeah? Don't go and get a Gmail. Probably come to Kennick. I've plugged you guys. So come to Kennick, apply for a domain name. That's really the first sort of, aside from the data that you already gave when setting up the company, your domain name is really one of the first items of property that the company or the business has. It's actually valuable property. Yeah, so like for our business, FMC dot, I won't say what dot it is, but FMC dot is essentially our property. Yeah, we have a logo. That's another thing that you as a business will be doing, getting a logo for your business. Again, that is another aspect of property. Following on from that, you obviously want to, create a digital footprint for yourself on, all the social medias. There's somebody who mentioned Facebook, one of my colleagues over there, Diana, she was saying Facebook is old. Everyone now is on TikTok, everyone now is on Instagram, X. So, it's interesting how you have all these options to actually expand your digital footprint. And let's not forget our emails, our websites. So all these are areas where data is playing a role in enabling your business to grow and expand. Coming now to the topic, this data that you have, the logos, you have the domain name, you have all your property, you may have some product out there, you may have some process that you want to protect. You now start thinking about things like intellectual property. How do I protect my information? You also start thinking about things like data privacy. Why do we think about data privacy? Because remember, initially when we set up our company, what kind of information are we giving to the government? Personal. I'm giving my name, I'm giving my ID, I'm giving my personal information. So number one, we have to think about personal data, which is data of all of us, essentially individual data. And we also have to think about commercial data. So commercial data, this is now your business data, your logos, your processes, your confidential information. And all this is very important for you to understand, because as you start doing business, you're going to start connecting with other people. I hope we're on the second slide. You're going to start communicating or contracting, let's say contracting and connecting with third parties. You're going to be doing business with not just your customers, you're going to be doing business with your suppliers. You're going to be collecting information, you're going to be hiring employees. Imagine how much data you're now collecting 2 years down the line. As a law firm, I cannot even imagine, even now, I can't even start thinking how much data we collect on a day-to-day basis. I can also not imagine how much data we process, say to do an agreement, to do a transaction. Some of this data has to go to third parties, for example, other law firms or other clients or other parties who we're dealing with. Cross-border transactions with data protection, it's become a key consideration. Data is not just flowing locally, it is flowing internationally. As we said, we're all operating in digital markets. Some of our customers, I think somebody mentioned one of their customers was based in Texas. So a lot of our business is actually cross-border, dealing with related parties, dealing with business partners, consumers, and all these present questions to us. When it comes to commercial data, some of the questions we should be asking ourselves: what data do you own that you feel is valuable? For me personally, my logo is very, very valuable. It's a brand that you have built over several years, a decade of legal practice. It's a valuable brand. So that is something that I feel that is valuable. What is the risk in sharing your information and putting yourself out there? we mentioned this aspect of digital footprint, setting yourself up, sharing your content online. We are all on social media. That content is also being reshared by other parties who you may not know. So again, there's that risk of content and information being shared. And this is your commercial data. Another key aspect to consider, what is confidential and what is safe for public consumption. So you may have trade secrets that you have within your organization. Of course, those are information that you may not want to publicly share. But maybe you're handling a transaction whereby you're doing a merger, or an acquisition, and the other party needs to have access to such data. So of course, at certain points within your business, you may have to share certain confidential information. Again, what are safeguards and remedies that are there to reduce and eliminate the risks of misuse of any confidential information that you share out? And I think we'll mention a few of the safeguards that are there for commercial data. When it comes to personal data, what personal data are we sharing with our friends, our business partners? Have we got consent? Today, or most of us, I think, had to put a sticker on our cards, on our name cards, which is fantastic. I mean, I haven't seen this from any other organization. So this is kudos to Kenik for really looking out for data privacy of everyone over here. What safeguards does your business have in place for, if data is misused or lost? And finally, how do we protect ourselves against claims of misuse? Recently, if you guys have been following what the regulator, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, ODPC, has been doing, there have been a lot of cases coming out where there are cases where, data privacy issues are so widespread, so prevalent in our economy. A lot of people don't understand why or how to manage any data that they receive. Data not just of clients, data of even people within your organization. And I think these are very, very important discussions to have. I think I'll go to the third slide. So risks. As lawyers, risks is where we really, handle our bread and butter when we're dealing with client issues. Businesses, of course, have risks when it comes to data, use of data. For example, we mentioned earlier, we were talking about real estate business. Real estate businesses are probably one of the most effective businesses when it comes to digital markets. They're very proactive there. I think some of us, if we're on social media and we click on a link to a real estate developer, automatically you probably get a call or some marketing information is sent to you. However, the business itself collects a lot of data, not just from investors, from consumers. So there are those challenges that need to be considered. What happens with that data when they receive it? Where does it go? Who has access to the data? As lawyers, if we're representing a real estate company, we're obviously going to receive that data. How do we protect that data to ensure that it is not misused or mishandled? When it comes to confidential information and trade secrets, the risk, of course, is that your competitors can get some competitive advantage if they have access to your information. So again, all these are things that you need to consider when it comes to risk. Logos, trading names, we've had some recent experiences whereby clients have had, they've been checking online and they realize that somebody else is using their logo, trying to pass themselves off as the same business. We've seen a lot of that happening, especially it happens, in my view, when businesses start to scale up a bit. So say, for example, after 2 to 3 years, you'll find people are now monitoring your activity much more closely, and it becomes more imperative for you as a business to really consider these issues and how to protect and monitor such activity. Somebody mentioned cyber criminal activity, I think in the last session. So websites, servers, these are all at risks. I think I had a discussion about a year ago with one of our IT consultants. He was telling me our internet server was under constant threat of attack, constantly. Somebody is trying to constantly hack us. Yeah, so it's not as if we are just sitting and waiting for an attack. The attacks are actually constantly happening. And finally, domains. I think we had this discussion earlier. I think someone mentioned, I think it was Viona. Cyber squatters are rampant. Again, we've had these cases. Dealing with them is very difficult. You've registered a domain with .ke. You may not have registered with .com. Somebody else goes and registers with .com. You're now fighting with that person for your own domain. I think when it comes to the registrars, something you can consider is to actually do a bit of due diligence when somebody asks to register with you. Because, of course, there's a business reason for you accepting a registration if the name is available. However, some of these brands have built their reputation over a long period of time. So maybe some due diligence, just check up. Has a name been registered with another registrar? If it has, maybe consider not registering that with that same name with your business. And finally, before I hand over to Anne, there are challenges with enforcement of intellectual property in particular, rights. There's complexities. Sometimes you may have people who have registered interests ahead of you, even though perhaps you have used that property or that name for a longer period. So sometimes when you use a particular phrase or a particular name or a particular intellectual, let me say a particular trademark for some time, don't take too long before you register it. If you feel it's a valuable name, a unique name, go ahead and register it. Protect yourself, because at the end of the day, if somebody protects it before you, you're going to spend a lot of time and money trying to have that trademark expunged. Costs, of course, lawyers have to be paid. Costs of filing have to be paid. It's expensive when you're, trying to enforce intellectual property rights. Time, these cases don't happen or don't get completed quickly. And of course, some of these offenders are not easily traceable. So again, this goes back to the data that maybe the registrars are collecting in terms of how you register entities, what data are you collecting? Because I think there's one case whereby the only information when we did a search was just one name, a name. We couldn't find any more information. Either it was not being made available or they had not given that information. So some of them are difficult to trace. Some of them are also in different jurisdictions. So imagine you trying to enforce your trademark in Kenya against somebody who's based in the US. It becomes a minefield. Key takeaway, it's important to safeguard, protect, and defend your business against data breaches and against misuse of confidential or commercial data. What can businesses do to ensure that data you collect or own is protected? And maybe you can tell us.
You're here, there were not so many, like I thought my school had a website. So you see now with the introduction of many schools having websites, there's something, and there are so many schools are collecting so much data from, the students, the parents, some donors maybe. There's been the introduction of, the Data Protection Act, and through that they've introduced something called registration. If you're, so by registration, are you registered as a data processor? Are you registered as a data controller? So let's say an example of a school which collects so much data of the people in the school, they should be registered as a data controller, since they collect so much data and they decide, so this data that we've collected, what do we need this data for? Do they tell the students and also especially the parents, because they collect data of minors, do they tell the school that we are collecting this data for ABCD, maybe to help us? I've had swimming is now as a lesson. Maybe they collect the data to learn. So student A and B and C have gone for swimming classes and etc. So, and also when it comes to data processors, these are people who you as let's say the school, who you contact to help you maybe payroll, something of the sort, because as an organization, you can't do everything for yourself. Okay, some can, but some you need to outsource out there. So the people that you use as your data processors, are they registered? And the good thing right now with data processors and controllers is that you as an organization, before you contract to a person who has a data processor, at least you can go to the website of the data, what is it called? The Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and check if the person that you want to engage in as a data processor, are they registered, so that this can help you at least know that the information that you're going to give out to the data processor is going to be safe and that they're not going to misuse your data in any way. So another thing would be, I've talked about registration, documentation. We as lawyers, we thrive so much on documentation. When a client comes and they give us an issue, we ask them, okay, so what documents do you have? So you have an issue with your employee. Did you have an employment contract? No. So if not, these are consequences. The same thing when it comes to collecting data and also maybe assigning or outsourcing another party to help you with data collection. Do you have a document such as a data processing agreement, which will help you come up to you and your data processor? They will need to know, okay, so I've been given this job to collect data on behalf of my client for purposes of payroll. So what do I need to use this information for? This is what I can use it for, this is what I can't use it for. Can I transfer this information to a third party? So with a document like a data processing agreement, it will help guide companies when it comes to how they run their internal affairs in the organization. Then also, Fidel has spoken about NDAs. Sometimes you might need to outsource another company to help you. Maybe you're a company that makes handbags. And since you can't do it on yourself and you need a person who can help you create that bag, you might need to sign a document like an NDA telling them, so this is the bag I want to create and this is the design, but before we go forward, please sign this NDA because I don't want my information out there. I don't want this design to be copied. So these are some of the documentations that you as an organization can think about when you discussing data protection, also trying to find loopholes in your organization. Then, sorry, I can't see. Okay, it's the last one, the self-regulation and risk management. So you as an organization, as much as you are trying to grow your business, you can't grow your business without you checking inwards and realizing, okay, so we have this organization. Do we have the right documentation? So I have employees. Do I have an employment contract? Under my employment contract, is there a clause on data protection? And I'll give an example when it comes to employees. You have maybe a website and the photos that you've used are your employees. So does this mean just because I was employed in company A and I've left company A and moved to company B, does that mean since I had signed an employment contract, then that means that you can use my photo until maybe you get bored even if I left the company after so many years. So these are some of the things that as a company you need to think about when it comes to data protection, because it opens up a new thing of consent. Like you see, before Kenik can post our pictures, we have given them the consent. This is the same thing when it comes to employees. Have your employee given you the consent to post their picture on your website until even if they've left the organization, you can still use the photo. So these are some of the conversations that establishments need to be thinking about. And also, let's say you have a website. Under your website, when people log in, what's there? Do you have a data privacy policy? Do you have a cookie policy? Do you have terms of use under your website? These are some of the conversations that now people are starting to think about when they have a website. And lastly, you as an organization, are you conducting trainings for your employees? Because at the end of the day, as much as you need your clients cannot get the benefit of your organization without you having employees. So do your employees know that once they receive information about your clients, they're not supposed to be, going out and say, this person is a celeb and they're our client, they bought this unit under this development, yesterday I met this client, this is their phone number. Do your employees know that at the end of the day, you're supposed to keep confidential information in the office, trade secrets in the office? These are some of the things as an employer you need to think about. And I think lastly, I'll talk about intellectual property. And I think Fidel has already spoken a lot about intellectual property when it comes to registration. As much as you have domain name, having a domain name doesn't end there. You can also go to the extent of registering your trademark with Kipi, because at the end of the day, we've seen so many people using other trademarks to register domain name just because they want to benefit from the goodwill of this well-known company. So it's good, as much as you register your domain name, also think about registering your trademark. Also, another thing is some organizations, we've seen that they have some names that are quite unique to them. Let's say Safaricom, I think that is Safaricom, the better option. So whenever you hear that phrase, you think about Safaricom. So it's good if you're an organization and you have this unique phrase that is known to you, it's good for you to also think about registering it with the Office of Keeping. And also another thing would be, so in this era, we share so many information in the digital space. So when it comes to sharing your information, how can you protect yourself? Because I think there was a speaker who spoke about advising entrepreneurs to register, because if you register, this gives you the willpower and the strength to protect yourself, your rights, and at least you have the power to enforce your rights, because at the end of the day, everyone knows that this trademark is registered under me, and so if anyone was to use this trademark, then I know that I can go to the court, or maybe at least I have the strength to go and fight for my right because I have registered my trademark. So when it comes to online sharing of information, how as an organization you can safeguard your right is first, let's say if your organization is used to taking pictures, a way that you can protect yourself is your picture having a watermark. This is one of the way that at least if a person was to use your picture of, maybe you've taken a picture of the Masai Mara and someone wants to use it to advertise their company, at least someone would know this picture came from person A and that it's not the original work. Another thing would be, if you're sending information from one company to another, it's very nice to restrict the users that you're going to use to send the information to. And I remember there was a time my colleague used to send emails to one particular client, and she would copy like all of us in the office. But when this client returns the email, he removes everyone in copy. Then she would return the email again with everyone in copy. So it was a back and forth until one day the client told her, okay, there's a reason why I'm removing all these people and in the email is because I don't want my information to be out there with everyone knowing it. So that can be also another way. Another way can be, I've seen people who, when they send us information, they put passwords on their documents. There's another way that if you want to send information, have password protected documentation. And also lastly, be mindful of who you send your information to. Don't send your information to a source that you do not trust. And I think my presentation is over. And so I think we can take any questions if there are any. But at around 4, we'll have a breakout session where you can come and talk to us. If you have any questions, we can answer them and we can discuss this IP and data protection further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for them. Question? Okay, look at your neighbor and tell him, you look a bit hungry. So just a few bits of information. So just remember to register. Oh, there's a question. Absolutely, yes. Yeah. There's a question for you.
I just want to make you hungry. Fidel, yeah. So, data protection. In the last panel, there was a lot of issues raised, and I'm just wondering: is there hope for trust to get us to give our data to the different authorities? As they rightly said, there are so many points of entry of this data. What would be your recommendation that you're not charging us today?
That I'm not charging you.
Free consultation.
We won't charge you on the breakout session as well. I think that's a very difficult question. It really depends, and I think Anne made that comment about self-regulation. Of course, the laws are all there, and all of us have to follow, not just businesses, but also government, all agencies have to follow these laws. Yeah. So number one, we have to hope that everybody is compliant. We also have to ensure that as businesses we are also compliant, because one thing we've noticed with the regulator of late is that they're now taking a much more proactive role. We've seen, especially in the last 1 year, a lot of cases coming out, and a lot of them are focused on employee issues, employer-employee issues. That's one aspect we've seen. Last year, we saw a lot of issues to do with consents, especially with clubs, entertainment joints. So, and we have had discussions with the regulator. And one thing they usually do, they like to focus on certain sectors. So they're slowly trying to get to a point whereby it's no longer be a situation whereby we're giving you more time to self-regulate. They're now going to be, and we're seeing it now, they're now going to be much, much more alive to issues. So I feel trust really depends on us, each organization. Some organizations, you can trust them. You can see their processes are very, very good. When you deal with them, you can see that they have data protection right at the top of their agenda. Others are not there yet. And sometimes it's just a discussion to have with them and ensure that we all get to that point in the future.
Thank you very much, Fidel. Clap for him. So, for everybody who's interested, I'd urge you to register at the registration desk for the breakout session happening at 4 o'clock. It's time for lunch.
Excuse. There's a question here.
Oh, where?
Here.
Raise a hand. Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very great interaction. My name is Vovak Oginga. I have a quick question when it comes to lead sourcing. Currently, thanks to technology, people working in different industries normally source for leads. And there are certain sites where you can be able to input a name and you tend to get some personal information about a prospect you intend to pursue. I would give an example of Lucia, and we have so many. We might know different types of such sites. My question comes in terms of data protection. To what limit or extent is the lead sourcer, I can use that term, protected to be able to identify themselves? Because when you get a call from a number you don't know, two things tend to happen. You either mute the call and find out who called you, or you pick and inquire who you are. Sinikweli? When the person goes ahead and informs you who they are, two things happen. You either consent having interacted with them at a particular point, or you might probe further because the name or the identification being given to you might not sound familiar at that point, right? So the conversation can go well, or rather, the conversation can also go south. And depending on the type of person you're calling, these conversations might tend to be a bit hostile later on. So you, as an employee, remember you have the utmost right to protect your institution, reputation of your institution that could be at risk during such engagements. So where is the balance between me, the owner of information, being called by someone I don't know, whom they've informed themselves where they're calling from and how they obtained my contact, and how then am I protected as an employee who is pursuing that lead to probably engage them further? Thank you.
It's a very long question. I'm sure.
Very fast answer.
Good. Thank you.
So I think, number one, as an organization, you need to do what we call an audit of your process. So an audit of a process really just looks at how you handle data. So you may have received data from, I don't know, how many leads? Do you call them leads? How many leads, yeah? When you receive that data, did you get any consents from them that you can actually communicate to them? If that process was never followed, knowing now that we have data protection laws, you need to audit that process and fix it. Yeah? So you essentially create a process that basically contacts every person who is a lead and tells them, look, we will be contacting you, or somebody will be contacting you, and can you consent to receiving calls on ABC sort of subjects? So that audit has to be done. And I think when we talk about self-regulation, that is what we're talking about. You have to audit your systems, audit your processes, look at how employees within your organization handle data, look at how the organization as a whole collects, stores, processes, where that data moves, where it stays. And once you have an idea of what happens and where the gaps are, you need to fix those gaps. So that, because of course, that person who is now receiving a call from a number that they don't know, if they have not consented based on our laws now, the law doesn't look at that situation and say, you know what, because they never did it before the law was there, it doesn't apply. No, that's not the case. The law applies from when it started applying. Yeah. So as an employee, you as well, your organization needs to look at training the employees to understand the policies, to understand what needs to be done, so that that process is put in place, and then the employee also understands how to generate those leads. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you, FMC advocates.
But just a quick one. You can come and see us at our breakout session if you have more questions. I know you have a question, but you can come and see us at the breakout.
Yeah, let's take more questions at the breakout session. Asante sana. Thank you. So as you walk out of this plenary session, you'll be issued with a meal voucher at the registration desk. Lunch is being served on the 8th floor, so you'll take the lift down. And can we target to be back here at 2:20? It's about 30, 40 minutes. It's doable. All right, so we'll see you at 2:20. So we can start off at 2:30 with respect to our sponsors so that we kick off immediately. So the meal vouchers will actually be issued as you exit these doors. So make sure you pick one, enjoy your lunch, meet somebody you didn't know, exchange a card, a contact, and a smile. Thank you.
It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year information communication technology digital master plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement.
ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
the internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet has worked. It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
the last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year Information Communication Technology Digital Master Plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement.
ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
The internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet has worked. It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year information communication technology digital master plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement.
ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet has worked. It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
the last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year Information Communication Technology Digital Master Plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi, with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement.
ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
The internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet has worked. It was very fast-moving technology. The very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything, like a Wild West environment.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually, John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top down.
It was against a bunch of odds, but at the same time, it was clear that something like that needed to exist. There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
Kenya has experienced rapid digital transformation in recent years. The government has launched a 10-year Information Communication Technology Digital Master Plan for 2022 through to 2032. As part of this digitization, business processes and government services will inevitably begin to rely on digital signatures. So what is digital signature? A digital signature is a secure electronic and paperless alternative to wet ink signature. Kenya legally recognized digital signatures under the Information and Communication Act No. 2 of 1998. Zoho Sign is a globally compliant digital signature platform that is now also fully compliant with Kenya laws. Zoho Sign has partnered with licensed ECSPF in Kenya to provide digital signatures that work for Kenyan businesses. Integrate with over 100 popular applications, enjoy unlimited signatures and storage, access free onboarding and migration assistance, and benefits from advanced features like blockchain-based timestamping, generative AI, and controls for life sciences. Zoho Sign is also great for personal use and can be used for free as well. Check out our pricing page to find out a plan that suits your needs. So why wait? Try Zoho Sign now for secure, swift, and paperless signing. Feel free to reach out to us at support@zohosign.com for any queries or feedback.
FMC Advocates LLP is a law firm based in Westlands, Nairobi with a Pan-African reach. Our firm is a leading provider of legal consultancy services for individuals and businesses looking for help in structuring their unique projects and investments. We specialize in advising individuals and businesses operating in a variety of sectors, including those focused on digital markets, and some of what we do includes setting up, restructuring, and scaling of businesses, implementation of technology and data privacy frameworks, and protection and enforcement of ideas and innovations. A key driver of our firm's mission is to ensure that our clients are able to adapt legal frameworks in a practical, efficient, and creative way, and in doing so, we are keen to collaborate with business owners, entrepreneurs, and managers to support and enhance their business needs while ensuring continued compliance with the law. Finally, our firm also provides premier legal training solutions to management teams through its affiliate company, FMC Learning and Development, which offers a platform for professional development on specific areas of law relevant to businesses and organizations.
I've got a plan that ensures my child's education. So he can become a future CEO.
Hey, Dad.
And pay for my retirement.
ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. ICEA Lion, what's your plan?
internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar, odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet.
Yeah, so I want to introduce our first speaker for the afternoon session. That's Bob Uching. ICANN. ICANN has been very, very supportive of our initiatives and activities, and we really must applaud them for enabling us to put this event together. So a round of applause for ICANN and for Bob and team. They've done a fantastic job this year and last year. They've really helped us out. So thank you, Bwana Bob, and over to you.
Thank you, Gitau. So there's a few details Gitau has left behind or has not mentioned. First of all, the way he has alinifanyia ile kitu just before lunch, whatever that means. But we are here. So thank you very much. If I could just get to be promoted to panelist as I try and set up tech team. How many of us are still here? How many of us are still here? Like, are we still around? Even in that table, that one? That one? Okay. They seem to be here. I have the graveyard shift. And if you see someone resting his or her eyes next to you, you will understand, isn't it? The lunch was very serious. And sometimes people will tend to meditate in silence, and they would want their peace until people start clapping around them, and then they stand up clapping, and they say, even me I support, isn't it? So I'll take, how many minutes, Gitau? 1 hour, 30 minutes. Thank you very much. So we have 1 hour, 30 minutes to try and wrap up this in 30 minutes or less. I am still not panelist, so I am not able to, or I am. Okay, let me try. 1 moment. So I still can't share. So as they sort that up, if you could make me co-host as well. I want to bring us back to this difficult discussion about domain names, because we've had very interesting discussion on data privacy, on entrepreneurship, but we started with domain names, isn't it? And we know that we have roughly 100 and something thousand .ke names. Who has a .ke name in the room? How many? .ke domain. Okay, it's not a trick question. It's really very plain. How many have got email addresses? Just email address. Email. Okay. So let me try that again. So I still can't share, but maybe you're working on it. Maybe I also want to just have June from where you are to just wave like this. So June is also from ICANN, and we have some history with Kennick. I'm not sure if you understand how ICANN, Kennick, is related, and probably why we are here today. But I have a very personal relationship with Kennick because a few years ago, or maybe many years ago, I used to be a Kennick employee, and those days when Mercy was at the board, so it's been a journey. So I am trying to get my screen on, but if someone can come and do it from here so that we get started, because I can't share my presentation, and I know you need to see that. But as we sort that out, I want to just start off by trying to muddy the waters a little bit. So if you remember in the morning, I think it was Barack or Andrew mentioned some numbers that today globally we have a total of 360 million thereabout total registrations for top level domains. Meaning, if you take your 100,000 plus .ke registrations, Nigeria is around 150, South Africa 2 million, thereabout. Globally, everything .com, .net, .info, and I wanted you to see how diverse that list is. You are looking at around 360 million domain names. And I always like sharing these statistics before I complicate it. Or maybe, point out the opportunities that we do have or that are still coming in that particular sector. So 360 million registrations globally. You could go in and break down that statistics, in different ways, but I'll probably look at three breakdowns of that statistics. The first is the top 10 TLDs by registration in that statistics. If you went there, so this is data in verisign.com's website, if you want to follow. It's published online, so it's available for your consumption. And this is as at Q2 of this year, so that's end of June. Okay, looks like we are making progress. So I can now share my screen. Thank you very much, tech team. And I will be very quick. But I wanted to start with this. What do you see there? What can you see very quickly? So that I'm sure you're not resting your eyes. Very quickly, I tried to search for genz.com. Is it available? It's not available. What is available? .africa, .space, .site. Okay. I went ahead and searched under .ke, I think. Did I? No, did I? Yeah, I searched under .ke. But under .ke, I also noticed, I think we were with James, and it was registered in which year? Last year, September. That's when genz.co.ke was registered. Do you think that person had anything to do with this year? We don't know. Okay. I'm just saying that that name was registered in 2023. Okay. Now, this is where I was. Where? Here. This site is run by VeriSign. So I was just saying that as at the close of Q2 of 2024, we had 362 million registrations, global registrations. 10% margin of error. Three things that I wanted to draw from these registrations before I quickly go through my presentation is top 10 largest TLDs by number reported domain names. So top 10 by registrations, and registrars in this room, I mean, you know this, but there's a story I'm trying to create here. There are two statistics you will see here. You will see the highest by registration, but you also see something here, renewal percentage. So, for example, this is .com, which sits at 157 million. And what's the renewal percentage? 72.3%. What does that mean? It means that every year, at least 72% of these domains under .com are registered. I don't want to put Andrew on the spot, but I'm not sure if we have this for .ke, your renewal percentage. That's a very good feedback, because you are higher than the highest TLD by registration. But you'll also see a number of things from that statistics. From the highest by registration to the last on that list under top 10, do you see any African TLD? We understand what TLDs are, isn't it? Anything African there? So there is no CCTLD from Africa, there is no GTLD from Africa, and we'll come back to that. So we go to the next step, and this is very quickly. This is by CCTLDs only. So leave alone the entire, combined CCTLD and GTLD space, narrow down to CCTLDs, where Kenik plays. Top 10, at the top is .cn. We know what .cn is. .cn, we know who that is? China. Why do you think .china or .cn is at that number? Any quick random suggestion on why that is the case? 20 million? What would give them that number? So you're saying population. Which other country is comparable to China? So what is India here? India is .in. How many registrations? 4 million. And they're comparable with population, isn't it? But you see, India, of course, it has made it into the top 10, but much lower. Now, you will also see that there is no African name. This is top 10 CCTLDs by registration. And I'm saying Africa because I don't want to say African country. I'm saying Africa. And this actually means Africa combined, which Barak told you today sits at, give or take, 4.7 million. The total registrations across Africa. That is CCTLDs and GTLDs combined from Africa. What's our population again? Across Africa, 54 countries, 1.4. And you can see, the only thing I want to say here is not whether we are doing, well, or whether we are doing, but we can see what we are capable of, isn't it? What is the population of Kenya? Around 50 something, isn't it? So which country here compares to our population as a country? .de is Germany, The rest, I'm sure you know. Do we see countries that are comparable to our population? In other words, depending on how you choose to look at this, we are either doing very well or we have a lot of room to grow, isn't it? Now I want to muddy the waters. If this, I think this is to level set. This is the opportunity. This is what we could do with domain names. Imagine for 1 minute .ke at 20 million. I don't know if the evangelist will retire or he will appoint more reverends or open more churches. He's saying Heaven Direct. .ke has 20 million domains. I believe that would be a massive industry. But it also tells you the power or the potential of the domain name industry to contribute to the digital economy of Kenya. This is just the DNS sector, the domain name sector only. This is the potential that it could contribute. We are at 100,000. But we believe that with your partnership, which is the theme of this meeting, that this is an eye-opener to really demonstrate to you what other places and other countries have done with their domain names. By the way, these are top 10s, but how many names are out there today? Do you know how many? If I wanted, so if I go back to this example of Gen Z, okay, as an example. So I want to register Gen Z. You see the options that I have. It is not just .ke. I could do all these possibilities. In fact, it tells me if this is taken, try this other one. And by the way, there's a price for it. Now, if you want to see the full list of how many TLDs we have today, if you go to a website called ayana.org, which is an ICANN entity, and look at database of top-level domain names, this is the entire list of domain names today. And I want to draw two pointers to this particular information. That the first is .ke is just one. So where is .ke? You see where .ke is? It's just one of them. That list is over 1,500 thereabout possibilities. And each of them is trying to get as many registrations as possible. And now you see why we need partnerships, because .ke is trying to stand out of that particular volume. All these are possibilities. So at ICANN, we manage the top level. So this is what we are concerned with. So .ke, as far as we are concerned, is just one name, okay? But .ke is looking for 1 million names. For us, it is just one name amongst this list. So how do you make .ke stand out? How does .com stand out of this list? How does .de or .uk stand out? Or what have they done to really grow their registrations to the numbers that we are seeing today? What have they done? What can we learn from them? Now, that brings me to my next point, which will be very brief as well, is that this number is about to grow even further. Will that be a good thing or a bad thing? What do you guys think? So Fiona says it will be a good thing if we are part of it. How can we be part of it? Probably that is the question. Let's see. Okay. How is that? So I hope this title makes sense. And how do I make it slide? Maybe that way makes it bigger. Okay. So I'll very quickly talk about something that is going on at ICANN today in 10 minutes about an initiative to bring more TLDs again to the namespace. We already have 1,500 or thereabout. 200 of those are countries, Kenya being one of them. Around 1,300 of them are generics, so your .coms, .nets, .infos of this world, which used to be only 22. But today, how many countries are English speakers or write using 0 to 9 or A to Z? And how many countries write differently? So think about the Middle East, for example. How do they write? Which language is that? Arabic, isn't it? How is it written? They draw some things. If you go to Asia, to China, to Japan, they also draw some things. How do you think they will write their domain names if the only versions or the only options we have is what I have showed you? And do we agree that they deserve to equally write their names in their own ways of writing? They do. So for that reason, even the DNS or even names have to be or have to promote inclusivity online. Content is already, in various languages. But how about domain names? How about your email address? In Arabic, they write from this side to this side. So even the email addresses are written like that. But is it possible today? Question 1. 2, if they were to write to you using an email like that, will you receive it on your end? Do you think that will be possible? So these are the challenges that this is trying to deal with. Twofold. Trying to bring everyone online at the DNS level, which is the very basic level, in the languages that they speak and their writing scripts, which are not Latin, meaning 0 to 9 or A to Z. So in 2 or 3 years' time, the namespace is going to even grow further. And as Fiona says, do we plan to be part of it? So I think we have just seen what you could do with domain names. I don't know if this is good for KENIC or not, but probably, what about if the Dotkoi community can also be part of that actual evolution? So ICANN is in the process of implementing a program that we are calling the New GTLDs program, planned to roll out in the year 2026, which will enable you or anyone who is interested in operating a name or applying for a new name that is not .ke to actually be able to do that. And you could think of what possible names, for example, .Kenya or .Nairobi or .Safari. All those options will be possible in 2026. .Kiondo. Someone was telling me the other day after some taxes were added that we should register .we. Like, that is uniquely Kenyan. By the time everyone is done with you, that is the domain name you should register. And I felt that was quite authentic, okay, in a way. Now, that will be possible in 2026. But this comes with a lot of responsibility. Just like KENIC has to operate at a registry system, meaning systems, people, security, infrastructure, everything. Operating a registry requires that kind of investment. And for a generic name, which ICANN oversight even comes with higher levels of accountability. Why? So you saw that .com has got 157 million thereabout registrations. It also means that whoever operates that registry, if anything happened to it, then how many names will be affected? That same number. So someone must ensure that everything is in place and nothing can go wrong. Because if anything goes wrong for that kind of a registry and for any registry of that nature, then that is the impact. Okay? So operating a TLD comes with a lot of responsibility. So just to recap this so that I just wind up very quickly, that in 2026, ICANN is implementing a program to further open up the domain name space via giving you the chance to apply for new domain names. And part of the objectives of that program is to further improve inclusivity of the DNS, meaning that if you write in Cyrillic or in Japanese or in Arabic, that you're able to apply for a name in that script and operate it that way, meaning you should be able to have your email addresses in the same languages. But at the same time, you can apply for any other name. So you can apply for, .kiondo, and the other one that I've said, that will be your opportunity. Because if you don't, other people will do the same. In Africa today, we have 4 GTLDs, and all of them are from South Africa. We have .Africa, we have .Cape Town, we have .Joburg, and we have .Durban. And they're operated by under the same umbrella of whoever is operating the CCTLD down there. So on the other hand, the CCTLD community can actually come together to actually diversify in this way if they feel that there are great opportunities for names that probably are not being tapped under .ke, but can also be tapped within the ambit of the registry if they introduced another alternative, probably Nairobi or whatever you'd want. So do you want to be part of that? I think the question is really for you to decide. I wanted to show this statistic very quickly, and these slides will be shared. So out of those registrations that I indicated, an analysis was done. This is a 2022 report to really try to highlight what are people registering. Those those 360 million domain names, where do they predominantly fall? And we have always said or imagined that .com is dominant, isn't it? That if you go to register a domain name, the only thing that people are looking for are .coms. So this is what this report was trying to answer. So what you have there on my left, I guess, are registrations by percentage in every continent, by CCTLDs and .com specifically to check, and other legacy TLDs. So these are, the 22 names that we used to have. So .info, .edu, that list. And the next column there is new names. So these are the names that came after 2012. So .africa, .durban, that other list. What is the nature of registrations? So Africa, CCTLD's account has a 2022, and this has not really changed much, account for 65% registrations. So out of the entire 4.7 million registrations coming from Africa, 65% of them are CCTLD names. Remember, we were asking, is .com dominant? Like, is it the only name that people are looking for? If you look at Latin America, if you look at Europe, CCTLD 61% in Europe, 70% in Latin America. The only place where .com is dominant is where? In North America, where it is 73%. And that's where .com is resident, okay? So it is actually not true that .com is dominant. It is a perception. And this statistics proves that this is the reality of the distribution of registrations. So it simply tells you that our CCTLDs have a huge potential. But if they don't leverage, the opportunities that they do have, and this is across Africa, then other players will actually eat into that market very easily. Because the name space is a real opportunity in the digital ecosystem. So I'll leave you very quickly with the timelines for this launch that I've talked about. So you will see key dates here. In November this year, we will launch two programs. So the first one is called the Applicant Support Program, which is meant to support by discounting evaluation fees to apply for a GTLD, for those that would be interested, and of course we can discuss this in detail, who applies, who qualifies for support. That program launches in November. The same for backend service providers. So if you're a registry and you'd want to provide backend services for people that will apply for domain names in 2026, if I want to apply for .bob, and I don't have, I'm a bank, for example, so I don't need to run systems that Kennick runs to operate that name. So I need to contract a backend service provider. That backend service provider needs to be evaluated by ICANN or pre-approved by ICANN. And that process will also begin in November this year. So if you fall in those two categories, you're a registry services operator, you'd want to ready your systems to tap into the applications for 2026, you can apply for your systems to be evaluated as of November. If you want to apply for a name in 2026, but you'd want to be considered for discounting on the application fee, you can also apply for the same under the Applicant Support Program in November this year. In November next year, we will publish something that we call the rule book. So applications for top-level domains is a very comprehensive thing. And I'll give you an example, as Fidel was mentioning earlier. If I apply for .Nairobi as Bob, and Wycliffe applies for .Nairobi, and Fiona applies for .Nairobi, and the county government of Nairobi applies for .Nairobi. So who gets this .Nairobi? And Fidel says they need documents. We all come with our documents. So who is more Nairobi than the other? How do we determine who then takes .Nairobi? Because at the end of the day, only one operator can get .Nairobi. That is what this book clarifies. Who gets what? And if there's a dispute, how does that get resolved? If he applies for .Nairobi and apply for .Nairobis, I add an S to it, or an SE. So which is which? If they're visually similar, how do you treat that? So there's a lot of rules that govern both what you can apply for and what you can't apply for, and how disputes are resolved, and who actually solve those disputes so that the process is objective and independent and trustworthy. Trust is the key word today. It's trustworthy. So that's what the applicant guidebook does, and is currently in development, projected for May 2025. And come April 2026, we will open applications for top-level names. So if you are a law firm, you want your own top-level name, you want to be your law firm, you are very welcome to pay us some application fee and try yourself with a name. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Questions for Bob and ICANN? Bob, you must have been very clear in your presentation. There's no question.
I blame the lunch.
Good stuff. Another round of applause for Bob and ICANN. Thank you very much. They've been very supportive, so we're truly grateful for them. So at this juncture, I just want to announce that a breakout session for Pikes happening at 4 to 4:30, and then for FMC at 4:30 to 5:30. So if you're interested in any of those sessions, please register at the desk, and then you'll be free to join them in the breakout session room. I have some good news. Host Africa, where are you? Hands up. So Host Africa have some 4 jobs that they're announcing. So if you know somebody who's looking for a job as an SEO specialist or link building and outreach specialist, a WordPress developer, and a UI UX designer, there are some jobs up for grabs. So let's thank Host Africa for making these available. Thank you very much. Coming on stage is a team from Pikes also, Emmanuel Makina. Raise a hand. Oh, yeah, so right at the, fine. So please come on stage. Chimdi Chiezukwa from FreePass. Is he in the room? Oh, Karibu. Come on stage here. Eli Kabaji from MTN. Ellie in the house? Welcome, come on stage. And then lastly, we have Kiplabat Koskei from Plugin X. Karibu. I think we've got the mics on each of the tables. Let's share the mics there. So we'll start with a round of introductions. Just introduce yourself very briefly, and then we can take it from there. We can start from this end.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chimdi Chiezukwa. I'm the CEO for FreePass. FreePass is a localized CDN building local CDNs in Africa for content origination within Africa and content distribution within Africa. Thank you.
Yes, hello. I'm Kiplabat Koskei. I run an entity called Plugins Internet Exchange Point. Basically, what you are doing at Plugins Internet Exchange Point is to make sure we have big bandwidth available for the people peering at all the data centers. So basically, we are more focused about a campaign called Sisi Kwa Sisi. In this campaign, we want all the local content owners, all the local servers, all the locals.co.ke domains to be part of the exchange. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eli Kabaji. I'm a seasoned ICT professional, currently doing as an engineer, doing sales. I come from Baobab, Kenya. Most of you might wonder who is Baobab. Baobab is that tree of life. And at Baobab, Kenya, we do connectivity to the ICT providers. So as the tree of life is, we connect all the other entities and all other service providers to ensure that they have got digital services. So we are an enabler in the market. So as we progress, we'll get to know more what we do. Thank you.
Yeah, and my name is Emmanuel Makina. I'm in charge of sales at Pikes Data Centers. I know most of you have heard the name Pikes. It's actually an acronym for Pan-African Internet Exchange Data Centers. So we are a Pan-African operator of data centers. We design, build, and operate our own data centers across Africa. So we have data centers in Ghana. We have also in Kenya. And we are currently setting up in Rwanda and also Djibouti. So in Kenya, our data center is in Britam Tower in Upper Hill. It's a tier 3+ facility. And I'm looking forward to having a good discussion with the members here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tim. I want you to assume for a moment that I do not know what a data center is, and maybe tell us explain like you're explaining to a Gen Z, what is a data center?
First, I'm usually very careful nowadays when I talk about those guys. You know, I don't
assume that we do not know what a data center is.
I don't want them to visit me or visit our data center, so we are very careful on how we talk to them. So a data center is basically a facility that acts as an aggregation point or an interconnection point for computers. So for our case, we are a carrier and cloud neutral data center. So what this means that we are not affiliated to any telco or we are not affiliated to any cloud service provider. So we work with all internet service providers. We host all internet exchanges, and we also work with all content delivery networks as well as all cloud service providers. So in this case, we already have around 35 internet service providers in our facility. And when we talk of the internet exchanges, we also have the Kenya Internet Exchange in our data center. We also have Plugin IX. And in terms of the content delivery networks, we also have what we call the international CDNs and the local CDNs. So I'm sure Chim will talk more about it. So what we do as a data center is just to make sure we provide what we call a bulletproof facility. Well, what I mean by this is that it will never go off. So we have put all the redundancy measures in terms of power, cooling, and the connectivity just to make sure that when customers bring their servers, they will always be connected and they will never go off. So that's what we do in a nutshell.
Thank you, Emmanuel. And I want to urge everybody, you'll hear a lot of acronyms, and please ask the questions. I'm sure they'll be ready to answer. My next question goes to Kiplabat. What is the role of internet exchanges in the internet ecosystem? Maybe just take like 2-3 minutes and elaborate. Thank you.
Let me try to simplify, first of all, what is an internet exchange point. We've had what is a data center. Data center are like landlords. They build and they safeguard your equipment, your servers. Then we now have another part which is called connectivity providers. Connectivity providers are the people who own the fiber that comes into the data center. Then you have now the tenants in a data center. These are now your servers, your application servers, your content providers. Those are the tenants in the data center. And now we have the internet exchange point. The purpose of an internet exchange point is to interconnect all the tenants. If you have this particular server, that other server, and these other servers, you are connected through an internet exchange point. An internet exchange point basically is a collaboration of all tenants within a data center to share traffic. This sharing of traffic is what is referred as peering. And when you peer, there are so many reasons why you should peer. One of the best reasons is it is cheaper, you save. The other reason too why you should peer is for security reasons. So basically an internet exchange point sits at the center of the data center and it's part of a community. The part of the community, one is the data center. Example, there's a landlord, the tenants, all the servers within the data center, and 3, the internet service providers, the ISPs. We can divide the ISPs into 2. The people who give you internet and those people who bring fiber into the data centers. We call them the connectivity providers. So all of us, we are called the community, the internet community.
Thank you very much. That's very well put. Did you want to add something? Oh, okay. I thought you were raising your hand. My next question goes to Ellie. How does hosting your core network equipment at a data center, how is this helping your organization, and what benefits are you accruing in being a data center?
Thank you. As I mentioned, we deal in the connectivity, and connectivity serving multiple other ISPs with the connectivity. That means that these ISPs will converge at some point. So, and if we are going to do connectivity across the globe and the region, for example, look at East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, probably Somali, South Sudan. If you are doing connectivity to these people, or rather the ISPs players in that industry, they will need high level of availability. High level of availability. Some of them will tell you we need 99.999%. The 5 nines, those who have heard of it. So to guarantee that kind of connectivity becomes a challenge if you are going to do it in your unilateral data centers. Why? Because of availability of power, because of cost of operations, and many other reasons. So the first key reason why most of us service providers or other connectivity providers find ourselves at the data center is key to increase availability. Secondly, at the data center, it's a convergence point. As my colleague has just mentioned, it's a host of the ecosystems. So while you are at the data center and there is that convergence, it brings seamless access to the services. So if I have to connect to many other providers, we call it the NNI, network to network interface. I will quickly and simply establish it at the data center just by a single cross connect. With that regard also, you look at the data center is a convergence of people. So there's a lot of expertise. So if you are at the data center, you're going to look at, if it's in engineering, so many engineers converging there with various areas of expertise. Those who are expertise in Cisco, Juniper, name all those kind of devices. You'll find them at the data center. So it becomes an easy area for you to leverage the expertise that is there. At the data center also, you are looking of cost. Other than just efficiency and availability, it's a matter of cost. If I'm running a network, the whole country, and along the network nodes, I'm doing all the hosting, different data centers in so many other places. And as you are seated here, over almost 200 people. If you are going to run your own data centers, so you can imagine the cost of running it. So a single data center, to run it, it means if you are all going to converge in one area, you cut down on your costs. So that means individually, it will trickle down to the respective companies. So the cost of operation becomes very low. At the data center also, we are looking at security. If you have to enhance security on your data, respectively, on various different locations, then there are some areas you will not manage. But if you converge at the data center, then you leverage on physical security and cyber security. So as you build this ecosystem or the internet ecosystem, you find that convergence, really you are going to leverage it on each other in so many other areas. So security becomes very key. And as I've mentioned, physical security and cyber security. If you dig deeper into the data center, the levels of security that they have, oh my, it's very high. And most of them are standardized. So when you look at the data center, the other benefit is that there's a lot of standardization. When you talk of standards, there is most of the data centers in Kenya today, they are tier 4 data center. So the moment you put them into the tiers, you reach at tier 4. It's only that we don't have tier 5 fully because our national grid of power is only 1. Yeah? And when you go to tier 5, it means everything has to be 1 plus 1, 1 plus 1. So if you are at tier 4, it means your primary source of power will definitely be green power. And then by the time you come to national grid, then you come to DG generators, which you cannot run unilaterally or autonomously, effectively you will not manage. So those are just a few, but just to mention, there are so many other benefits that you will have at the data center. But as for the people who are seated here, the ones I've mentioned are very critical. First and top mode on the list is availability. 99.999, the 5 nines. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Chimdi Chiezukwa, you're CEO of FreePass. Tell us the role of content delivery networks and why it's important for the CDNs to be within a data center.
Okay, thanks. We're all at this event right now, and this event is being streamed live. Now, it's being streamed on Zoom. Zoom is in a data center somewhere outside Kenya. So for that video to be seen by other people, it has to go to a CDN. That's where the originating stream is happening from. You're streaming from here, but you have to use connectivity from him to go meet the CDN, the host server, in another country where that stream is originated from. Then it goes back to another set of CDNs for distribution. Now it goes to maybe CDNs in Mombasa, in Accra, Lagos, and other parts of the world for distribution. Now, all of these CDNs have to be in a data center for them to be able to have access to connectivity providers, to have access to Exchange, that makes it possible for you to watch it on your mobile phone or your laptop or any other device you have. Now, without a CDN being at the data center, it's impossible for you to have access to that traffic. If the CDN is standing alone in its own premises, then there is no way a connectivity provider will be able to access that traffic. Having the Exchange to connect that traffic to all of the ISPs, that's basically ISPs are like access providers. So they are only providing access to you, to the CDN, through the connectivity provider, but sitting at the data center. So it's more than important that every CDN is in a data center, and there is no way you find a CDN that is outside the data center. Be it AWS, Google, Netflix, Meta, every one of them have to be in a CDN, as in a data center, because that's the only way they can share that traffic to the access providers. Now, the access providers, who are the ISPs or the MNOs, your mobile network operators, have to go to the Exchange to peer with the Exchange. But the Exchange is using the connectivity provider to reach external CDN and bring them local. But you see, for that, most of the, as in every one of us seated here now, our traffic that we consume every day, 95% of them are from external CDN. So if we're not consuming YouTube or Google traffic, we're consuming Meta traffic, we're consuming Netflix traffic or AWS or Microsoft. So currently in Africa, we do more of external traffic than we do more of internal traffic. So it's a challenge for connectivity providers who have to spend more money investing on external traffic pool. It's the reason why we have more undersea cable coming from Europe, Asia, and other parts of the world into Africa, rather than we having interconnection within Africa. So if you ask him, he will tell you that the cost of interconnection within Africa is more expensive than the cost of interconnection to the other parts of the world. And it shows that we have not really enabled data centers in Africa to provide a better service to the African ecosystem that makes it possible for African-originated services to come up and monetize within Africa.
Wow. Ellie, do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, just as he has mentioned, and as we are seated, 4 of us here, you'll see and you've heard most of what we are talking of is very much interconnected. I want you to look at your hands, of the 5 fingers of your hands. When you talk of the internet ecosystem, today you are looking at 5 pillars First and foremost is communication. So all of us, we've talked about communication, exchange of data from one point to another, browsing of websites, exchange of emails, and so on. So communication comes in very key, and which finds its heart at the data center, because at the data center is where you store that information that you communicate. Secondly, you are looking into entertainment. He comes in very strongly on the contents. When you talk of content, CDNs, just quickly think into your mind, Google coming in with the YouTube. Most of you watch YouTube a lot. And Facebook, or rather Meta coming in with the Facebook and Instagram and the likes. And then we have got the Gen Zs coming in with their TikTok. So all this content, if you are looking at Maandamano in Kenya, and then you stream it all the way from South Africa or Europe, you can imagine you'll not enjoy. You'll not see it real. You'll not follow it closely. But all that is exchanging locally at an exchange point or at a server seated in a data center. So entertainment comes in key. And you don't want to get into entertainment. Maybe you're watching a movie and it is going buffering, yeah? Those cycles. So entertainment comes in very key. And then thirdly, you are looking into e-commerce. Most of you here, I look at your faces, they are telling me you are business people. And most of you run multiple businesses to the point of a kibanda, maybe somewhere in your locality. You want, when you are in your office, you look at your stocks, e-commerce. It's running data in a data center, running through the ecosystem of connectivity exchange of data. Fourthly, you are looking at education, e-learning. E-learning comes in as a very strong fourth pillar, in the sense that today everyone is talking about university without walls. You are in Kenya, sitting an exam from a university in the US through the ecosystem on the internet. Then number 5 comes in as security. Everyone, and a simple example, ladies who are here, if someone tells you something is happening to your child at home, you will run out of this house, this room very fast. And you'll want to call. And if you have a camera there, you'll want to look at it through the internet, the ecosystem. So that is enhancing your security. And when you talk of security, physical security and cyber security. So that's what I just want to add on, just to say that it's a real ecosystem. It's a real ecosystem. So that's the role we play there. And just as I did the introduction, one thing I didn't mention, I've seen some people who know me, they are wondering who is this Biobab. Biobab is formerly MTN Global Connect. So you hear of MTN, you hear of Biobab, connect the two. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kiplabat, you want to add something?
Yeah, maybe I could just demystify the purpose of an internet exchange point on a real life scenario. We've heard the word buffering. Buffering is when the content is not pulled fast enough as the way you want it. And two things come into play there. The first question I'll ask you, where is your server? If you host your server in Germany because there's big bandwidth there, yet your consumers are in Kenya, you are doing the wrong thing. First of all, you don't have quality of experience. The latency are too much. And that's the reason why we are, as Kenyans, as here in Kenya, we have data center providers. We are here as internet exchange providers. We want you to have your servers at a Kenyan data center. And one of the best benefit you'll enjoy is that you'll be reaching your Kenyan consumers more. If 80% of your consumers of your services are in Kenya, you definitely need to be in a Kenyan data center, and above it all, connect to an internet exchange point. There are two things, secondly, I would like to ask you. Why are you buying bandwidth? I'll define bandwidth into two ways. The first bandwidth, I like to call it wet capacity. The capacity that now leaves Kenya and goes abroad to your servers abroad. And the other capacity, I want to call it local content, or let me say dry capacity. The dry capacity is now what the capacity that you get at the exchange level. Example, Biobab has connected to our university and our students at the university. So that particular traffic passes through an internet exchange point. Assuming both of them are connected at a speed of 10 Gbps, that means you'll never see buffering. These are the many reasons why you find most of our IPTV solutions are hosted in South Africa and not in Kenya. It's because we have not built our CDNs in locally, and therefore we don't enjoy the benefit of 4K streaming. So the first way for you to save costs is to increase efficiency. And by that, you come to an exchange in a data center in Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kiplabat. I have just one last question, and I want each of you to just take a minute or less. Tell us, what are the coolest innovations you've seen in data centers recently, and how is this going to change the game for Africa? Innovations. Let's speak innovations. Emmanuel, do you want to go first?
Maybe let me go first.
Yeah, sure.
Previously, we did not have proper facilities in Africa. I think that explains why most of the domain hosters were doing it outside the country. But right now we have world-class facilities in Kenya, and I'll take this opportunity to welcome you to come and have a look at what we have done here in Nairobi. So some of the innovations that we have done is about efficiency. So we have deployed what we call smart systems, and our philosophy that we use in our data center is what we call a modular system, in the sense that we only deploy an equipment that we need at that particular time, so that in terms of energy consumption, you only consume what you need at that time. Then also in terms of cooling, we have also done smart cooling, because the servers generate a lot of heat, so they need to be cooled. And in terms of the standards we use what we call ASHRAE standards, where we keep the temperature between 18 degrees to 27. So we have also deployed a lot of IoT solutions, and we do what we call, we have used a pod or containments, so that when you are in this room, maybe you are feeling hot, she's feeling cold, we don't have to cool everybody. We just cool that person who needs to be cooled. So that's how we are doing it. Then also we have deployed what we call a smart BMS system. We are able to track the power consumption real time, so that we know if you are being efficient or not. Then also in terms of the innovations we have done is the design of the data centers. Previously, you could design a data center and hoping that things will work out. But right now when you are building a data center, you have specific objectives. You are working with that. So in terms of power usage efficiency, we have a target maybe of 1.2 that has to be met from the design stage. So that way we are more efficient, and we pass on the savings in terms of cost to customers. So it's becoming cheaper to host the content locally, because the data centers are more smart. Thank you.
You want to go next?
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things I've seen in data centers across Africa now is the level of interconnection that is happening. If we take the example of data centers in Kenya, let me mention Pikes that we are co-located at. You see data centers now that have pre-configured ODF in your rack for you, as against the system where you have to run cable from your own rack to the next person you want to connect to. They've done a pre-cabling of it that allows for seamless cross-connect. And that level of infrastructure has made it possible for more connectivity to happen. Now, I can exchange about 1 TB of traffic with the internet exchange point. I can get the connectivity provider to give me capacity to Rwanda at maybe 100 or 200 gig, just using a single cross-connect cable. Now, that has made it possible for more local service to begin to spring up. It's possible today now for EdTech service providers to host services locally and have the same kind of efficiency and performance that they will have if they were hosting somewhere in Europe. Now, it has changed the dynamics that makes it that it's becoming more interesting and more cheaper to host and operate services locally within Africa.
Just to add on, there's a lot of convergence and distribution. So one of the areas I've liked at the data centers is distributed systems. And in this case, it really gives you leverage platform for enhancing distributed systems, in the sense that you are looking at DR as a service. You might look at infrastructure as a service. And those who are like in the automation, they'll find it very easy at the data center. For example, locating in Nairobi, my customers comes in and tell me, I want to get to Ghana. How do I go there? I find Payax in Ghana. And the same thing, we only do a connection in between. And the two nodes are up and running. Miles away, thousands of miles away, but still running a distributed system. So those are some of the areas of innovation that data centers have really brought into the digital world. Is a disruption, a real disruption, but disruption to the positive.
Interesting. Nicholas?
Basically, according to the data centers in Kenya, I'd like to change it towards the human and the community perspective of the innovations. When we look at a data center, it's basically a shell. It's basically a big house with everything done. But behind it, we have now the community, the ISPs, the connectivity for providers, the consumers, and the tenants. So currently in Kenya, what I really see is that the data centers are working together to pull up and educate and accept and incubate the startups. There is no single tenant in a data center who does not know his neighbor. We have seminars, we have forums whereby we come and meet, and I tell you I'm an internet exchange point, and you tell me you have a server. Then we synergize and say 1 + 1 = 3. So your services, my solution, his carrier capabilities are all found in one place. I love the idea whereby we have community days and what we call beers for peers in data centers. Basically, these are just functions inviting all peers together. We discuss our problems, we discuss our winnings, we exchange ideas, and at the end of the day, if you've made your way to a data center, there's something you can offer. And when you offer something, remember you're offering to a community. Internet is basically a community. No man is a solo island. We are all like internet, and we work together as a community. And that's what data centers are innovating currently in Kenya.
Thank you very much, Tim. Round of applause. And we're happy to take a question or two. There's two questions. Okay. You can use this mic. Oh, there's a mic over there. There's a mic over there.
Thank you so much. I think you're doing great. I've been sitting here taking notes after every minute. My name is Howie Rapudo from Internet Society. I'm the Secretary General, and I also run a community network. My question is very cheap. What is the cooperative model around data center? The way a cooperative is run, can it be run like a cooperative in Kenya, where we have anybody with can have small data components to put there to the largest of all? And then that is one. Two, and then how do you see underserved communities fitting? Because for me, that's where I speak. Thank you.
Do you want to answer that one first, or take? Okay.
Let me try to answer you first. Basically, data centers are a neutral ground. the best accolade that a data center can have is neutrality. Neutrality to a small player, mkulima mdogo, neutrality to a startup, and a neutrality to a big player. So basically, in data center is a neutral ground. You are welcomed. You can come there and negotiate your deals together. They can give you what is called the setup time to start. And also, internet exchange points are also a neutral facility. So everybody is welcomed to join and feel comfortable.
Maybe I can just come in. So the beauty of being in a data center is, as Eli had explained, setting up and running a data center is very expensive, so the upfront cost is usually very high. So the beauty of being in a data center is that you are able to scale on need basis or to descale on need basis as well. So we have room to accommodate everybody based on their requirements. So we do not discriminate. So we can discuss with you the plans you have for growth, then we can reserve space for you for growth. And we even have like dedicated space for customers with the limited requirements. And you still enjoy the same security benefits like the customers, like the big cloud guys. Yeah, so we do not discriminate at all.
So let me add to, he asked another question about the benefit to a community network like yours. Now, in a data center, you have different levels of players. You also have government parastatals who are in the data center as well. So in Kenya here, I know about ICTA. Yeah, so you have ICTA at the data center as well. Now, I don't know where your community is, but imagine you want to take capacity from connectivity provider, and you've been able to negotiate a good rate with him, but the cost of transport to your community becomes the hindrance in delivering that service. Because you have government agencies as well in the data center, it's possible for you to go negotiate with that government agency. We're running a community network in our community. How can you give us 1 gig of capacity to our community at a much more reduced rate? It's a government cable, so it's possible for the government to look at it and say, you are serving a community, and offer you something much more reduced right from the data center that makes it possible for you to operate what you are doing.
You asked very good questions, my brother. Just to add on what my colleagues have said, and in a very practical way. For example, you are running a community network. It's in Wajir. You want to tap into the benefits that are seated at PIAX data center. You find the carriers are convergent there. And today we are talking of very many other carriers. For example, our MNOs, the mobile network operators, they have not really been carriers, but by default, they have become carriers. Why? Because they run infrastructure to connect from one base station to another, one town to another, for their own use. Eventually, they have been using like 20% of that infrastructure. 80% was lying idle. But with the invent of data centers, what's happening today? These MNOs are finding themselves still at the data center with the 80% of the infrastructure idle. You see that? So if you are in Wajir, you want to tap at the resources at the data center from the OTTs, which are the CDN providers, and from the internet cloud. You will simply run your network countrywide from a single server. Place it at the data center, connect to the OTTs through the internet exchange point, and the carriers who have converged at the data center will carry for you and evacuate for you your traffic all the way to Wajir, Mandera, Northeastern, all the other corners of the world. And you will run your capacity network at that level. Carry 200 MBs out of your 1 GB to Mandera, 200 MBs out of your 1 GB to the other border, Taveta, 200 to Mombasa, and many other places. So you don't need to worry because the convergence guys are there. Number 2, you might not be capable of running a whole full rack. But at the data center, we have got activators, or rather what do we call them? The integrators. The integrators will come in. Their model of business is to build a huge infrastructure. So they take like 10 racks, plug in their equipments, plug in their servers, and at the end of the day, they'll sell for you space at the servers. So you might not even walk into the data center with a server. You'll go and find a server, infrastructure as a service, plug in your software, which is your billing software, and run your network. So today, we are talking of so many small ISPs that have grown very fast over a very short period of time. They have grown enormously. Why? Because of the onboarding of data centers in our space. So there's a lot of room of growth there, depending on what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take one more question. On condition you take 1 minute. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. This was an enlightening panel. So I have a question regarding your operations. What are your pain points, especially for the data center or the carrier neutral carriers? Is your pain points the rent, the human resource, the energy by I mean electricity and power, or is it bandwidth? Because most of our traffic comes from the west. Where do you see yourself spending more?
Yeah, so
main points. Keep it brief.
Yeah, I'll keep it very.
Thank you.
Very brief. So our number one challenge is people, because remember the carrier and cloud neutral data centers have just come up. So we have to finding the right talent is a big challenge. And when you find them, they are not really ready for that kind of industry. So we spend a lot of time training them and resources. But then what happens once they arrive, the big boys come for them. Then we start afresh again. So that has been a big challenge. Yeah, it's really difficult. Then in terms of power is not a really challenge for us. Power is available, it's reliable, apart from the few days when the airport is off, but most of the time it's there. The only challenge is the cost. So it's a bit expensive in terms of power for customers. So that's a challenge. Then initially, especially for the new data centers when they are starting up, remember a data center without this ingredient is just an empty building. So building that community is what it takes time. And when you are, it's a heavy expenditure. So if you are not able to build this ecosystem within a short period of time, then it can cost you a lot of money. So getting all these connectivity providers and all these content delivery network guys to come in and set up, it takes a bit of time. So those are the main challenges. But once the people know what is happening and they know the value, then you really have to create resources to onboard customers.
Thank you. One last question from the lady there.
Hello, it has been a great conversation and I've learnt about CCTLDs and all that. So my name is Valerie Waswa. I wear many hats, but I would like to ask this question from a lawyer's perspective, being a tech lawyer. So I've had a lot of conversations around having local data centers and the aspect of data sovereignty. So my question is what is the thin line between us encouraging local data centers and the aspect that more than ever we are interconnected and we need to have more data, we need to have more interactions and data flowing in different jurisdictions beyond Kenya. So where do you draw the line as to encouraging local data centers and also ensuring that there is also the flow of data and data sharing and traffic internationally? And then the other question is around AI. Artificial intelligence is a key disruptor of digital innovation right now. So the current data centers in Kenya, are there any of them that are currently working on supporting the development of artificial intelligence? And if not, what policies can be put in place to ensure that these data centers can have what it takes to encourage local development of artificial intelligence as a technology? Thank you.
Chim, you look like you're really eager to answer this one.
Okay, let me take the data privacy first. Now, currently, you use Gmail, you use YouTube, you use Instagram or TikTok. Now, you know that Google knows more, or let me just use it, the American system knows more about the pattern and behaviors of Kenyans more than the government of Kenya do.
Yep.
And the reason is simply because for every video you consume, they know what you've consumed, they know the content in that video, they are able to take that data, and the government in that country is able to use that data to design their own policies and their own way of relating with your country. So even when you see African leaders go for a lot of these summits that they go abroad, what those governments are using to discuss with them are the data that we have fed the companies from those countries. So we have willingly given our data out to them. Now, if you want to talk about data privacy, we have to reverse the process where we begin to build applications that are local to us, hosted within our own domain, whereby we own that data and we know we are the ones using the data locally, and the data privacy laws that are local can guide that data. The data privacy law that guides your data when you get on YouTube is not the Kenya data privacy law. It's the US data privacy law. You have no control when you don't have a localized CDN handling that for you. So the first ingredient for you to solve data privacy is begin to host all your content locally. Now, on the aspect of AI, I think if you are talking about what policy needs to be put in place to encourage AI, I think it's investment policy. AI requires GPU-based servers. GPU-based servers consume a lot of electricity. The cost of electricity is expensive. So when you begin to run AI servers locally here, the data center cost for power is going to go up. The bill they pay to Kenya Power will go up, meaning that more money is being spent trying to spin up GPU servers for AI computing. Now, what we need is investment into cheaper form of electricity that brings down the cost of power for the data centers. You find China has nuclear reactors for energy generation, which brings down the cost of power for their data centers. Europe used to use cheap gas from Russia until them and Putin decide to get into their little scrubble. But you see, when you host an AI server, a GPU server in Europe before the whole Ukraine-Russia war, it's way cheaper in terms of the power consumption, what you're paying for power, than what you're paying here in Kenya or anywhere in Africa. So if we want to solve that, then the government needs to begin to bring policies that first invest heavily in more source of power that brings down the cost of power. Then we have to look at policies that encourage local investors to invest in infrastructure locally. Our current local Kenyan or African investors prefer to go and buy land and keep the land for the next 20 years and then sell it later, rather than investing in anything that is infrastructural based in Africa. For us who have been involved in building infrastructure across Africa, we know the pain. We've been building with our own personal funds, and it's difficult when you sit in meetings with local African investors for them to even understand the need for investment into infrastructure. So we have to change that with government policies and regulation that encourages local investments in infrastructure, particularly at the data center level, where if it means giving investors locally who invest in it tax breaks, certain incentives that would spur them up to invest locally. What we All of us right now here, we look for money from outside of the continent to invest in infrastructure within the continent, which is, for me, it's wrong. We shouldn't be expecting the West to build Africa. We as Africans should build Africa for Africa.
Awesome.
Just to add something on the AI part of it, and this is an assurance. Yes, we are already participating in it. And AI, looking at it, the build-up of it is actually a distributed system. A lot of that work, preliminaries of capturing the inputs for AI, is happening in Kenya today. So we look at AI is simply mimicking the human behavior to actualize performance of systems. So the initial stages, most of them are happening in Kenya. We are somewhere. We should now be moving to what he's mentioned, that can we have now data centers with a huge supply of power? Because at the data centers, we are talking of space and power. So when we are getting there, we'll be full AI industry.
Thank you very much. I think I want to call a hard stop for this panel, else we could go on and on. A round of applause. I think they've really educated us on matters, data centers and all. Maybe we can just, I think they want to take a group photo for this panel. Ready? Okay, so I'll take a minute. Thank you very much. At this point, I want to invite, do we have Kenneth in the house? Kenya Education Network? Great. Karibu sana. Kenneth have also been extremely supportive of KENIC and our initiatives and activities. Let's just give them a round of applause as they come. I believe this is Hilary Cheserek. Karibu sana. I know you're representing Prof. Yes. Stage is yours. Karibu. You can use this one. Let me take this.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Muko Salama, you don't sound enthusiastic. You are a little silent. So thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. All protocols observed. My name is Hilary Cheserek. I am a network engineer at the Kenya Education Network. And we are a trust deed. We are the people that connect the education sector in Kenya. So I don't know, I had a presentation. I don't know if it can be streamed. Okay, maybe I can just continue as it's prepared. So the Kenya Education Network is a trust deed incorporated in around the year 2000. So it was formed by 5 founder member institutions, 3 public institutions and 2 private, mostly universities. And so our scope is mainly to connect and provide services to the higher education community in Kenya, particularly research institutions, universities, research, and some schools. And we also connect and provide services to anyone else who is related to education and research. At the time when we were being formed, internet was really growing up. I think we were the second registered after Telkom to provide services. So it was expensive. So the community met, and then they came up with the service. So over that time, we've been providing services to Kenneth, and we are a small community, about 13 trustees, and of those 13 trustees, mostly are public. So our mission is to support digital transformation and digital inclusion, specifically in the universities. We try our best to get connectivity to the last 10 meters, and alongside community, we provide other services, for example, trust and identity services. We provide computing services. For example, even if a researcher wants to run some activity, okay, let us say you want to process your data, you want to calculate something online, we can give you, instead of you running on your laptop overnight, we can give you a virtual server, and then you'll be able to run it overnight. So those are some of the services that we are doing. So we are transforming learning and research in working environment using digital technologies. So what have we done to the community in Kenya? So currently we have a membership of about 219 members, and the membership is both private and public, and we are switching about 70 gigabits of traffic of that. Fortunately, the traffic is 70% local and 30% overseas, so we have 30 gigabits that connect to the international gateway. So we are available in the internet exchange points, all of them. We are in ICOLO, we are in KXP. I think we are not yet in PIX, but we will be there someday. You can reach us. And we also have private peering arrangements that we do. So we have a network that covers 46 out of the 47 counties. We don't have a member in Samburu right now. We're trying to see if we can connect someone in Samburu, but we've basically covered the entire country. And as a research and education network, how are we structured? Because we are mission specific, we provide both commodity traffic, the usual traffic that you have, YouTube, Facebook, and all that, and then we provide academic traffic, that is research traffic. And that could be traffic to do with maybe an hospital, and they are a group of surgeons who are doing a procedure here. And so we need to transfer that traffic to someone else who is a consultant somewhere, who needs to guide these people to continue with the work or to do whatever they were doing. So that's part of the thing. So because we are structured like that, we have to connect with our peers, okay? In Africa, we have 3 groups, and there's an association called UbuntuNet Africa, which we connect to. Then UbuntuNet connects to an organization called GIAN in Europe, which is a research and education network that is European. UbuntuNet is an African research and education network for East and Sub-Saharan Africa, basically the East Africa, Uganda, Congo, and down south. We have another one called WACREN. WACREN is for West Africa, the Western Africa, and then ASREN is for Arab States Education Network, which is basically the entire Sahel belt, that all the way to Yemen and the rest that they connect. All these organizations connect together for the purpose of promoting research and education. So you can have a researcher in Europe, and he is collaborating with another researcher at the University of Nairobi. And they are transferring a huge data set, okay? So we have to provide that platform to allow that researcher to transmit data from Nairobi and take it all the way to Europe for processing and back. And remember, we provide that alongside the resources that are needed to process that data. I just talked about virtual labs and those that we need to do. So I think I don't need to even follow the list here. The Gen Z normally say, and actually Gen Zs form a large population of the people we need to serve, because Kenneth is mandated to reach there. The Gen Z use a term called Anguka Nayo, so I don't have to follow this. I'll just Anguka Nayo and continue with my presentation. So this network that we have has to be highly available. We strive our best to get 99.9% available, and because if you have 3-hour downtime in a month, that's a long time. And since COVID, we've had to improve the network so much so that it's available. Our provisions is such that we want this lecturer or this student to at no point have poor connectivity, okay? So the contention ratio for the service we provide is 1:1. So if we give you 10 Mbps, we're giving you 10 Mbps up and down. All right, we move on. So the services that we provide, what we use for the network include high-speed internet. Of course, I've talked about that. Then we have other services such as what we call EdiRoom. And EdiRoom is an identity service which is used to identify someone. So if you have registered a student in one university, that student is able to roam in the entire NREN community or anywhere where EdiRoom is provided and is given for services and logs in automatically. It is used like a decentralized authentication system. And then we have digital certificates. For all our members, once you become a member of KNET, apart from connecting you and taking all other services, such as cloud services and research, we also register your domain for free. So as long as you're a member of KNET, you're eligible for getting resources, and we'll assist you to set up that one. So that one helps them go anywhere. So alongside EdiRoom and something called Educane, which is identity provider, it allows our researchers and our students to roam whenever they are. And there's a picture I needed to show on my presentation. One of the things that we enable, just one picture. So once we provide that identity and we've allowed you to browse in the network, some of the data that you are accessing, for example, medical data for that case, okay? Is there a presentation? Okay. Go to the 9th one. Yes, that page. You can see pictures there. You can see 2 of them, right? So on the 9th page, you have one of the things that we promote. It's called, one of them is just one among many. That's digital transformation of surgery, okay? So the picture on your left is just one I picked on the internet, but the one on your right is a real picture here in Kenya, for which doctors were doing an operation, and I have tried to blind the image so that I am in line with the data protection laws. This is a picture where we are enabling doctors or the surgical community in Kenya to be able to train other doctors remotely on surgery. And this is just one picture that I've created, which is a site. There are other pictures that are quite a little more elaborate on the details. For example, the pictures of things and the things that we enable. So in this case, if the doctor sees what's going on, they can consult a consultant somewhere and teach. And this also allows us to avoid crowding theaters when we are teaching medical students. For example, we don't need to have 10 students in a theater. They can be in a room somewhere and they can train. So if you go to the slide number 11 now, that's when I can discuss about the areas of collaborations that we do. That was just an example of what KNET does. So let's go to number 11. So in number 11, we have 3 structures of connectivity. The center one is the core of the network, or rather the distribution network. And then we have some international connectivity. In our case, it forms 30% of the traffic. And then we have access network, which is the one down here. Now, that the one that's down there where you have these capacities, 10 MB, 1 gigabit, is the one that needs the most skill. We are partnering a lot with all our organizations right here at the center. So that is where now we peer with everybody. And that is where we need to collaborate in terms of security, network security, things like we follow the laws of BGP, manners and all that. And that's where we come in here. But the area where we would like you to assist us, or the community to assist us, is digital skills at the lower level. Okay? So for that case, the area of collaboration that needs is network security and cyber security initiatives. So we need to promote internet security and collaboration. And we could follow all the cyber security rules, but we still have to be very candid on matter security. This country, we've had a lot of security challenges in the past, okay? You've heard of the distributed denial of service attacks that happened recently. And if we don't coordinate and collaborate together as members of this community, it will be difficult. You will have a network, yes, but it might not operate well if we don't follow all this and all of us. So you just need to have one weak point on the internet to compromise the entire sector. So for that, we can talk about promoting manners. I know that this is more of not upper layer things. These are more of layer 3, layer 4, layer 5, about filtering, about global validation. I had the advocate here talking about that sometimes someone registers a website and something like that and doesn't indicate who it is that registered the network. On the network part, we really have to have that. So you have to put your data in well-known places like PeeringDB everywhere. So if you come to Kenneth, you will find our email and even the contact person. And then we need to have our public resources, the IP address, or rather public IP addresses. We need to be careful with that. We need to have them on IRR, we register with the registry, and do RPKI. And then so that we know where everybody is doing. Then the other collaboration we can do is network infrastructure sharing. I know people have built resources, people have built fiber. If you could share, the better. For us, Kenneth, we rely on other third-party service providers. So if you have fiber on one side of the network, also share with the other person in the other side. And the last part, just to conclude, is development of digital skill set for the nation. The skill set is available in our community for the networks that are well developed. But do we have this skill set in where it's needed the most? When you go to a teacher's training college, in some case, for example, we have a lot of challenges there in terms of digital skill sets. And so if you can build a skill set for them, the better. You deliver your network very well. You deliver everything, all these digital resources. You give them a website, but they are unable to secure it. They are unable to run it. So that's where we need digital security. So with that, I'd like to say thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. Have a good evening. Yes, you have any...
Questions for Kenneth? There's one. There's a question here.
Hello, Jambo. My name is Mwendwa Kivuva from Kiktanet. What is the cost of this internet you are providing to schools or to institutions, especially the smaller institutions? Is it preferential? Can it compete with, say, Starlink, which can give 150 Mbps at 6,000?
Thank you, such. I had hoped that no one would ask me that question, but maybe I would say, first of all, that Kenneth is a not-for-profit organizations, so all the money that we do collect goes back to the network. And you asked about the cost. So, of course, we have our own community costs, network community costs, that I might not just speak to it here. But in terms of comparing with Starlink, so I have an experience with Starlink. We have about 15 or 16 Starlinks in our network. We run Starlinks and we use it remotely. Starlink is good for remote sites where you really don't have an option. All low Earth orbit networks are very, very good for remote sites where you don't have connectivity, but they are bundle based, okay? And if you have a school and a very active students who are on Twitter, you will exhaust your 200 Mbps maybe in an hour. And so from my statistics, it's not sustainable because they exhaust the bundles within a very short time. Sometimes in a week even, they consume a whole month of bandwidth. And after you exhaust Starlink, after you just reach your limit, they first take you down to best effort. After that, you just get the credit you have to do. You can do what we call an opt-in, which is an extra amount. So Starlink is good for personal use, not for institutional use, for emergency cases in that case. I hope I've answered you. Any other question? maybe you can contribute a bit.
But I think
there's a mic.
I think there's something on Starlink, and Barak is here, and I think we have tested on Starlink. I think it's maybe the approach, and that's why we are called community network, because we test, we mix, and we come up with, at the end of the day, the solution. Maybe we are doing it just on the direct way of doing it. What about if we take it through a Mycotic, and then you're able to distribute it to other people? You need to look at what kind of a solution here. Because I believe in the community networks that we have, those ones that we have around 2 or 3. Starlink is working even in Turkana. It's working better. Thank you.
You take a minute?
Yeah, I think that's okay. I think maybe we'll find some time as a community and write something about the low Earth orbit internet and rights. I agree with you. For low volume, it's quite good. But when you're dealing with 4,000 students, that's not easy.
Thank you very much, Bwana Hillary. A round of applause. Please take our deepest regards and thanks to Prof for your support. I want to invite Naftali from M. Zawadi. I will not even try to attempt to, I'll not try to describe what this guy does, but he has a very interesting presentation. So over to you, my friend. There you go.
To have 2 sessions today and tomorrow, and told Mr. Kitau that today I will not be talking about technologies. I'll preserve that for tomorrow, but it's because from morning I've been listening, and I think we've been very technical. We have listened to engineers, we have listened to guys who are really techy, and I say let me take this opportunity to have a different set of presentation that is a bit softened to the business people, speaking to the business people, founders, CEOs, and marketing guys, just to see how that becomes part of what we are talking about here, collaboration and connectivity. So my name is Naftal. The reason I'm here is because where I come from is Group CEO for the last quite a number of years, almost 10 years, leading these companies. These are technology companies. In my last almost 17 years working at management levels, I think I've learned quite a bit of things that I thought I should be able to represent today. And this day I'm going to narrow down to this. This was my PhD thesis on management, and I'm going to present in the simplest form that is going to talk to what we are talking about today, about connectivity, partnership, and a collaboration. The reason why specifically I wrote about Spiderweb is because collaboration in the last few years has been the talking point, and partnership is actually the agenda today. But the level of connectivity and the collaboration has not been exploited very well. And this is the reason. Those ones who understand the essence of collaboration, I went to nature and studied the spider. I'm going to present it today in terms of nature. The spider is one of the creatures which is a solitary animal, and most of us get scared of spiders. But the spider builds the web. Spiders don't go hunting. They build the web simply because it is the web that captures the prey. And it captures the prey, and the work of the spider is to spend its energy in eating the prey, not in hunting for the prey. What does that mean? It means organizations as we know them then, we call them the corporation, has changed. The previous speakers here have mentioned why, if we need to increase the number, the domains in Africa from 4.7, I hope I'm right, million, to increase those numbers. How do you increase those numbers? We don't increase numbers by reducing the cost of the domains. We increase numbers by having more businesses, people joining businesses, joining into the fray and coming up with applications that performs the need to have the domain. So the need to have the domain has to be sorted. So the collaboration in this sense I'm talking about here, I'm going to base it in a few things. 1960s, when the internet discussion came into being, I think most of us, you understand this history. When Russia was able, after the Second World War, Russia was able to launch some satellites, and the US was trying to come up with a counter, that was USSR then, the Soviets. US came up with a research, which was, they're calling it ARPANET, which was trying to count and see how it is the best way of communicating to people after the nuclear. So that is when the internet originally conceptualized, which, as you'll be able to see, the birthday of the internet, 1983, January 1st, which we call the birthday of the internet. This was the conversion of the ARPANET to the TCP/IP. That is the internet was, Earth came in. Can you imagine the evolution then and the evolution now? The evolution of the internet as we know it emerged of different companies trying to exploit the internet and move the brick and the mortar businesses, bring them online, because that is what created the eruption. And then there was need for connectivity, what most of us call the global village, connectivity from one country to another. That is what we call the connectivity. That is what emerged. So the emergency of application is the launching pad to the exploitation of the internet. So it means if you don't have businesses who creatively are creating applications, then what will you get? I think one of the speakers mentioned about local content and being hosted elsewhere. If you don't have the infrastructure that makes it easier for me, who is coming up with a small local content, to just place it somewhere, what do? I'll go to YouTube and place it there. If I have I'm making a small application and I want to launch an AI application, I'll just go to AWS, they have the infrastructure, I place it there. That's what I'm talking about. So the application layer is a critical area for us to be able to sort, not just at the network layer, not just at the physical layer, because we are sorted the physical layer. We have sorted the network layer. Why are we sorting the application layer? It's very critical because that will spur businesses, will spur applications, will spur more entrepreneurs, more people coming into the net. What will it do? The need for domains will emerge. And now what will happen is, now we'll have more and more people trying to use the local infrastructure to be able to store those applications. So let me go back to why I wrote this book of the spider. The reason is, I looked at nature and I looked at the cooperation as it is. And I said, the cooperation as it is being disrupted by startups, which are no longer looking at the boundaries which we studied in business school. So they are no longer looking at the boundaries and are trying to exploit the other, the boundaryless kind of world. That's where you see the Marriott hotels, which were marked among the most valued hotels. What by 2019, Airbnb surpassed the valuation of Marriott hotels. Reason being exploitation of the internet. So when we talk about that kind of network, what we mean is the spider, as it is, was to exploit what we call how nature works. Nature is not wild. Nature collaborates. Actually, if you read the book of Darwin, The Evolution, he talks about the cooperation that human beings, what we call the humates, they realize that they can only survive if they collaborate. Nature collaborates, from the small animals, the big animals. Those ones who have been nature, I started what we call one animal called the coyote and the badgers. The coyote hunts on the ground and badgers hunts on where? On the underground. These animals are competing because they all burrow, they all compete with the same kind of what? Prey. But they realized that their competition is negative. Both of them are losing. So they decided to collaborate without them knowing. So what we'll do, a coyote will be able to chase this kamambo on the ground, and what will it do? It will get into underground. What will happen underground? The badger is waiting for it, isn't it? When the badger is chasing the animal underground, what the animal does is come up. And what will it do? The coyote does what? Takes it. These are competing brands collaborating. It's to demystify the issue of collaboration to the level that there is nothing like competing brands and then competing brands, because then competing brands can be able to collaborate and then competing brands can be able to collaborate. If we discuss about collaboration and partnership here, then what we need to discuss is what is the level of collaboration and how do we collaborate to sustain the collaboration. That is the most important thing. And I think that is why if you look at nature, one of the things that I realized also was that if you look at ants, those ones who studied ants very well, I know we studied about teamwork of ants, but there's something that you don't know about ants. When ants are going to pick their prey, almost 200,000 ants leave their colony. But they form two lanes. That's the connectivity we're talking about here. They usually form two lanes. The two lanes outside and inside takes care of the ants which are leaving the colony. But they usually leave an inside lane. The inside lane is for the incoming, the ones which are carrying the prey, bringing it back. The reason being that they need to control traffic for the incoming so that there is no disturbance for the incoming because they carry food. And the incoming one also is to make sure they are protected by two outside lanes because they are carrying the most important treasure for the colony. The importance of this kind of collaboration when it comes to our institutions is to be able to see where are we leveraging, who can do what and who cannot do what. Because, let me ask you today, I think there's a question which was asked today. You have data centers, but what will be the use of the data centers if we don't have guys bringing their servers to data centers? If you come to my office today, you are looking me to be able to invest and put my server in the data center. I must be able to have affording it. It's a partial yes, and they need to have that data center. It's having my server. So if my business is not doing well, will I take the service over data center? I won't be able to take it. So this kind of collaboration has to be all through, all round. That's what I talk about the spider wave economy, meaning that all the enablers to make businesses to thrive we need to ensure that we are able to host all the things that we need. For example, if I talk about Azure, I talk about AWS, I talk about all these kind of cloud services. So most of these things, what we are doing it in our data centers here. But how comes I have 8 out of 10 startup entrepreneurs I host every time are all somewhere in Azure or AWS and not hosting the applications here? Have we asked ourselves why? Because the corporation gives the money, they are able to host. The CDNs, yes, they are there. But what about the small guys, small entrepreneurs who don't actually even know what is going on? I have a small application I want to launch. One of the things we launched recently, because we're one of the few companies which have done so well in AI. We have developed Wakili, I'll talk about it tomorrow for lawyers. I think there's a lawyer here, which we have developed a big application which has disrupted how law is done in Kenya. We have done a number of AI solutions in agri-tech. I'll speak about them tomorrow. But the first thing I was thinking about, where will my infrastructure be? And what will be the cost of it? Of course, as a startup, the first thing you realize is cost, isn't it? You think of cost. You think of a person, an application which already established an infrastructure for it. So how do we ensure we create those kind of infrastructures? I know, yes, somebody mentioned that they are costly. Yes, but there is also another pain point. There are people who need to invest in those infrastructures. It becomes an enabler for smaller application guys or entrepreneurs to come on board. Because the moment we spar there, then that web economy I'm talking about there is going to be done. Now, let me give you this, this scenario. The alphabet, the way we know it, that is from Google. If you look at the journey on alphabet, from the time that it was done, why do you think Google has sustained their ecosystem? It is because they introduced applications one after the other to ensure that the people around who are the users are able to be held there. For example, when Alphabet started, from the introduction of Chrome to introduction of Gmail, introduction of YouTube, I want you to look at those applications and realize how strategic they were all. The introduction of Chrome, because they knew that if we don't have a browser, then our applications would not do what? We'll have to be dependent on another browser. That was then Firefox and Edge. Then it was called it was called what? Yes, Edge. They came in and disrupted that. Then they went the next thing. They thought video thing is coming, is a big thing. They bought YouTube. Do you understand the history? Yahoo was dominating the email. They created Gmail. They took that space. When the phone industry was coming up, they knew that we need to create an infrastructure for the phone. I want to realize how infrastructure is key in containing our ecosystem and growing it. They knew that infrastructure will be key and everybody will be wanting to plug in. That's when they created what? The Android, isn't it? They went and bought the Android because they knew everybody has to plug in. Android came in. They knew the payment is going to be a major obstacle because payment is because of a big thing in terms of e-commerce businesses. That's when they also went for the Google Pay. They created infrastructure after infrastructure. These applications were all creating what we call an ecosystem. If you create ecosystem of applications and give it the infrastructure, then we will not be discussing about our application being hosted anywhere. We don't have the ecosystem. In my book, I discuss about the nature of why ecosystem is critical. I say that the dependence levels of an ecosystem means that one player, depending on another player, there is a reason why I need to depend on another player. For example, if you look about the plover, you know the crocodile, You know the kabad that it's always tendaring with the crocodile. For the crocodile when it's out of water or when it's... That bird is usually the toothpick of a crocodile. Crocodile usually opens the mouth, you see the bird eating. Might think the bird is the most, when you talk about something which is in the teeth crocodile, you might think how confident that bird is. But you look at it. Without that bird, the crocodile's teeth will rot because of the meat. So the crocodile, the bird is a toothpick for the crocodile. So it needs the bird. But the bird also needs food, isn't it? That is the complementary levels of how nature has always collaborated. It's always happening. Spiders are solitary animals, if you don't know. But in Amazon, they realized that they cannot continue hunting solitary. The bigger prey could not be caught. So what they did is to come together and create what we call an orb. Just like what we're talking about here. They created webs across the rivers in Amazon. Scientists didn't know. Scientists was like, these are always solitary animals. How come they have done this? Because this guy is discovered. We can't continue being solitary. We have to create the bigger web so that we can capture the bats. We can capture the bigger prey. Because the bigger the cake, the better for us. They collaborated. So these things were solitary. And mostly we have a problem with tech companies because I ran tech company for years. Tech companies don't easily collaborate. Most of the time they compete because when you are tech engineer, the first thing you think of another person is you can also do it. Is the first instinct of a tech engineer. The first thing is, I can also do what? Do it. Collaboration is not there. It's not spoken about. But we cannot create the ecosystem and an infrastructure to spur our internet connectivity and partnership if we can't think about creating an ecosystem that has an infrastructure into it, through which everybody else will come and plug in. Now, what we would have done is now we'll not be talking about increasing the number of domains. We are not sorting the problem of thinking about number of domains. If you reduce a domain to 3 shillings or 10 shillings, the question you'll ask yourself is, what will I use the domain for? That is what we need to answer. The cost of the domain is not high. The question is, what do I need the domain for? But if we create that, then the need for spurring of the domain will be natural. We will not be discussing about content being hosted elsewhere. We should be discussing, do we have the infrastructure? And I'm not talking about the physical infrastructure. I'm talking about the applicational infrastructure to enable all these guys who are coming up with entrepreneurs to plug in. So that by then, we are able to bring the cooperation, and I'm talking about the cooperation here, because the cooperation as it is originally is going to become extinct. The traditional corporations are going to become extinct because the startups have disrupting every other ground. I want to display tomorrow how this disruption is going to be and how it has become. That we no longer talk about the corporation because a startup doesn't talk about boundaries. Can you imagine today if we could be talking about every other entrepreneur startup elsewhere coming up with a SaaS solution, simple SaaS solution charging 100 shillings online, and selling it in India because of SEO, sending it every other country. There is no boundary there. I know when you work in a corporation, you sit down and talk about, you know how we talk about the segmentation, geographical price. You know those things we studied in our strategies in business school, which are no longer, in my spread economy, I've said they're no longer working, they're extinct. Our strategies are different right now. We are moving out of those. It means today I can come up with application, sell it in India, sell it in, like now we created Wakili, we created one for Nigeria, and they're speaking very well. I'm here, they don't even know who is this guy who's introduced this. You don't need to. So that is the infrastructure that I could be talking about. And for today, what I want to mention to you is that we are in a spider web economy where I say collaboration is the new innovation. And this kind of collaboration has to be so much thought about, and we should not just be speaking about partnership. I say we should not be talking about partnership, we should be talking about collaboration. There's a difference. Partnership is too formal. Partnership is to say, I provide this, I'm providing internet, provide me security. That's partnership, that's a business transaction. Collaboration goes beyond the partnership, and that is what will be able to take the infrastructure and the creation of an ecosystem to be able to spur the economy and the interconnectivity for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naftali. Happy to take one or two questions. Any? None. Okay, good. Asante sana. Another round of applause. We'll get to hear more from Naftali and his company Mzawadi tomorrow. At this point, I want to invite Barak on the stage. Karibu. Let's welcome him. This will be our last panel for the day. It's Shaping Kenya's Digital Outlook. And it's a conversation with thought leaders. I know one or two people may have left, but I'm sure I would still be able to share some thoughts, ideas, and actions. Bwana Mwendwa Kivuva, karibu sana. So due to our timing, I think the panel will only have the two of you, so take it away. Fiona has left. Yeah. Bob has also left because he was there and I thought he walked out. But we could kick off. Let me just check, do a quick intro, and then we can take it away.
All right, thank you very much. I think now that I only have one panelist, it's going to take a very short time, and then I will certainly invite conversations, or rather, it means more feedback from the audience. So I'll start with Kivuva. If I'll give you the floor to introduce yourself, and in fact, I think you're hiding. Bob is here. Bob, please join us. We have a big stage to ourselves. Yeah, so the last panel, and I promise it won't be boring. I'm not sure what Kennick has in store for us this evening. I suspect it's tea, a lot of tea out there. We are going to discuss Shaping Kenya's Digital Outlook, a conversation with thought leaders. I have Mr. Kivuva here, who is going to introduce himself quickly, and Bob. They're not strangers because they were here in previous panels, but I'll start by giving an opportunity to Kivuva and then to Bob, then we'll get into the round of questions. Mwendwa?
Okay, thank you, Barack. And because we are 3, so you will also become a panelist. So you will join this panel, not just moderating. So my name is Mwendwa Kivuva from Kiktanet, and Kiktanet is a research capacity building think tank based in Nairobi, but we work globally.
Thank you. Bob?
Thank you, Barack. So, my name is Bob Ochieng. I work for the internet, or ICANN, whichever is interesting for you. Probably just want to point out that ICANN is an acronym for a bit longer name, which stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. And it is those last 2 N's that are critical for this discussion: assigned names and assigned numbers. So that's what really we try and do. And maybe we will discuss a bit of that in this session as well.
Thank you very much. Please prepare yourselves because I'll be coming back to the audience for this conversation. This session will be looking at shaping Kenya's digital outlook, a conversation with thought leaders. I'm sure that the team that is here is just a representation of the many great men and women that have put this country where it is. I think most of you or all of you already know that the internet and generally ICT is a major priority for this government, which is a good thing that the government has recognized it. And there are many efforts or many initiatives by government, civil society, the private sector, technical community, and other actors that are working towards achieving this. And I'm sure there are many who are seated out there who are contributing to these initiatives. So on to Kivuva as we start the conversation. What are some of the critical issues, if you summarize, that are shaping Kenya's digital future or Kenya's digital ecosystem? We are mindful of the fact that many years back, some of our leaders came up with the Vision 2030, which summarizes our national aspirations that will enable us to move to another level. And most of the efforts we've been making have been geared towards driving us to this particular destination. And secondly, as you speak, what role should the Kenyan multi-stakeholder ecosystem play in helping to achieve these goals?
Okay, thank you, Barack. I see you have thrown me a loaded question. There's a part A and a part B. So I think I will first attempt part A. In the last 2 months, we've had a sort of insurrection in Kenya brought about by the youth, or what we are calling Gen Z. And one issue we should actually counter as a nation or talk about is availability of human resource. Because we see some statistics say Gen Zs are around 34% of the adult population, some even say 50%. And most of these young people are either not in formal employment or don't have any meaningful work they are doing, or they are underemployed. By underemployed, I mean the work they are doing, they could be doing far much for the economy. For example, there is one popular shop in Nairobi which takes young people and they walk in the roads carrying billboards advertising their products. Some yellow billboards written in black. I don't want to mention the organization, but I can mention it because they walk in the streets. It's House of Leather, yeah. Like you can. So that is underemployment. They take like 10 people walking around roundabouts, are walking in streets. You can imagine that is serious underemployment. And why are they doing that? Because there is availability of young people who have nothing else to do, and they will rather go and earn that 300 shillings per day instead of them advertising any other platform. And our young people are actually educated. You know, sometimes I see organizations say that one of the problems we have in Kenya is either lack of human resource or educated resources to be able to work. But all these tech organizations that we have in our country, they are manned by Kenyans. A youth probably in the university will not have been trained on that particular job, but within a month or two, they will be able to catch up and do the work that is needed. So how are we able now to tap into this youth and make them more productive for economy? Because I can tell you, Andrew, we will not be able to grow this domain, these numbers, without businesses. Those numbers we are seeing in Germany, .de, or China, are not people sitting idle at home. They are businesses, they are entrepreneurs, they are people doing something meaningful for the economy. So unless we are able to harness on our human resources as a nation, then our economy and the digital economy will have a bigger challenge in growing. So I will want to emphasize on that aspect of the youth. And of course, there are others that will come later.
Great. And secondly, what role do you see? Because we are talking about partnerships. I think it's the clarion call of this meeting. And we are here because of partnerships between government, private sector, civil society, and academia. And I think we are at an inflection point. That time it was about formation. This time it's about leaping forward or growth. So what role do you see? And maybe you could point out some of the key things that different stakeholders can take on.
So multi-stakeholderism is something that is big in Kenya. So in the last 15 years, we have seen multi-stakeholderism getting root, and it's actually enshrined in the Constitution, because when we talk about Article 10, when you talk about public participation, it means bringing all the stakeholders and ensuring that their voices are heard. So that it's not only one type of stakeholder, maybe government, that has all the solutions or business. So that all the stakeholders are brought into the table. And we've seen the different, for example, policies or bills that have been passing or have been developed, like for example, the Kenya ICT Master Plan or the Broadband Strategy or Kenya ICT Policy. These documents have been used to propel our nation forward, because that's why Kenya is sometimes likened to the Silicon they call it Silicon Savannah. Yeah. Yeah, because all these different players have played their role. Media have worked in hyping this nation, and the businesses have been able to harness capital to come into Kenya. The government has tried to put conducive environment, subsequent governments within this space. So multi-stakeholder cannot be gainsaid, and it's an important point in ensuring that our digital future is enhanced. So that's something we should protect. And we have seen that the times that the government, for example, has gone astray and passed policies or even laws, even like, for example, the past law that brought so much problem in this country, the finance bill, it had aspects on IT and tech that the community had given comments about it, and of course some players thought that they will not take those issues into account, and you saw the problem it brought into this country, because we are saying all voices need to be heard, all the voices need to be on the table. And I know many multinational organizations and international bodies, I see the value of multi-stakeholderism. For example, even ICANN has been the one championing the word multi-stakeholderism for the most years that we've been into this internet governance space. And going forward, if, for example, in Kenya we want more harmony in developing our policies, we still need to be able to embrace that model. And this will prevent, for example, we've seen in the courts, people Umtata going to court and challenging most of the policies, and most of the reasons why these laws or bills or policies have been thrown out is because of either lack of public participation, or two, if the public participation was there, it was not taken into account when they arrived into the final judgment or final policy decision that the government has taken.
Thank you very much, Kivuva. Before we move to the floor or to the audience, I want to turn to Bob to give us a global perspective. Of course, in Kenya, we have always aspired to think globally and to act locally. And it's no wonder we have many of the key internet institutions setting up shop locally because of our interest to support some of these global perspectives. So looking at our national digital aspirations, Bob, what opportunities are there at global stage that we could actually leverage on to help us achieve our digital aspirations, taking into considerations what the government has put out there as the objectives that they want us to attain, and practical realities of what somebody who is in Nyatike or say Takaungu can be able to identify with, just moving out of this room into something that is valuable and tangible to the community.
So thank you very much, Barack. And I think we have been, or probably we by now must have had, the government's agenda on digital. I think that's how we call it, our agenda on digital. And if I have had it right, I think there's an element of 100,000 kilometers of fiber, I guess. There are probably 25,000 hotspots across the country targeting markets. So there are it's a 4-point agenda or thereabout. Probably the question you want to ask yourself is, what was this based on? I'm not saying it is wrong or good, but what informed that? So in other words, and thinking globally and acting locally, maybe we need to do better in measurement, and so that when the government says, or policy says, or even private sector sets out to implement something, then there's a basis, and that basis is evidence-based. So what is informing that direction? What study, what evidence that you and me can actually refer to and confirm that yes, the government is right in going this direction, and therefore pull us together with them in that journey. So just saying that we probably need to do better or a better job in measurement, and probably therein, isolate or properly define what is really the component of our GDP that is tech-driven, or what is the contribution that our digital economy can contribute to our GDP. Some people call it iGDP. Do we know that figure? Probably we know what our GDP is, but what is the component, what component of that GDP can be attributable to the digital economy? Because when you are having evidence as the basis of your action, then you actually sound, or actually will be much more practical and authentic in the intervention that you make. So I think we probably need to do better on documenting and researching on what is the status of things, so that whatever we are trying to do is backed with some evidence. So that's one. And having said that, so ICANN did or commissioned a study in 2014, which you could be aware of, And I think the findings are pretty profound, even to the realities of today. And coming to your question, so we commissioned a report called Greasing the Wheels of the Digital Economy. This was done by the BCG Consulting Group back in 2014, and you can download it actually. It's freely available. And it identified 4 critical areas that can actually define to what extent an economy, or the digital economy of, any country could actually be impacted. And I like what the previous speaker, talked about infrastructures and making it very specific to, you can look at infrastructure very differently, not the way we think about it as, wires, cables, and all these things. There's platform infrastructure, there's all manner of infrastructure. But one of the things that that report identifies is the profound effect of the availability of infrastructure, actually physical digital infrastructure, to the country or to the netizens or to the users. And you say, which part of Kenya, whether it's Turkana, whether it's, my village in Kisumu, do they have access to infrastructure? And can we as a country list out what is hindering, the availability or lack of it of that particular infrastructure? So they point out that infrastructure availability or lack of it contributes to 2/3 of either the problem or the solution. And as a solution, probably that is where, again, as you say, if you went to Mandera today, is it practical to ask for fiber? And I think for our case, it then makes sense to, be agnostic to new technologies. Is it fiber that is best for Mandera today, or it is something else? Do we actually have a role for community networks, which maybe 10 years ago probably was vocabulary to many sectors? So that actually then informs to what level, as a country, we should be flexible to adopt new technologies to actually intervene in such cases, because infrastructure contributes to 2/3 of your problems or your solutions. The other 3 things is individual specific impediments or characteristics, things that affect an individual and either can make you go online or not. And there can be very many, at an individual level. Then Kivuva talks about, if you look at registrations in China, for example, just for domain names, those 20 million names are probably not just individuals. They are SMEs, they are organizations, they are entities. So this report identifies that 1/6 of our problems are industry specific. So they're either issues that are either enable or disable the industry from adopting technologies. And a lot of things lie in there, including laws, which come in from, all sectors, including finance bills, end up affecting digital sector, or having digital sector impacts. And the last one is what they are calling informational challenges or maturity. So to what extent is the ecosystem literate? To what extent do we have local content? And can we quantify those specific factors that either, hinder digital literacy or hinder the availability of the relevant local content in our economy? Now, if you were to map out these 4 areas in any economy and, design solutions that is addressing the challenges directly around these 4 areas, then potentially you can actually start seeing the proper contribution of the digital sector to that economy, including your domain names. And actually domain names is a foundation. It is a foundation that can have an entire ecosystem, leveraging. And our example here today is take your 25,000 hotspots. And I think I've been saying that if, say, give us an example of Kenyatta Market hotspot, as a market. as a hotspot and as a fully fledged, website with, mama mbogas, with each of their stalls, properly labeled with everything that they are selling, and, fully implemented, including the relevant infrastructure to pay for whatever you want, probably to deliver to wherever you want it. Maybe that is a better implementation of this 25,000, flagship project. Therein, you probably end up with 25,000 domain names. But over and above that, you have an entire ecosystem with website builders, with digital content creation, with video content production. It is an entire ecosystem. So probably how we implement some of these flagship solutions or initiatives maybe is our greatest undoing.
Thank you very much, Bob. I would like to turn to the audience, even as we wind down, and probably give 3 opportunities. And my question to the audience is, do you feel we are on the right trajectory insofar as achievement of our national aspirations, digital aspirations is concerned? This is an open question. And what would your message be? We have a new CS who is from industry. She's been part and parcel of us. And I like the fact that this meeting is actually being broadcast and it's a conversation among industry. What would your message be to the new CS? You never know. The internet is powerful, isn't it? What would your message be on what we need to do to get us to our aspirations? Some hands, quick hands, so that we don't take much time with this. Yes, I see Labat there. Any other hand so that we take them in quick succession? Yes, yes, there's one there. Asante. Frederick, go ahead, Labat.
Thank you. My name is Labat, the founder of Plugins Internet Exchange Point. I'd like to bring to the attention about optimizing the resources in Kenya. In Kenya, in terms of infrastructure, I believe we are very good. In terms of fiber optic cables that are running in our railway lines, in our Kenya pipeline, done by KenNet, done by the entire government bodies. Example, we have ICTA, which is supposed really to come in and play the role of allocation of the fiber optic cables. We have cables by KPLC. They're really trying a very good job to distribute the fiber. We have KenNet. They're also trying to distribute their services because they are part of the national infrastructure. We have Kenya Pipeline. We also have Kenya Railway, and we have the SGR. And I'm also understanding there is some other fiber optic lines called this data center in Mlolongo. So basically, we need to synchronize such that we don't all of us go dig the road. We have one secretariat, one authority that allocates and works out everything about it. The other part that I'd like to talk to the government mainly is about infrastructure and what are we feeding our Kenyans. Yes, if you have a kid and you can feed him crisps and popcorns and he'll be okay. But what about our own Kenyan contents? What about our Kenyan content providers? Why our TVs are all free to air? Why don't we have the same concept of free to air TVs on the online scope? Once all these things are done, and once all the policies, starting with this KENIC event, I believe our policy should be done such that all .ke domains, all our digital assets should be resident in Kenya. The Office of the Data Protection, there should be no Kenyan data that's supposed to be hosted outside. When you talk about artificial intelligence mines data. But as Kenyans, where is our data? It's outside. So if you are to go and move into the artificial intelligence cycle, we need our own data here to mine, not for others to help us mine and give us the reports.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Frederick, if you can be brief so that we have parting remarks from the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you very much for KENIC and also for the panelists. for the conversation. I'm Frederick from Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensic Association. So mine is from the context of investment, where we have seen most of these public initiatives and most of the community-led projects. For instance, we have the fiber optic, and also the public Wi-Fi hotspots the government is doing. So how is it possible? How is it possible to promote impact investing into these public community initiatives where we may not pay much attention to the return on the investment, but we focus more on a measurable social impact such that we do not only leave the government to use loans to fund these projects, but we have wealthy people who can put in their money into promoting these specific initiatives which have specific impact into the society. And also, of course, there will be some return on investment, but the key outcome is social impact and ensuring that the lives of the people are positively impacted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Frederick. It reminds me of the story of Africa Online, how it started. Started as KenyaNet, or a news channel for Kenyans, grew into a communications business because they needed to pull news from nation here. And before you knew it, people were also using that same channel to send emails back and forth. And there we had the birth of one of the biggest ISPs on the African continent. And yes, such small things are what result in impact. And I think that's what Bob was talking about. Your parting remarks, Kivuva, and message also to an informal. Of course, Kenik will make the formal message. But what would our wish list to Madam CS be?
Okay. So first of all, I want to talk about local content. We have a lot of local content in Kenya, but it's in TikTok, it's in Twitter, it's on YouTube. That's our content, and it's local. We have produced it. It's in meta platforms. It's even Gmail. The emails you are writing to each other in the office, you're writing to the guy next to you. Maybe you are the CEO, you are writing to your marketing manager. That is local content you are producing, although it's going to a server in California. So it's not only about content. This big tech have managed to make content meaningful. They have been able to ensure that the video you've taken on your phone, you can be able to share it meaningfully. Twitter has made a platform where you can have a meeting with 25 million people attending at one go, like the one that happened with Donald Trump, or what happened with the Kenya Gen Z when they were organizing. 1 million people were tuning in on X Spaces. So we have our content. What we don't have is our own platforms, our own Twitters. And that's why even our cost of bandwidth is so high, because we have to pay for international transit. All the data has to land somewhere in Fujairah, in Dubai, or in some IXPs in Ireland and Netherlands, then go to Silicon Valley to bring all that data back. And that talks about investments in infrastructure. In Kenya, there's a lot of money. For example, when government floats what they call infrastructure bonds, tax-free, they floated one 2 weeks ago of 50 billion Kenya shillings. And chances are that because the interests are very good, people will mop up 50 billion and buy into that bond. Local Kenyans, what does that say? We have so much capital within ourselves. And we probably will like more tangible things, because, for example, the price of land in Kenya is very expensive. Let's go look at the price of land in Kilimani and go and check in the same price of land in Johannesburg. a more advanced economy than us. You find land in Nairobi is more expensive than there. Even farmland in UK is more expensive here in Kenya than in UK, because we are investing more on non-tech or non-digital issues. And most of the investors in tech in Kenya are from the other countries. And for example, organizations here are being acquired from the West. The big ISPs here in Kenya are from investors that have come from the West. What are we doing with our capital? And the capital is there. So probably we need to know how to allocate our capital better and show there is value. We show the value proposition on our local investors. If they invest in tech, what return will they get? Will they get more than 18% than that the government is giving? That is the value proposition I would want to, and the challenge I would want to throw out there.
Thank you, Kivuva. Very weighty comments. Bob, your final remarks?
Thanks, Barak. So in closing, I guess maybe to the CS as well, what would I maybe be my wish list? Very brief. I think first of all is government has two faces. If you look at it from whichever lens you are, it's a policy custodian, so it can make it either very easy to do business, including for the digital economy, or very difficult, depending on what kind of policies they want to identify with or they want to preside over. But it is also one of the largest consumers in any economy, and consumers for everything across the board, including the digital products. And probably the government can lead from the front by being a champion of local or consuming local, if that makes sense, as the biggest consumer. And I guess that would actually also foster trust for the rest of the citizens. So that's one. Two is to embrace multi-stakeholderism, because this industry has got very many players. You have infrastructure people, you have content creators, you have everyone. And, if you could provide an environment where they engage with you on an equal footing, whoever has put in the fiber is as important as whoever has created content that we are consuming, that is, being transmitted over that fiber. And so people need an environment to engage in an equal footing, meaning even government comes just as, one of the stakeholders. And probably that will really go a long way in, creating a trustworthy environment. Probably the digital sector could lead in trying to craft trust, and the rest of the government can actually follow. And I believe so because it could be, that one place that, stirs up the waters. If you ever spent a night with one mosquito in the room, you can imagine whether you will sleep or not. Just one mosquito can make sure you don't sleep. So it is not too small to start as, the ministry to champion this, because that's where, the rest of government could actually follow. As we say at ICANN, all domain names were created equally. So your .ke is as good as your .africa, is as good as your .durban, and therefore we owe, .ke, our trust and confidence and our consumption. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bob. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of this panel. Very interesting panel, despite the extra time that we have taken. I'm sure they've left us with a lot to think about, and I would wish to hand over back to Gitau to tell us what is in store for us today or tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great panel, much appreciated. That was the last panel for the day. I want to thank you very much for your attention. I will invite our CEO to give a closing remark and then set the tone for tomorrow. Thank you, Bwana CEO. Welcome.
I liked the question Barak posed, if I was addressing, I don't know which camera is facing the CS. I like the opportunity to also congratulate her as she settles in. My parting shot, as I give a very quick vote of thanks. While I had the opportunity to sit through the day, and it has been a long day, so I want to first of all thank everyone who's in the room, and I know we lost quite a bit of people towards the end. Sugar levels were low, but you all stuck in there. So let me first thank everyone in the room. I know it's late, we have to get home, but thank you for walking the distance. I also want to apologize at the very onset, and I take full responsibility. We lost a bit of time when we began, but I am confident tomorrow with Gitao's stewardship, we shall start on time and hopefully get you across the mark on time. Very few people have thanked this man here. I think he has been asking us to clap for other people. So I know we are few in the room, but a big hand for our coordinator today, Gitao. Asante sana. We call it the continuity moderator. I also can confirm we did engage with the CS, but because she's settling in, she promised to call us in as a sector at some point as part of a courtesy to set her agenda. So warm wishes from our office because she really wanted to be here, but she was not sure it was appropriate at the time. So we are delighted that she has been listening in, I'm sure, from wherever she is. And actually, my message to Madam CS is, as you settle in, the gentlemen who are seated here, Kivuva, Barak, Bob, and like-minded people from the multi-stakeholderism we have, should form a think tank to help us deliver on this agenda. I believe these extraordinary people, men and women in the sector, out of their own free will and time, thinking together, pushing together, can support the government agenda and the people's agenda. So it's a recommendation that we have as KENIC that to foster multi-stakeholderism, let's have a think tank approach. And it can be both local practitioners blended by international friends. I think that will help us steer this going forward. Tomorrow, a big day for our ecosystem of partners, our registrars. So at the tail end, we anticipate a very colorful award ceremony. So come prepared. Let's all rally around some of the SMEs that help us take .ke to the world. So I'm really looking forward to that session with our nominees tomorrow. We'll also have at our closing plenary the presence of Ambassador Figo, who, as you all know, is envoy representing the presidency and Kenya on technology matters. We look forward to hosting him tomorrow, and I'm sure he told me he's excited about gracing the KIS 2024. I am told the internet has been abuzz with .ke and the forum. So to those of us who are joining us virtually, thank you. We've had quite a bit of interest, and we look forward to many more people logging in tomorrow and physically being here. Let's keep time so that we can start on time. So I'm pretty excited about how we started day one, and even more excited about what is to come tomorrow. Early in the day, I will summarize some of the takeouts from today, so we want to let you go and rest, but I've taken lots of notes, and I can't wait to sort of distill them at home today in preparation for tomorrow. A lot of awesome inputs. And so a big thank you to our speakers for today. our moderators, all panelists who have engaged us. We cannot tire to say asante, asante, asante sana. As we interface in the next coming hours, and I was very happy in the spaces where people were having tea, I saw people closing deals already. We have lots of requests for people who want to also become part of our ecosystem, new partners. So I encourage us, as we continue to commune, to also form long-lasting collaborations. We have been challenged to go beyond partnerships. So my clarion call, ladies and gentlemen, is let's make the businesses also count. That is the value for which we can build this forum for many years to come. So I'm really, really excited about some of the deal making I saw going on in the corridors, people filtering in and out of spaces. It's an amazing. I think this has really exceeded our expectations from day one. So with all that said, all I can say is I wish you a great evening, God's blessings, keep warm. We have a cup of tea outside. Bob, I know Barack, you like those frothy substances that you drink in, ile busa unapenda huko village. We will not serve that today. So a cup of tea, you can have as much takeaway as you please, but kindly grab a snack as you filter your way into traffic. So with all that said, asanteni sana and have a lovely evening. Bye-bye.
The internet was very fast-moving technology, and what we had to do was, the very essence of the internet was a decentralized medium where the creativity of everybody could, create new standards, create new technologies, create new everything.
It started out as this little server with a bunch of names on it, and suddenly it was like this big piece of infrastructure.
IANA, the numbering system, was coordinated by John Postel at the University of Southern California out of an office that was treacherous to walk in. I mean, it was this small office you walk in and there were piles of paper everywhere and so on.
Eventually it became problematic to have such a weighty operation being operated as an appendage, out of a back pocket, if you will, of one of the researchers, John Postel.
John recognized, he'd been doing this for 25 or more years, that someday he wouldn't be able to do it and that he ought to have an institutional setting for this to continue.
The last thing the internet needs is bureaucracy. And it's going to be much better if it's stakeholder-based and bottoms up rather than top-down.
There's got to be some place where you can go to resolve disputes. There's got to be some place to set policy. And if we want more TLDs, there needs to be an organization that will do it.
ICANN is a funny, peculiar odd duck in the spectrum. It is serving a global purpose, serving the entire world, and yet it is a non-governmental organization.
And the participation is not only from the technical community, which was the case in the beginning, but you can see a wide spectrum of disciplines participating, from legal to civil society to government.
ICANN has had its bumps along the way, and it's had its frictions, and it's had its fights, and it's everything else. But that's democracy. It's scaled up. It's done everything you would want it to do technically. On balance, the internet has worked.